Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 3 UC Chapter 73 Delicious Nico Robin. Repair. Golden Lion Flying Battleship. In a luxurious room in the castle. Nami woke up from the nightmare, and her upper body suddenly stood up from the soft bed. Her beautiful eyes were widened, her head was covered with sweat, she was panting and frightened. Nami, you are here. Next to it, beside a small round table. Nico Robin is sitting on a chair, holding a book in one hand. There's a cup of cold coffee and a cup of steaming hot coffee on the round table. Where are we? Nami rubbed his head and couldn't remember what happened for a moment. He only felt that this spacious and luxurious room was not on the sunny. In Golden Lion's flying battleship castle. Nico Robin closed the book and looked at Nami with a solemn expression. Golden Lion. Nami murmured the name. At the same time, what happened before was immediately awakened and returned to her mind. Nami clutched her chest and almost vomited. People sometimes feel vomiting when they are scared and nervous. She just recalled that her group was crushed by the Golden Lion, and that she was pierced through the chest by Loya's sword. That feeling of pain and fear remained deeply in her body memory. But after all, she had experienced many ups and downs. She was not such a fragile woman, and she quickly suppressed this fear. She opened her shirt and saw that there were no scars on her body. What happened? Nami murmured in confusion. It's Dr. Loya. After he pulled out the sword, you fell into a coma. He is a person with the power of healing. He can even regenerate a broken limb. The injuries he caused to you have been healed by him as before. You have been unconscious for a day and a night. After a pause, Nico Robin said another fact that made Nami feel incredible. Now, the two of us are Dr. Loya's woman. You have to remember this. When Nami heard this, she looked at Nico Robin blankly. For a moment, her brain was completely confused. What do you mean? Nami's eyes flashed and he asked in confusion. Nico Robin lowered his head and opened the book again. Just think of me as a weak-willed traitor. Anyway, Nico Robin definitely don't want to be sent to the world government. Absolutely, don't want to. When Nico Robin said these words, he always lowered his head, pretending to read a book, and did not dare to look into Nami's eyes. Nami, actually you can understand it. Advertisement. Didn't you also seek refuge with Arlong in order to save the villagers? You should understand what I said, right? After reaching this point, instead of committing myself to the cruel old man of Golden Lion, it is better to hand myself over to the young and handsome Dr. Loya. Next, there was a long silence between the two women. You and that man, couldn't something have happened? After a long time, Nami slowly asked tentatively. Hey, I've done it with him. This is my first time taking the initiative. Nico Robin said bluntly. Sika? Nami blushed. Nico Robin added. For this reason, Dr. Loya promised to persuade Golden Lion to return Sanji to his family. And Usopp and Brook have been released on the spot. In fact, Usopp and Brook are irrelevant. It is Golden Lion and Loya who act together, and Nico Robin is grateful to Loya for this. The effect was also very good. Nico Robin obeyed Loya at that time, and even took the initiative to repay Loya's kindness. That's it. Nami curled up nervously and blushing. Then you've sacrificed quite a lot. Nico Robin raised his head and smiled slightly. Actually, it's not bad. Mr. Loya is very handsome and very gentle. He bought me a lot of books, coffee, and wine. Although he couldn't let me move freely, he also promised to take me to find historical texts. Oh, right. Nami was still unhappy, and she tightened her clothes again. By the way, where are Chopper, Luffy, Zoro and Frankie? You didn't mention them just now. Nico Robin's beautiful eyes flickered twice, but he still told the truth. Zoro and Frankie, don't worry, I hope Zhen Dashang actually came to save us at that time. The two of them were sent to a safe place by the power of the tyrant Big Bear. Chopper. Golden Lion appreciated Chopper's medical talent and left him with the flying pirates. As for Luffy, has been given to Marine Admiral by Golden Lion. What? Nami was shocked. Why don't you ask that man, Loya, to keep Luffy? Mr. Loya is not omnipotent. Nico Robin turned his head. Dr. Loya persuaded the Golden Lion, saying that Straw Hat Luffy's bounty was only 300 million, and he was willing to pay the money to save Luffy. But Golden Lion said that Luffy's grandfather is marine hero Garp. Garp has a grudge against Golden Lion, and only Luffy can't let him go. So, Mr. Loya has no choice. Although he is Golden Lion's benefactor, he can't do anything about this kind of thing. After all, Golden Lion is the captain. Nami lowered his head, feeling extremely frustrated. When Nico Robin saw this, he smiled and said with relief. Nami, I told you. Mr. Loya is very gentle and reliable. As long as you are willing to be his woman, he will protect us. And Chopper. Although the Straw Hat Pirates have been disbanded, Chopper can still be a doctor and can freely study medicine, and the conditions are better. After hearing this, Nami was still not happy at all. She sat on the bed, hugged her knees with her arms, and said with dazed eyes, but you also said that that man, Loya, is just the ship's doctor of the Golden Lion after all. Advertisement, besides, he was also an accomplice when they arrested us. He even, also, used a sword. I can still feel pain just thinking about it. Nico Robin said meaningfully. It is precisely because Dr. Loya also has a ruthless side that you want to be his woman. What do you mean? Nami looked at Nico Robin in confusion. Nico Robin explained simply and forcefully, if you don't want to get stabbed again. Upon hearing this, Nami's pretty face suddenly turned pale. Nico Robin changed the topic again and said with a slight blush on his cheeks, but he treats his woman. Well, it seems that he is relatively sincere and gentle at the moment. And, from what I've seen, Dr. Loya can be considered the second in command of the Golden Lion Pirates. The Golden Lion must also give him 3 points. Even, I don't know if it's my imagination, I always feel. The relationship between Dr. Loya and Golden Lion does not seem to be as harmonious as it appears on the surface. A woman's intuition is very scary, what's the meaning? Nami was puzzled at first, but then he seemed to suddenly understand something, his eyes suddenly lit up. Robin, do you want to blow your pillow and let that man, Loya, betray Golden Lion or even kill Golden Lion? After all, from what is known so far, the culprit is Golden Lion. Loya also just follows orders. If they can get Loya to turn against the Golden Lion pirates and kill Golden Lion, they can avenge the Straw Hat Pirates' destruction. It's better to spare Mr. Loya. As a result, to Nami's surprise, Nico Robin seemed to have some real feelings for Loya and said this. The Golden Lion is so powerful. If you ask me to incite Mr. Loya to do something like that, what if it kills Mr. Loya? The most I can do is incite him to leave the Golden Lion Pirates, stop staying in the enemy's lair, and go out to adventure freely. After all, Robin has developed a close relationship with Loya. She is a woman with traditional ideas, and it is reasonable to protect her man a little. But Nami was in disbelief and very angry. You don't really fall in love with that man, do you? Just because he makes you comfortable in bed? Robin, you have to know that he is also an accomplice. Nami's words were so unpleasant that Robin also became angry. She looked at Nami and defended. He is also following orders. In order to please me, hasn't he asked the Golden Lion to let Usopp and Brook go? Sanji is about to be sent to his family. You still think he did it? Not enough? How do you know that Golden Lion is not acting with him for you to see? Nami's IQ exploded and she hit the key point at once. Robin was stunned. If you think about it carefully, this is indeed a possibility. But at that time, in despair, she suddenly saw a glimmer of light and hurried to grab it. For a while, there was no coming back. Now hearing what Nami said, Robin couldn't help but widen his beautiful eyes, and his face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 74 Gentle Robin, Tsunere Nami. Beyond Nami Robin's bedroom is a large living room, and there are several maids' rooms. A maid from the Featherarm clan named Charles, the sister of the little Featherarm clan girl Shavo in the theatrical version of The Strongest World, stood at the door of the bedroom. She is the girl that Loya named after seeing her at the banquet. 10 meters away from the door, there is a round table and a sofa seat. Kanu was sitting on a chair drinking wine. A maid and a bodyguard, killer, are the standard configuration. In this way, Loya can safely place the 2 Nami Robin girls in the Golden Lion Pirates. The door to the suite opens. Loya walked in holding a jade plate with fresh fruits and freshly squeezed juice. Behind him was a maid pushing a dining cart. Char, take a rest, and have lunch. Is Nami awake yet? Loya picked up the cup, poured a glass of juice for Seal himself, handed it over and asked. Thank you, Master Loya. I must have woken up, and I heard voices in the room. Loya smiled slightly. Carrying the fruit tray, he walked gently to the door. In the room. Robin, think about it, who else in this world can interpret the text of history? That man, Loya, must be in tune with the Golden Lion and wants to trick you into interpreting the historical text for them. There is no pirate who doesn't want to get the One Piece. Nami said this. Robin looks pale. If Nami's analysis was correct, her heart was about to break. Although the time was short, she did develop a subtle feeling for Loya. Click. At this moment, the bedroom door was pushed open. In fact, Robin is not the only one who can interpret the historical text. I didn't want to tell this secret at first. 11. Yesterday, Robin had some bones broken by the Golden Lion's Lion Majesty. Loya used reply to treat her, gained her memory, and naturally learned to interpret historical texts. After Loya said this, he walked straight to Robin, placed the fruit tray on the small round table, and said softly. Drink some juice, Robin. Too much coffee is bad for your health. Mr. Loya. You can also interpret. Robin looked at him nervously. Nami's expression changed a long time ago, and she grabbed the quilt in horror. Loya reached out and pinched Robin's chin and kissed her. Woo. After a long time, the lips parted. Nico Robin's face was already flushed and shy. Loya then said to her, I just walked outside the door and accidentally overheard your conversation. I'm sorry. But I need to explain to you. Loya said and glanced at Nami. I already have 2 wives, one of whom is named Sha Shouchi. She is the daughter of Pluton Rayleigh, the right wrist of the former pirate king Roger. Advertisement, I have learned the secret of Raftel's great treasure from my father-in-law, and that there is actually no treasure there. Besides, I still have nearly 1 trillion bellies worth of property, which I keep somewhere. As he said that, Loya looked directly at Nami with a smile. I, Loya, did coax Robin because I wanted her to fall in love with me, but it was definitely not because I wanted to use her to interpret historical texts for me. Shameless. Nami was very disturbed by Loya's gaze and subconsciously blurted out curses. Nami. Nico Robin has been melted by Loya's gentleness and haughty. When she saw Nami insulting Loya, she immediately stopped her. Robin, do you really believe him? Nami almost cried. I don't believe it anyway, woo-woo. Nami cried sadly. Nico Robin looked at Nami helplessly. Loya looked at Robin and said, the Golden Lion didn't know that I could interpret historical texts, so he sent you two to me. He really wanted to use me as a medium to make you willingly interpret it for him. Historical text. 17 Nami's ears twitched, as if she had found some evidence. She quickly raised her head, pointed at Loya and said, listen Robin, he admitted it himself. Robin's face suddenly became embarrassed. But I will kill the Golden Lion. Loya smiled disdainfully and glanced at Nami. Haki said in an immature and arrogant tone, no one can take advantage of me, let alone my woman. After saying this, Loya's face softened and he looked at Robin. In 3 months at most, I will kill the Golden Lion. Loya reached out and held a pair of Robin's catkins, and her tone was a little gentler. I am temporarily on the Golden Lion ship, and I have to endure it for 3 months. In 3 months, we will leave here. Robin nodded shyly, acting like a little woman in love. But the Golden Lion is so powerful, can you really deal with him? Don't be brave for me. Loya patted the back of Robin's hand with great satisfaction and said with a smile. Okay, I will listen to you and don't show off. After 3 months, we can just leave. This is a lie. The Golden Lion must die. After Loya uses the Golden Lion, the end of the Golden Lion will come. All conspiracies and calculations will sink to the bottom of the sea forever. But after Robin heard this, he felt more at ease. His eyes met with Loya's and their affection grew stronger. Nami couldn't stand it anymore. Would you please wake up? As soon as you told him not to kill the Golden Lion, he took advantage of you. I don't think he planned to kill the Golden Lion from the beginning, right? Just to see that you are soft-hearted and to coax you. When Robin heard this, his face became even more embarrassed. However, what Nami said is not unreasonable. Loya was not annoyed and looked at Nami with a smile. Yes, everything you said is right. Nami felt like she was being laughed at. She muttered unwillingly. That's it, I don't believe you really dared to kill the Golden Lion. How dare you be so cruel to a weak woman like me, huh? Advertisement please give me flowers, peefed. Robin suddenly couldn't help laughing. She smiled at Loya and said, Nami is holding a grudge. The reason why she refuses to believe you is because your sword pierced her and she suffered a lot. Nico Robin tells part of the truth. Nami's character is a little bit arrogant. When Luffy and the others called Nami to get on the boat, she refused at first, saying, I hate pirates the most. Finally, when the boat was almost completely leaving the shore, she ran over and jumped on at the last moment, going merry. I see. Loya also reacted and smiled slightly at Robin. Oh. Nami hugged her knees and pouted. I'll give you 10 billion belly as an apology. Loya said casually, but for these 3 months, you need to be a navigator for the Golden Lion pirates. After 3 months, I will take you out of here. Take the young master? Nami's ears perked up and she looked at Loya in disbelief. 10 billion. Loya repeated. Nami's eyes were blinded by money. But she still had concerns in her heart. No, Nami, he is an accomplice of Golden Lion. Luffy was given to Marine by them. Life or death is uncertain. You can't be blinded by such a small amount of money. You must reject him. Reject him. Seeing that Nami was silent, Loya said, let's do this. I'll give you 10 billion first. If it's not enough, you can ask me for more. Then, I'll reluctantly forgive you. I'm giving you an advantage. Nami said proudly. After saying this, there were several villains starting to quarrel in Nami's mind. Integrity Nami. Nami, you are really blinded by money, don't you know shame? Evil Nami. HMPH, how much is shame worth? That's 10 billion. Have you ever seen 10 billion? With these 10 billion in my life, I can forget all my troubles. Neutral Nami. Loya is not the culprit, he is just an accomplice, and he may kill Golden Lion. We can make peace with Loya first and wait and see what happens. Suspicious Nami. 10 billion won't be ghost coins, right? I have to really get 10 billion before I'm willing to forgive him. Violence Nami. Damn it, I just want to beat him up. To avenge that sword. Angry. Greedy Nami. Hey, 10 billion is nothing. He said that he still has nearly 1 trillion in property somewhere. We will forgive him and wait until he relaxes his vigilance, then we will trick him out. If so, steal all that trillion. Hey. Let's eat together in the living room. Robin. Loya took Robin's hand and Luo smiled slightly. You should come too. We've been sleeping all day and night, aren't you hungry? Loya said to Nami. Of course I'm hungry, humph. Nami puffed up his cheeks and quickly got out of bed. Following Loya and Robin, I left the bedroom to write. Chapter 75. Tomka-chan locked up with her chow, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. After meal. Loya took the 2 girls and Kanu and left the Golden Lion flying battleship and returned to Sabaody. After a shopping spree, the group returned to Loya's private luxury villa in Sabaody. Nami begins to believe Loya's wealth. Poolside. Loya was lying on the lounge chair. Kanu held a pair of knives and stood at the door of the villa 50 meters away, guarding the home and courtyard. Nami Robin is wearing a bikini and swimming in the pool. Robin, can't we persuade Loya to save Luffy, or bribe Marine or something? Nami is always concerned about Luffy's safety. Loya said he took bribes. Robin said, Actually, I've tried everything you can think of as 6, 5, 7. But, Nami, you have to know that you and I have seen how powerful Marine Admiral is. It's absolutely impossible to save Luffy with Loya's power. However, you don't have to worry too much. Luffy's grandfather Garp is a Marine Vice Admiral. I heard Loya say that even Marine Admiral Aokiji is Garp's apprentice. Maybe Garp can save Luffy with his influence. Moreover, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dolog, is Luffy's father. He should also be able to save Luffy. I also heard Loya say that the straw hat Luffy is wearing was given by the red-haired Shanks of the Four Emperors. Shanks has a close relationship with Luffy and might also save Luffy. More than that, do you remember Luffy's brother Ace? Ace is the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and is deeply loved by the Four Emperors Whitebeard. So, maybe Ace will lead the Whitebeard Pirates to rescue Luffy. After Nami heard this, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Speaking of which, Luffy's network of connections is really amazing. I thought for a moment in trance. Nami slapped the water hard. Yes. So many big people can save Luffy, what can I do here? I'm so stupid, you're worrying about that idiot for nothing. Advertisement. That guy doesn't need us weak women to save him at all. Call. It makes me feel uneasy when I go shopping. Nami lay back on the pool again and swam for a while. Speaking of which, Loya is really rich. When Nami said this, she suddenly realized that Robin was no longer around. Robin, she stood up and looked around, and saw Robin and Loya hugging each other selflessly in the swimming pool 20 meters away, gnawing at each other. Nami's face immediately turned red. Damn it, the two of them have shown affection in front of me more than once. When shopping on the street, Robin always flirts with Loya and behaves intimately. It makes me feel like a light bulb, hateful. Wait, are these two people in the swimming pool in front of me? Nami suddenly felt something bad when she saw the fiery posture of the two. She looked around the pool. There are landscape trees all around the swimming pool blocking the outside view. And the masked Kanu was also 50 meters away, standing at the gate of the villa with his back turned. Damn it. The view is hidden. I am the only spectator. These two people really don't treat me as an outsider. Nami thought bitterly. Nami turned around, not daring to look anymore. But some low singing and low humming still reached her ears faintly. After holding it in for 10 minutes, Nami finally couldn't stand it anymore. I'm talking about you two, Nami roared. Can you please stop doing this kind of thing when I'm around? Can you respect me a little bit? Loya and Robin parted their lips and looked at each other with a smile on their faces. Robin smiled and said, "Good sisters, a quilt, understood." Advertisement. Loya smiled slightly. After kissing Robin on the cheek, he let go of Robin and swam towards Nami. Eh? What do you mean? Nami saw Loya swimming towards her, and Robin had an ambiguous smile on his face. She was dumbfounded. Robin added insult to injury and smiled at her. Nami, let's have a taste of how powerful my husband is. Robin, you? Nami was speechless. She quickly turned around and ran away, swimming hard. But Loya plunged into the water and caught up immediately. He hugged Nami from behind, grabbed her face, and nibbled on her. Ooh. Nami slapped Loya hard on the shoulder. Fine. Loya just kissed her forcefully and took no further action. Then he let go of her and swam towards Robin, before leaving. He also complained. Without Robin's fragrance, it feels like chewing on banknotes. A-hole. Loya UB ************ D. 5.0 Nami yelled angrily. She didn't know whether it was because Loya was angry for kissing her forcefully, or because Loya disliked her not being tender enough. Seeing Loya hugging Robin again, looking gentle and infatuated, Nami became even more angry. You be ************* D. Don't think that just because you have two bad guys, you think I will forgive you. See if I don't bite you to death. Nami gritted his teeth and swam towards Loya with a splash. She swam behind Loya, lay on Loya's back, opened her mouth and bit Loya's shoulder hard. Girl, are you a dog? Loya raised his hand and brushed Nami's hair and said with a smile. Chapter 76. Flowers bloom and must be cut off. Please give me flowers and monthly votes. Robin looked at the two of them with a smile. I know that I and Nami, sisters, will never have to be separated in the future. Except not wanting to be separated from Nami, Robin had other considerations. She didn't know beforehand that Loya already had two wives. However, even if she knew the situation at that time, she would still sacrifice herself. But I will be mentally prepared to prevent myself from having other feelings for Loya. However, when Loya told her, she suddenly realized that the spark of love she had for Loya was somewhat difficult to extinguish. As a traditional-minded woman, the first time a man is always unforgettable. Moreover, before she met the Straw Hat crew, she had been lonely for a long time, like a lost lamb, feeling hopeless in life. She had already tasted the pain of being alone and helpless, and she could not imagine going back to that state again. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. 24. In his heart, Robin could no longer accept that terrible loneliness. She longed for someone to rely on. Before, it was the Straw Hat boys who could rely on and support each other. But after the Straw Hat pirates were destroyed, Loya filled the vacancy in time. After learning that Loya already had two wives, her first thought was not to leave Loya. After all, after leaving, where can she stay? Besides, Loya would not allow her to leave. Although Loya is gentle and considerate to her, he also has a domineering and cruel side. Knowing that he couldn't leave Loya, Robin could only think that being with her sisters would at least have someone to rely on. It's not that she wants to drag Nami into trouble. But Robin could see that Loya was also determined to win Nami. Advertisement. It's better to just go with the flow and push Nami to accept Loya. If Nami took the initiative to accept Loya, she would not have to suffer and feel pain. She and Nami married Loya together. After meeting Loya's two wives, she felt confident and would not face it alone. This is definitely the best solution Robin can think of at the moment. Nami, you bid my husband, don't think that my husband will let you go later. Robin clung to Loya's arms and said to Nami with a wicked smile. What's the meaning? Nami let go of her mouth and looked at Robin feeling uncomfortable. Hey, Nami, if Luffy is rescued by his grandfather, father and others, will you still look for him? Robin lay in Loya's arms, rested his chin on Loya's shoulder, and asked with a smile. What, Robin, aren't you going to find Luffy? Nami said in a daze. T.O.J. Robin said with a smile. She has already had a relationship with Loya, and she knows very well that Loya will not let her go. Luffy's adventure is over, Robin said. I guess after he was rescued, it would be difficult for us to get back together again. After all, after experiencing such a devastating blow, a broken mirror is difficult to reunite. For example, Chopper, Golden Lion values his medical talent and will treat Chopper favorably and will not let him go. For example, Sanji, after he was sent to the family, Loya told me that Sanji is actually the prince of the Germa kingdom. After Luffy is rescued, he will probably follow his father to join the revolutionary army. Before Usopp left, I saw him off. He told me that he would go back to East Blue Rob village and that he had a childhood sweetheart, the rich lady who funded the creation of Going Merry. Brooks said he was going back to Twin Points, where Laboon the whale was waiting for him. Advertisement. Frankie can also go back to find his little brother and the Cube sisters. Zoro can also continue to be his pirate hunter, or return to East Blue Shimotsuki village and inherit his master's kendo gym. Oh, I almost forgot, Nami, you actually have a place to go back to. You have a sister, an orange grove, and people in the village. At this point, Robin's eyes became lonely. She was alone, helpless and unable to go back anywhere. Therefore, she can only stay with Loya. Robin. Nami saw Robin's loneliness and grabbed her hands. You still have me. Loya suddenly laughed and said, take it as if I don't exist. I never said I would let you go. Nami, don't even think about 577 leaving me. Loya hugged Robin tightly with one hand, raised the other hand, and rubbed Nami's head vigorously. Nami was annoyed. Let go. B******************. D. Ha ha ha. Loya laughed. Golden Lion gave you two to me. Remember, you are both my women. Want to leave? No way. Get out. I'm not your woman. Nami shouted. Robin, I will eat her now. Do you have any objection? Loya said, letting go of Robin and hugging Nami. Robin immediately smiled and said, Nami is also a virgin. Husband, please remember to be gentle. Got the order. Loya then hugged Princess Nami and let her struggle and bite Loya's arm, but she couldn't escape. Loya took her out of the swimming pool and walked to the villa. Robin followed suitably. A-hole. You are all working together. Robin, save me. Chapter 77. Murder must be punished. Please give me flowers and monthly votes. With Robin's assistance, Nami also quickly accepted Loya's love. Loya, Nami, and Robin spent a few very happy days in this villa in Sabayati. But what the two women didn't know was, in the basement 20 meters underground of this villa, former CP9 agent, door fruit ability user Bluno. He was imprisoned in a metal instrument mixed with sea stone and was brainwashed with drugs over and over again. The drug brainwashing and hypnosis abilities mastered by Loya have very obvious effects on people with average strength and weak mental willpower. But for CP9 agents with strong willpower, the effect is much worse. However, this instrument is specially designed by Loya. Since Bluno was captured 2 weeks ago, he has been injecting drugs around the clock to brainwash him. Late at night, after Loya lets the two girls fall asleep happily, he will go to the basement alone to observe the progress of Bluno's brainwashing. Well, that's good. It seems that drug brainwashing can be 100% completed before the Summit War. A Buster Call class battleship disguised as a merchant ship. Depart from Sabayati Archipelago. Pass through the large undersea tunnel. Arrive at New World waters. After another day and night of sailing, we crossed the calm belt and arrived in the North Blue waters. Another day passed and it was noon time. Kanu squatted on the observation deck, with a basket beside him filled with burgers. He ate in 2s and 3s while observing the sea vigilantly. In the cab, a new wave of people were on duty. Loya, Nami, and Robin walked to the bow deck together, where a banquet of fine wine and delicacies was already served. This is made by Nami and Robin as cooks and Loya himself. After the three of them sat down at the table, Loya ordered his subordinates, push him up. Yes. After the subordinate walked away, Loya said to the two girls, we are about to arrive at the meeting place agreed with Germa. It's time for you to say a formal farewell to Sanji. Hearing this, the eyes of the two women couldn't help but flicker. Especially Nami, her face turned pale. These days, the two of them have been tortured a lot by Loya, especially Nami. Loya even deliberately didn't use the fruit's power to heal her. As a result, the two women knew that Sanji was locked in a certain room in the cabin, but they had no time to visit. So at this moment, both women felt a little embarrassed. Let's eat first. Sanji's return to the family is actually a happy event. Advertisement. It was Robin who smiled first, relieving the embarrassment. Haha. Loya took her with a smile and kissed her on the face. Robin's wife is the most sensible. Wait a minute, Loya, why are you only kissing Sister Robin again, huh? Nami couldn't help but squealed when she saw Loya started eating after kissing Robin. The fierce little wild cat has been tamed by Loya into a docile domestic cat. It has also learned to be jealous and can easily become jealous. Then you won't come up and kiss me yourself. Except for spending money, Loya doesn't like her. Just kiss. Humph. Nami pouted and hummed, put down the knife and fork, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Then he stood up, stretched out his hands, grabbed Loya's face, and nibbled it full of flavor. Nami fed the wine in her mouth to Loya. The two of them kissed like this and had no intention of stopping for a long time. Nami was clumsy but energetic, but she couldn't resist Loya's superb skills. As she kissed her, her whole body gradually fell into Loya's arms and sat on his lap. Gulu gulu. The sound of a metal wheelchair rolling on the deck was heard. It was Loya's men who pushed Sanji here on a metal wheelchair. Sanji's limbs were tied to a wheelchair with metal chains, and a seal was taped on his mouth. People are coming, Robin reminded him. However, everyone had already been delivered, and she realized at this time that it was actually a little late. Not at all like his usual alertness. Just because Robin looked at Loya and Nami's passionate kiss, it evoked in her mind the crazy scenes of the three of them in the past few days. For a moment, I felt secretly uncomfortable and wanted to join in. Only then did he lose his usual vigilance. When Sanji was pushed up, he gave a belated reminder. However, Loya is still happy. This time, the two girls formally bid farewell to Sanji openly, but secretly they wanted to kill someone. Sanji's eyes widened and he looked in disbelief at the way Nami and Loya kissed passionately. Oh, Prince Sanji is here. Loya and Nami parted their lips, released their embrace, and looked at Sanji. Sanji's eyes suddenly changed from shock to anger towards Loya. Whoa whoa whoa. Sanji's mouth was sealed and he uttered inarticulate angry words. Sanji. Advertisement. Nami is not as concerned about other people's attention as Robin. She saw Sanji coming, but she was very calm. Wait a minute, Loya, why did you seal Sanji's mouth? Is this how you treat my former companion? Nami seems to be speaking for Sanji, but in fact she is complaining to Loya. But Sanji's emotional intelligence was too low. He only thought that Nami was caring about him, and he looked at her with emotion. Then you break the seal for him, Loya smiled. Nami also smiled, got up from Loya's lap, walked towards Sanji, and tore off the seal for him. Miss Nami, Miss Robin. Sanji spoke quickly, but after calling their names, he didn't know what to say next. Wait a minute, Loya, Sanji's hands are tied, how do you untie them? How can he eat like this? Nami turned back to Loya. Why don't you feed him? He was very dishonest during his imprisonment and injured several of my men, so he had to be tied up like this. Loya was minding his own meal with Robin and said casually. Really, Sanji, please calm down. After hearing this, Nami said angrily to Sanji, it wouldn't be a bad thing to send you back to the family, right? Ha, you hid it from us pretty well. I didn't expect you, Sanji, to be the prince of the Germa kingdom. Nami said with a smile. I don't want to go back. Nami, Robin, I don't want to go back to that place. Sanji suddenly looked panicked, shouted excitedly, and struggled on the metal wheelchair. Seeing Sanji like this, Nami just thought that Sanji had deep feelings for the Straw Hats and didn't want to separate. He was completely unaware of Sanji's dislike for the family. But the Straw Hats have been disbanded. Just be good and go back to the family first. Be good and I will feed you. Nami used a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of thick soup on the dining table, blew 2 mouthfuls, and put it into Sanji's mouth with a smile. Being taken care of by Nami in this way, Sanji became forgetful and intoxicated for a while. After this mouthful of mushroom soup enters your mouth, Sanji suddenly changed his color. This, double. Sanji stared at the table of delicacies in front of him in disbelief, his eyes trembling. Who cooked this table of dishes? Loya did it. What happened? Nami looked at Sanji confused. He just thought he was surprised by Loya's cooking skills, and then he said to Sanji very proudly, how about it, my husband's cooking skills are not worse than yours, hee. Seeing Nami's demeanor and these words, there was a bang. Sanji felt something exploded in his head, and his whole body felt like it was struck by lightning. Sao was on the spot. Chapter 78 Nami. Husband, let me forget everything. My husband's cooking skills are no worse than yours. My husband's cooking skills. My husband. Cooking skills. Nami's words echoed in Sanji's mind. And the power of this sentence, to Sanji, is no less than the destruction of the world. Hee. Come on, have another sip. Nami was completely unaware of Sanji's inner despair, so he scooped another mouthful of thick soup from the table, blew it twice, and fed it to Sanji. At the same time, he also said, you will go home and be your prince soon. I don't know when we will see each other again. Today, I will personally feed you a meal. You must remember this kindness. Don't forget about me, a little commoner, when you become a prince in the future. I will not eat. Sanji lowered his head with a dead look on his face and said softly. Wait a minute, what's wrong with you? Nami finally noticed that Sanji had a strange look on his face. Oh, don't you like soup? Then I'll feed you something else. I just want to let you take a few mouthfuls of soup to whet your appetite first. She noticed something strange about Sanji, but not much. Just think that Sanji is still reluctant to leave the Straw Hat family and feels sad about it. He continued to coax. I'll feed you a bite of fried rice, hee. My husband's fried rice is delicious. Nami scooped up a spoonful of fried rice and fed it to Sanji. I already told you not to eat. Sanji suddenly raised his head and said angrily to Nami. And this anger is quite strong. Nami has never seen Sanji get angry at her, and his face looked so scary. He immediately took 2 steps back in fright. The spoon and rice in his hand also fell to the deck with a ding sound. Sanji. Nami looked at Sanji blankly. Stomp, 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 the sound of footsteps came from behind Nami. Nami looked back, but it was Loya who stood up and walked towards Sanji without any expression. Swish, bang, a loud slap hit Sanji's face, causing the corner of Sanji's mouth to bleed. Who gave you the power to yell at my wife? Loya looked down at Sanji expressionlessly. Wait a moment, yes. Seeing this, Nami quickly took one of Loya's arms. Thump thump, Robin also ran over quickly and took Loya's other arm. Advertisement. Husband, please understand Sanji's mood. Robin is not a thick-lined girl like Nami. She has long discovered that some of the delicacies made by Loya are exactly the same as those made by Sanji. Sanji got angry because he tasted the mushroom soup made by Loya and it tasted exactly like the one he made. Because this means that in front of the 2 Nami Robin girls, Sanji has lost the value he is most proud of. Cook. If someone copied their cooking skills without knowing it, everyone would be furious. Sure enough, Sanji raised his eyes and glared at Loya. How did you secretly learn my cooking skills? The mushroom cream soup just now tastes the same as what I made, and it's on my schedule. Sanji yelled. What? Nami only knew that Loya's food was as delicious as Sanji's, not inferior to Sanji's at all, and she was very proud of it. Now when I heard Sanji say this, I understood why Sanji was angry. Loya has been to Barati, a restaurant on the sea, and Sanji may have forgotten that he was a customer. Loya has also hired many famous chefs. All you need to do is accidentally scratch the hands of those cooks and heal them, and you can learn the cooking skills they are proud of. However, today's table of delicacies is indeed all intentional by Loya, using Sanji's recipes and cooking techniques. The style and taste are all exactly the same. The reason is to kill people and kill people. Sanji's confidence was completely shattered, and his friendship with Nami Robin was completely severed. Prince Sanji, are you kidding? When did I learn your cooking skills? Do you think you are the only great chef in the world? As long as the taste is the same, did I steal it from you? Okay, since you are not convinced, then we can compete in cooking. Loya said, then used his hand as a knife, swiped it twice, and cut off the iron chains tied to Sanji's hands and legs. Sanji looked at Loya's hand, using his hand as a knife, his eyes widened and he was shocked. It's obvious that Loya's combat power is beyond Sanji's reach. However, the competition is not about fighting, but about cooking skills. Sanji is confident. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Sanji tore off the chain, stood up, and stared at Loya with hostility, but I have a condition. If you lose, give Nami Robin back to us. Let us be free. Wait, Sanji, you may have misunderstood. Before Loya could laugh at Sanji's stupid statement, Robin spoke first. Nami and I. Robin couldn't bear to look at Sanji and turned away. You have to understand that Nami, CECF, and I are already Loya's wives. What you just said is a bit too self-righteous. Luo. Robin. Sanji looked at Robin in disbelief and fell back into the metal wheelchair with a pale face. Robin gritted his teeth, still not looking at Sanji, and reprimanded in a more serious tone. Besides, Nami and I are not a bet. What do you think we are? What a b asterisk 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 d. Sanji's face turned pale after hearing Robin's reprimand. Now that things are like this, is there any point in competing in cooking skills? Advertisement. Loya looked at Robin, raised his hand to touch her head with a smile, and then gently held her in his arms. He also stretched out his left arm and took Nami into his arms. Robin, you are so gentle. It seems like a harsh criticism of Sanji, but in fact the long-term pain is worse than the short-term pain. Let Sanji understand the reality and accept the reality. Quote. Nami would still be hesitant and confused when dealing with this matter. Quote. At this time, Nami was also lying in Loya's arms, sobbing softly. Okay, wife, don't cry. There is always a banquet in the world. I'm sorry that the separation between you and your friends has been like this. Loya gently stroked Nami's back and said comfortingly. People, the ultimate destination is family. No matter how deep the friendship is, no matter how touching the adventure is, it is still a rainbow of youth. At a certain point in time, no matter how beautiful the rainbow is, it will disappear without a trace. The rainbow will come out again with the sunshine. Friendship is always there, but it cannot be a destination. After seeing the rainbow, you still have to go home. Nami was crying at this time. Just as Loya said, the carefully prepared farewell turned into a tense posture. For this table of meals, Nami Robin, two women who have never cooked before, personally participated in the procedures of washing vegetables, selecting vegetables, etc., just to let Sanji have a good meal. Of course, this is all Loya's plan. Robin might be able to detect it a little bit, but Nami couldn't see it at all. It's not your fault, husband. Nami wiped away her tears and looked up like a wounded kitten and said something to Loya. Nami's voice was not loud, but Sanji still heard it. Suddenly the whole person collapsed. If it's not Loya's fault, then it's his fault, right? Yes, it was him who roared at Nami. Nami was smiling the whole time and even fed him with her own hands. So, it can't be Nami's fault. It can only be his Sanji's fault. Sorry. Sanji held his head and lowered his head, not having the shame to look at the two ladies. Oh, by the way, these two are already wives. As a gentleman, you should take the initiative to avoid suspicion. Sanji, you can't compare. Loya asked. Sanji calmed down. Slowly said. No more competition, it's meaningless. I'll send it back to the family. Loya successfully killed Sanji's heart, which went more smoothly than expected. Because at this time, Sanji was not only heartbroken, but mourning more than heartbroken. Next, Sanji didn't eat anything. He was strapped back to the metal wheelchair and returned to his room. After Nami and Robin sat back at the dining table, looking at the table of delicious food, they lost their appetite at all. Nami suddenly threw herself into Loya's arms, raised her neck and looked at Loya with tears in her eyes, almost pleading. Husband, take me to the room and take good care of your kitten. Just like the first night, it made me so happy that I forgot everything. Chapter 79. Lessons from Vinsmoke Reiju, please give me flowers and monthly votes. Loya made Nami forget everything as she wished. I fainted 3 times, woke up 3 more times, reached countless peaks, and fell asleep tightly. Seeing that Nami was completely unconscious, Robin moved forward and hugged Loya. You can see that I arranged it deliberately, right? Loya smiled and touched Robin's head. You're all married, so of course you have to dress your husband in vintage style. Robin lowered his head shyly. Loya looked at her with interest. Nami, you looked scared on the first night, so I didn't do that to you. Now, do you want to be gentle, or do you want to be the same as Nami? Robin covered his face with his hands, not daring to look at Loya. After a while, he spoke in an almost inaudible whisper. I want to try, like Nami. In the afternoon, we arrived at the agreed sea area. In the distance, Germa's giant steel mechanical ship emerged with a ferocious outline. A crimson and pink figure flew out from Gilma's giant ship. Within a moment, he landed on the bow of Loya's boat. Loya is sitting on a chair at the moment, wearing sunglasses, basking in the sun and drinking red wine, recalling the feast not long ago. After the two girls fainted, Loya used reply to heal the red and swollen areas where they had been mercilessly whipped. But the two girls couldn't wake up until night. After all, reply could not cure physical and mental fatigue. And it's not entirely fatigue, it's more of bliss. Are you the person sent by Golden Lion to negotiate? Vinsmoke IG, wearing a crimson suit, looked at Loya coldly. Where is my dear brother? Vinsmoke Reiju in the pink butterfly wingsuit stared at Loya with squinted eyes. Reiju immediately smelled the strong feminine scent remaining on Loya's body. I suddenly lost my favorable impression of Loya. It was Reiju who tore open the cage and released Sanji, wanting him to live freely and away from his father's ruthless control. Now, the man in front of her, the Golden Lion gang, actually captured her brother and sent him back to his father. This is something Reiju doesn't want to see. Already dissatisfied, now she is even more disgusted with Loya, who has a promiscuous lifestyle. Loya noticed a hint of disdain and disgust in Reiju's tone, and glanced at Reiju calmly. Waved. The men pushed Sanji out, who looked numb, and unchained him. People, take it back with you. Advertisement. Loya drank red wine and said calmly. Didn't you negotiate the price first? Then you just gave the person to us directly. IG asked coldly. Haha, there's no price tag, I'm just giving you a favor. Loya stood up slowly and looked at Reiju with a smile. I originally wanted to talk to your father about whether Reiju could be married to me. From then on, the Golden Lion pirates and Germa will form a strong alliance. Upon hearing this, Reiju's face darkened, his eyes hiding murderous intent. But after I saw Miss Reiju, I found that she seemed to be a little repulsive to me, so I just didn't mention it. Loya smiled nonchalantly. I'll just give him to you, and the two families will become friends. Reiju's voice was cold and he said in a distant voice. Sir, we Germa will pay you the bounty you deserve. After the battle of Eni's lobby, Sanji was offered a bounty of 77 million belly for the first time. If the bounty is too big, it won't be necessary. Loya said disdainfully. What a loud tone. Reiju's expression became even colder. My father only accepted this kindness because of the reputation of Senior Shiki. Who are you? She cursed. But Loya was stunned by the scolding. This is the first time in all these years that Loya has been insulted like this, and the other person is a woman. You know, over the years, Loya has relied on his medical skills and skills in controlling women, but he has been deeply loved by women. He has never stopped being surrounded by beautiful women. It is common for beautiful women to hug him from left to right, and be jealous of them. Miss Reiju, is this how your father disciplines you? Loya asked, very amused. Hey, seeing my dear brother looking so haggard, do you think I, as a sister, will give you a good look? Reiju opened his eyes wide and said with murderous intent. That's all, I will teach Mr. Judge's daughter a lesson today. Loya clenched his fists and said. B***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************will stand still today and let you see what a real strong person is. Loya sneered. Launched 6 styles, life return. The short black hair suddenly grew longer, twisting and rising like a black snake, divided into 108 strands, like 108 long snakes, and swept toward Reiju and IG siblings in a stormy wave. 108 Dark Snake. Move name. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Reiju said, slightly surprised. It's just a fragile thing. IG sneered and flew into the sky on his suit, sparks appearing on his fists. He turned around in midair, and with the gravity of his fall, he swooped down to kill Loya below. Burn in flames. Boom. IG's fists erupted with flames, bombarding the 108 dark snakes. However, Loya's hair is filled with armament hockey. IG's fierce flames and fierce fists can easily destroy the castle, but even if they fall on the underworld snake, they won't move at all. There was no such thing as the hair being burned as IG thought. What? IG was extremely surprised. The next moment, several dark snakes snaked up and wrapped around IG's body, strangling all his limbs, waist, abdomen, and neck, making him unable to move. What? Reiju planned to observe first, but he never expected that the strongest brother among the Vinsmoke brothers would be captured instantly as soon as he met him. Poison rain. Reiju was frightened and angry, and flew up. In midair, the pink butterfly wings and from its mouth spat out a blast of pink venom like bullets, pouring down towards Loya and the Hades snake. Suddenly, 72 of the 108 Hades snakes merged into one, shaped like an ancient python, opened its huge mouth, spit out an armament hockey shock wave, and rushed straight towards Reiju. Suddenly, the rain of venom that poured down like bullets was rushed back by the shock wave. Then he hit Reiju hard. Wow. Reiju was hit by the armament hockey shock wave on the spot, which penetrated his body, armed color internal damage, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Then the whole person fell towards the sea. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several snakes stretched out, flew over, and wrapped around the falling Reiju. They tightly strangled her limbs and brought her back, landing at Loya's feet. Chapter 80. Please me, Reiju. Please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Puff. Reiju did not faint, but suffered a brief loss of strength after being injured. And after she was rolled up by Loya's underworld snake and fell in front of Loya, she immediately opened her eyes and sprayed a mouthful of poisonous blood into Loya's face. But Loya's predictions were based on what he had seen and heard, and the flying hair formed an airtight shield, blocking the mouthful of poisonous blood. Loya is not afraid of poison, but if his face is covered with poisonous blood and saliva, it is really not elegant enough. Zzzz. That mouthful of poisonous blood was so corrosive that the hair and shield were corroded until they emitted white smoke and made a sizzling sound. Although Reiju's limbs were strongly restrained, her offensive was not over. I saw pink poisonous smoke continuously spraying out from her mouth. The poisonous smoke looked like smoke snakes, as if they were spiritual, and they rushed towards Loya's face. And on her body, like sweat, gurgling, 823, pink venom emerged, spreading along the hair of the underworld snake tied to her limbs, and gradually approaching Loya herself. Loya was the first to be poisoned by the poisonous smoke that invaded his nasal cavity and was highly poisoned. Deterioration. Katakana middle. Toxic decomposition. Loya is not afraid of poison and has 2 ways to deal with it. The first one is reply, which uses the body's own immune system to produce large amounts of macrophages, antibodies and other immune functional bodies to engulf toxins, engulf germs, decompose and kill germs. The second type is deterioration. Deterioration can act on both living bodies and non-living bodies. Its essence is to cause the material to collapse and decompose, so it can also be used to cause the structure of toxins to collapse and decompose. If the poison the other party puts is a bacterial or pathogenic poison, then Loya will give priority to using reply. In this way, the immune system can also produce memory antibodies. No need to do anything in the future, the body will automatically generate immunity. And if the poison the other party releases is biased toward heavy metals, radioactive heavy metals, neurotoxins such as carbon monoxide, strong acidic substances such as sulfide, etc., then no matter how strong the immune system is, it will have little effect, and you can only use deterioration to directly destroy it. The structure of these toxins is destroyed and decomposed. For example, carbon monoxide is directly destroyed and decomposed into elemental carbon and oxygen. Heavy metals such as mercury directly destroy their nuclear structure and decompose into hydrogen ions and oxygen ions. These 2 ions will automatically combine to form water H2O. While continuing to use deterioration poison decomposition to detoxify. Loya suddenly laughed and said to Reiju, Reiju, you are really an unworthy woman. In order to prevent your younger brother Sanji from being like you, a tool to realize his father's ambitions, you deliberately found trouble and broke the friendly covenant with our Golden Lion pirates. Do you think I'm right? Reiju is Vinsmoke Judge's crowning masterpiece, but Judge himself doesn't seem to realize it. In other words, in order to cater to his father's ruthlessness, Reiju deliberately acted ordinary. Advertisement. According to her father, she, like the other Vinsmoke brothers, has no human emotions and possesses a naturally strong body and strength. But in fact, she carefully hides her human emotions just to be gregarious. Of course, in the original Onigashima decisive battle, Sanji's bloodline awakened and became a powerful reformer like Reiju, with both human emotions and exoskeleton power. Moreover, Reiju's intelligence is far higher than that of Judge and Sanji. This can be seen from some of the details shown by Reiju in the original Cake Island chapter. The reason why she arrogantly insulted Loya was not because she was really arrogant, but because she deliberately wanted to break Germa's alliance with the Golden Lion pirates and take the opportunity to allow Sanji to escape from the family control again. However, this time, she miscalculated. She didn't expect the people sent by Golden Lion to be so powerful. Hearing Loya reveal her thoughts, Reiju's eyes flashed with surprise and shock. However, she immediately covered it up and continued to play the unique arrogance of the Vinsmoke family. Idiot, I can't understand a word of what you're saying. Seeing this, Loya smiled and said, it's okay. I'll let you understand. Reiju looked at Loya in horror, wondering why she vomited so much poisonous gas and venom and successfully invaded Loya's body, but Loya still didn't react at all to the poison. Loya controlled the underworld snake and hung IG in front of him. Don't you want Sanji to be freed from family control? I can help you. Loya raised his left hand and pressed it on IG's body. Although IG's limbs and neck were tightly strangled by the underworld snake, he was still conscious and unaware of the pain. Seeing Loya putting his hand on him, he sneered. Trash, no matter what means you use, you can't destroy my body and suit. I just need to wait until you are exhausted, and then I can kill you. Loya didn't talk nonsense with him and directly activated Deteriorated Heart Explosion. No matter how strong the suit and body are, they will be destroyed by deterioration. However, Deteriorated Heart Explosion did not destroy the suit, but directly caused IG's heart to explode. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. But even if his heart was broken, IG couldn't feel any pain. However, the next moment, he spit out a mouthful of blood. What's this? IG murmured in confusion. Advertisement. Immediately his eyes closed, his neck tilted, and he died on the spot. Reiju's beautiful eyes widened and he looked at his brother IG with trembling eyes. She couldn't believe her eyes. I will kill your other 3 brothers except Sanji, and cripple Judge's limbs. In this way, your brother Sanji will become the new owner of Vinsmoke. From now on, Sanji will be in charge of the Vinsmoke family and the Germa kingdom. Let's see, can this free Sanji from the family's control? Loya said to Reiju with a smile. No. Reiju cried and shouted in pain. Reiju, although it is true that she likes Sanji the best, but she also cares about her other brothers. It's true that she hates her father, but he is her biological father after all. This is impossible. IG can't die like this. 5.4. Reiju cried quite sadly. No one can insult me. Loya pinched Reiju's chin and asked her to raise her head and look at herself. This is the price you pay for humiliating me. Loya looked at Reiju's beautiful eyes and said every word. I was wrong. I'm sorry, don't kill them. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Reiju looked at Loya in fear, shed tears, and shouted repeatedly. Loya smiled, patted Reiju's pretty face. I like smart women. Please me, Reiju. If you make me happy, I might change my mind. With that said, Loya put away the underworld snake and his hair returned to its original state. Reiju also fell between Loya's legs. Chapter 81 Reiju has become good, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Reiju's eyes were dazed. She glanced at IG, who was lying in a pool of blood. She understood that IG was indeed dead. Why? But she couldn't figure out how Loya killed IG. Even the sharpest alloy blade can't cut through the skin of a fleshy body, and IG is still wearing Germa's technological suit. And sometimes, the more incomprehensible something is, the more frightening it will be. At this moment, Reiju wanted to be angry and kill the man in front of him. But she couldn't do it. Her poison has no effect on Loya. So she could only be afraid, could only apologize, could only kneel in front of Loya. What? Don't you know how to please a man? Loya looked down at her expressionlessly. Hearing this, Reiju's body trembled and his eyes flickered as he asked. How to please? She half understood and half didn't understand. After all, have you never eaten pork or seen a pig running? It is true that she is a virgin, but it does not mean that she knows nothing about men and women. I can teach you. You have to unzip first, and then open your mouth. Loya looked down at her with a smile and said slowly and patiently. Reiju's breathing started to get heavier. She looked up at Loya with twinkling eyes. Then he lowered his head in fear. Can you not be here? She looked at Sanji, who was 30 meters away on the deck. He didn't care about the outside world and looked numb. I don't want my brother to see me like that, please. Loya pinched her chin and smiled. I am very patient with beauties. I can agree to your request. Immediately, he held her hand, led her up and walked towards the cabin room. However, when passing by Sanji, Loya raised his hand and patted Sanji in a daze. Open black lens bracket deterioration paralysis of limbs, close black lens bracket. Sanji plopped and fell to the ground. What did you do to him? When Reiju saw this, he shouted excitedly and struggled to get rid of Loya's hand. Advertisement. Hey, don't get excited, I'm just temporarily incapacitating him to prevent him from escaping or causing trouble. If you make me happy, I will make him recover. Loya explained patiently. Really, you didn't lie to me? Reiju asked with evasive eyes. Loya smiled inexplicably and winked at Reiju. Have you forgotten what we talked about before? Did I say that I wanted to talk to your father and ask you to marry me? Now, if I negotiate directly with you, wouldn't it be the same approach but with the same result? I have to thank you for insulting me and giving me the opportunity to be a bad guy. After saying that, Loya laughed and continued to hold Reiju and walked into the room. After hearing this, Reiju immediately regretted it. Her self-righteous plan angered Loya, a strong man, and killed IG. Now, the alliance is gone, Sanji still has no freedom, and she herself will still fall into the inhumane situation she married. Oh no, I'm afraid, she is only worthy of being a plaything now. Even if you want to get married, you are not qualified. In the room, cuckoo. Reiju squatted there, eating a mouthful, with tears streaming from his eyes. I don't know if it's because I have a lump in my throat or because I'm sad. About half an hour later. Kilometers away, Judge took his two sons out of the castle on the giant ship and looked at Loya's giant ship from a distance. After watching for a while, he asked his two sons doubtfully, IG and Reiju have been gone for a while, why haven't they returned yet? Why is this ship sent by Golden Lion parked there and not moving forward? I have prepared a dinner for them, and our family is finally reunited, haha. Judge said, reunion, just because he thought Sanji might still have value. Niji and Yongji heard this and said coldly, do you want us to go take a look? Don't let any accident happen. I don't know how Sanji, that loser, is doing now. Has his disease of the loser gotten better? Ah ha 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 ha. The two said mockingly. Judge pondered for a moment and then said, okay, you go and take a look. Niji and Yuji immediately chuckled, took off, and flew quickly towards Loya's ship. Advertisement. After a while, the two flew to the sky 200 meters away and saw two figures lying on the deck. This is IG. Why is IG lying there? As the other one Sanji. Immediately, the two fell towards the deck. What are you doing? The two of them stared blankly at IG, who was motionless with blood flowing from his mouth. Is he dead? A few minutes ago. In the room. Swallow it. Loya said with a smile. Reiju didn't dare to drink it, so 517 swallowed it obediently. Loya pinched her chin with satisfaction, kissed her forehead, and then led her to stand up. Sit on my lap. Loya smiled. Reiju glanced at Loya with twinkling eyes. Then he sat on it obediently. Do you regret it? After a long time, Loya asked. Reiju lowered his head, his eyes flickered, his expression was sad, and he said softly, Hate me? Loya asked with an inexplicable smile. Reiju's eyes flickered, but he did not dare to speak. Seeing that she didn't dare to speak, Loya said, how can I not hate you? After all, I killed one of your brothers. But you have to know, you asked for it. You want to hate me? No way. You have to hate yourself. Tears welled up in Reiju's eyes again. He turned away and raised his hand to wipe away the tears. After a pause, Loya continued. If I say that I can resurrect IG, but after the resurrection, he may lose part of his memory. Are you willing not to hate me and marry me? You can be resurrected. This is impossible. Reiju suddenly turned his head and looked at Loya in disbelief. Chapter 82. Germa's 3 core technologies. Please give me flowers and monthly votes. Deterioration, amnesia, brain shock. Loya grabbed Niji's head with one hand and Yuji's head with the other, and shouted secretly. Boom, boom. Immediately, the two fainted and fell to the deck. 30 meters away, Reiju watched Loya kill his two younger brothers in an instant, fear flashing across his face again. However, Loya just said before taking action that he would not kill them, but just let them sleep for a while. Immediately, she followed Loya's steps and came to IG. Can you really resurrect him? Reiju asked bitterly and expectantly. I want you to promise that you can't hate me, that you will always be loyal to me, that you will be obedient, listen to me, and please me like you did before. Loya looked into her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, if you promise me these, I will resurrect IG. Reiju looked into Loya's eyes, his eyes flickered for a moment, then he took a deep breath and nodded slowly. I am willing to promise. I will listen to you, be obedient, and make you happy. Seeing that she still refused to say the word, don't hate. Loya shook his head. Does that mean you still hate me? Reiju bit her lip and cried aggrievedly. How can I not hate you? But I will not retaliate against you, I dare not. Then what if you dare to do it in the future? Loya asked again. Quote. Reiju wiped his tears and didn't know what to say. Loya suddenly couldn't help laughing, reached out and touched her face, and said, okay, who made me horny, just hate me from the bottom of your heart. Isn't that enough if I make you dare not retaliate against me for the rest of your life? Haha. Loya looked at her tearful eyes, couldn't help but touched her head, laughed and cursed. You stinky BCH, stop crying. Lousy will treat you well in the future. Who made you so beautiful? And Lousy is so lustful. W. Immediately. Just put his hand on IG's body. Human beings are composed of various organs and tissues. But the real death of a person only depends on whether the brain is dead. Loya used deteriorated heart explosion to break IG's heart, but his brain would not die immediately. Advertisement. Instead, he fell into suspended animation. If the heart recovers in time and the blood is reoxygenated to the brain will slowly recover. Of course, the key lies in the word, timely. If it is not done in time, the suspended brain will slowly and truly die if it is deprived of oxygen for a long time. Reply heart healing. Reply brain cell healing. Reply blood proliferation. IG's heart had been broken for more than half an hour, and very few brain cells had begun to die. The most critical thing was the loss of blood flow. So Loya not only needs to restore the heart, but also restore the blood volume to normal. 1 minute later. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. IG coughed violently and slowly regained consciousness. Reiju covered his face with his hands in excitement and burst into tears. But this time, I was moved to tears after witnessing a miracle. Although he is alive, his brain is still slightly damaged and he will have temporary amnesia. And this temporary nature may last for decades. Also, Niji and Yongji, whose brains were injured by me just now, will also eat. Loya told the truth at this time. Reiju put down his hands and looked at him blankly. Later, I will destroy your father judge's hands and legs. In this way, Sanji will become the only person who can make the final decision in Vinsmoke. Let him take care of your 3 amnesiac brothers and your disabled father. Sanji no longer has to be controlled by his family. And I believe that with Sanji's personality, Germa will no longer be a mercenary or serve in wars, and will become a peaceful castle. And you, Reiju, come home with me and be my little wife. Do you think you can accept my treatment? Loya looked at Reiju with a smile. Reiju thought for a while. Although it would be very painful for his father to become disabled, Sanji is a kind child and will take good care of him. After the 3 brothers lost their memory, they were taken care of by Sanji. Sanji might teach them to be good. Advertisement. This ending, to some extent, is indeed a good thing. I can accept it. Reiju wiped her tears and was no longer sad. Even a little happy. After all, IG is resurrected, Sanji no longer needs to be ruthlessly controlled by his father, and the Germa kingdom is no longer a war machine. Then should you take the initiative to kiss me to express your gratitude to me? Loya looked into Reiju's beautiful eyes with a half smile. Reiju looked around for a moment, then looked at Loya shyly, slowly moved forward, and kissed the side of Loya's face gently. Loya glanced at her angrily. You kiss me so perfunctorily, I can't feel your sincerity. Otherwise, I'd better kill them all. No, no. Reiju heard this, said quickly, and jumped on Loya. I will kiss you well. I will be very good. Reiju whispered, then leaned on Loya and kissed Loya passionately. After kissing for 5 minutes, Loya suddenly picked her up and walked to the room. Not long after, in the room, a subtle and moving melody was heard intermittently, suppressing the sound. What happens after that? Loya, as she told Lei Zhao Zhao Hao Ju, degraded Judge's legs and hands, forcing him to make Sanji the new king of Germa, and handed over the authority to control the clone soldiers to Sanji. Of course, demon. Loya checked the memories in Judge's head and learned his core technology. Germa has 3 core technologies. 1. Genetic modification, exoskeleton technology. That is to say, the body is stronger than the alloy. 2. Cloning technology. It only takes 5 years for a cloned soldier to grow to 20 years old. 3. Shape memory armor. That is the Germa 66 battle suit. Among them, the invisible black uniform is very useful for Loya's next Black Death plan. Loya is going to use financial resources to build a machine and Yinjing can make this kind of suit. Then let Sebastian, Kanu and others wear this stealth suit to hunt down middle and low-level marine soldiers, causing chaos and fear. Chapter 83 Nami is jealous daily, can be ordered later. Incredible. When we wake up, Loya has an extra little wife. Ah, I'm so angry. Loya, this be asterisk D pervert. Ah. On the way back that night, in Nami and Robin's room, Nami scolded Loya angrily in front of Robin. Robin smiled and said, anyway, he can make you faint once in 3 minutes, and a few more will be able to share the firepower with you. Ah, Robin you. Nami rushed towards Robin with a red face and quickly covered her mouth. It's not fun to talk about, Sister Robin. Nami said aggrievedly, and after slowly letting go of Robin, she pouted and said. It's not just that kind of thing, I want Loya to spend more time with us. Look, at this time, he has been preparing late-night snacks for us and telling us stories a few days ago. I'm afraid he's still in another woman's bed tonight. Aren't you angry, Robin? Robin patted the book in his hand and said, I'm reading. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Nami put his head in his hands and grinned at old 047 for a while. Then his eyelids drooped and he walked to his work table in frustration. I'm so annoyed by that guy. I'm going to draw a sea map, so I don't care about that smelly guy. Even if he begs me tomorrow, I won't go to bed with him. Humph. Listening to Nami talking to himself, Robin covered his mouth and snickered. After a while, the room was silent. The only sounds left were the occasional sound of Robin turning the pages of the book, the rustling of Nami's pen on the paper, and the sound of waves lapping against the hull of the boat. Advertisement. Squeak. The door of the second girl's bedroom was suddenly opened. Hi, sisters, excuse me. Reiju opened the door politely with a smile, but did not walk in. Oh, hello. When Robin saw the visitor, he quickly closed the book, stood up, smiled and nodded. Nami, however, deliberately pretended not to hear and continued to immerse himself in drawing the sea chart. Check. Mr. Loya asked me to come over and call the two sisters to have supper on the deck. Reiju stood dignifiedly at the door and spoke softly with a ladylike temperament. Oh, and let me introduce myself. My name is Vinsmoke Reiju. I am Sanji's sister. The two sisters used to be Sanji's companions. If you don't mind, just call me Reiju from now on. The two girls have already asked about Reiju's identity from Loya's men. However, Loya's men never said much and only said that Reiju was Mr. Loya's wife who just married today, so the native girl did not know that Reiju was forcibly taken over by Loya. For this reason, Nico Robin was still a little ashamed of himself. At this time, he was quite surprised to see that the Princess Germa was so easygoing and even cautious. Ms. Reiju, I am Nico Robin, and that is Sister Nami. Please take good care of me in the future. Ah, Sister Robin, you are so elegant. Sister Reiju is such a sweet voice. When I see a woman, I can't help but want to get close to her. Balabala omitted 500 words. As soon as the two women met, they slapped each other's rainbow farts. Nami pinched the brush irritably. She didn't care whether she was a princess or not. It was because she was Sanji's sister that she didn't rush to tear Reiju's face apart. Aren't you having a midnight snack? Let's go quickly. Nami stood up and said something neutral. Sister Nami is having trouble with Mr. Loya. Advertisement. Robin leaned into Reiju's ear and explained in a low voice. But Reiju could tell that Nami was actually unhappy with her. The three girls came to the open-air bar on the stern deck. The table was filled with sumptuous food, and Loya was making alcoholic drinks at the bar. Sister Robin, please sit down. Reiju pulled out a chair for Robin. Ah, how dare you bother my sister? Seeing the two people so polite and affectionate tone. Nami snorted softly, pulled out a chair and sat down. Little Nami, who are you angry with? Loya glanced at Nami with no hint of joy or anger. At the same time, he brought the hot goat's milk wine to a tray and served it to the 10 beauties at the head of the table. Goat milk wine warms the stomach. As he said that, Loya took out 3 expensive mink cloaks of slightly different colors from the box on the side and put them on the shoulders of the 3 women respectively. It's windy and cold at night. While putting it on for Robin, Robin put his arm around Loya's neck, kissed Loya on the face, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, husband. She's so good. He works so hard. He works so hard." Nami is an old hermaphrodite. In one sentence, he clearly mocked Loya, implicitly mocked Reiju, and also insulted Robin. Loya dragged a chair and sat down between Reiju and Robin. He smiled and kissed Robin first, and then Reiju. Let's have some late-night snacks. I cook them all myself. Robin and Reiju both said, yes, with a smile, and then slowly enjoyed it with Loya. Loya helped the two women peel shrimps, peel crabs and remove the meat, and put them on their plates. Nami looked at her and stared straight at Loya, and her tears began to fall. Chapter 84 Pampering, daily, can be ordered later. Eccentric. Nami Gu Ying wiped her tears in self-pity and muttered softly. Loya glanced at her, smiled slowly, raised his hands and clapped them 3 times. Immediately, 2 men worked together to bring a large box. Loya stood up, took out 2 beautifully framed, thick, hard-covered books from the box, handed them to Nami, and said. These 2 books, one is a collection of maps of the known seas and land of the 4 seas and the Grand Line. There are more than 8,000 maps in total, and there are also a large number of parchment sheets from decades or even centuries ago. Picture. Some of the islands in Gutuli have disappeared due to various reasons, but they may still have some commemorative and reference value. So, these ancient maps have become antiques. Just one ancient map can be sold for millions or even tens of millions of belly. There are at least hundreds of ancient pictures like this in this album. Not counting the money I hired people to travel all over the world to help me collect travel expenses, accommodation expenses, labor expenses, etc. The other book is a collection of meteorological knowledge that I asked more than 100 meteorological experts from South Blue and Sky Island to compile from day 1. 11. Finally, in this box are hundreds of sailing travel notes and thousands of photos of island scenery that I sent people to collect. However, these are not only for you, but also for Robin. Upon hearing this, Nami took the 2 large books with both hands, said, it's so heavy, then put them on his knees and read them silently for a while. Loya picked up another orange on the table, peeled it open, removed the secant lines, took a piece with a knife and fork, and brought it to Nami's mouth. Nami blinked, opened his mouth and ate. Husband, these oranges are so sweet. Immediately, she placed the 2 large books on the corner of the table and looked at Reiju with a smile. Sister Reiju, you should also eat and see, these oranges are really sweet. Reiju watched Nami turn from anger to happiness and even spoke to her with a smile, but she was also a little reluctant to react. Advertisement. Oh, okay, I just want to eat some fruit to moisten my stomach. Yes, these oranges are indeed so sweet. Sister Robin, would you like to eat some too? She quickly ate a piece and said with a smile. The dining atmosphere that followed gradually became more enjoyable. Nami is also like Robin, exchanging a few rainbow farts with Reiju from time to time, and they seem to be having a lively chat. Under the table, Nami took off her shoes, raised a jade foot, and playfully rubbed Loya's thigh. Reiju remained calm on the surface and continued to smile and chat while eating, but secretly he noticed Nami's flirtatious moves towards Loya under the table. I couldn't help but think that it seemed that Mr. Loya's gift really touched Miss Nami's heart. Yes, even though they are just some books, the amount of manpower and financial resources required to write them is astonishing, and a lot of thought was obviously spent on them. When a woman follows a man, the most important thing she cares about is the word, valuation. Nami felt Loya's lingering affection for her, and then her anger turned into joy. After being satisfied, I was no longer annoyed with the newcomer, Reiju. Looking at Nami talking and laughing happily and doing things casually, Reiju inadvertently had an expectation suddenly appear in his mind. Mr. Loya, will you also put me at the top of your heart and dote on me? Spending the past few hours with Loya, Reiju was actually very surprised, and even had some hesitant surprises. Loya was really gentle and considerate towards her. Between holding hands, hugging, kissing, feeding, talking and laughing, she had a slight illusion of love. *TT. Advertisement. This is a life experience that she has never had before. After all, she has never been in love and has been fighting and killing for Germa. Moreover, she also knew that Nami and Robin, like her, were forcibly taken over by Loya. At this time, seeing the two girls getting along with Loya, Reiju really felt the atmosphere of love, and felt a little incredible in his heart. Especially Miss Nami's performance frequently surprised Reiju. How dare she be openly jealous and flirt with Loya? This was completely different from the image she had of a woman who was forcibly taken over, miserable and helpless and just trying to please him. She is clearly a little girl who is doted on. Miss Reiju? Miss Reiju? Nami shouted several times. Reiju suddenly came back to reality from his reverie. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Nami, what did you just say? I mean, you are the princess of the Kingdom of Germa, why are you willing to marry Loya? The Kingdom of Germa is a well-known powerful country in North Blue. I'm telling you, counting Robin and me, he has 4 wives, at least 4, maybe even Robin doesn't know it yet. Hearing this, Reiju looked at Nami blankly, feeling that this girl really dared to say anything. Oh, Reiju smiled awkwardly, I like Mr. Loya, I don't care about this. Robin's mind immediately flashed the words, political marriage, guessing it was the powerful alliance between the Golden Lion Pirates and the Kingdom of Germa. Nami rolled her eyes and thought, is Germa short of money? Did Loya give out tens of billions or hundreds of billions? That's my money? My money? Shao. Chapter 85. Get on the bus first and pay later, daily. Anyway, both women could see that Reiju's smile just now was a bit far-fetched and didn't seem to be true. Loya glanced at Reiju and explained for her, what I wanted to tell you is that after Sanji returned home, with my support, he directly inherited the throne. And as the older sister, Reiju has also reached the age to get married. I promised Reiju that I would give her a country within 5 years and let her be the queen of that country. Why, using this promise as a bride price, am I not worthy of marrying you? Hearing this, Reiju looked at Loya with wide eyes. I don't understand why Loya said these false things. And Nami Robin was 880, very surprised. Sister Reiju, does Loya really want to give you a country as a bride price? Wow, I immediately felt that the thing he gave me didn't smell good anymore. Nami said, surprised and slightly jealous. Reiju smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Loya looked at her with a smile. Why, don't you want to be the queen of a country? Loya has obtained Germa's 3 core technologies, and it will be easy to create another Germa. Mr. Loya, Reiju still didn't understand the meaning of Lu's words. If she hadn't felt that Loya was indeed capable of conquering a country and giving it to her, she would have thought that Loya was deliberately bragging in front of Nami Robin. Loya looked into Reiju's eyes. I mean it, get it? And if you're lucky, it might not take as long as 5 years, but within half a year, I might be able to give you a country. This? Reiju raised his hands and covered his mouth in surprise. Advertisement. Now she understands that Loya is really planning to give her a country. Just now she had some uncontrollable fantasies about whether Loya would dote on her as much as she doted on Nami, instead of treating her as a *X toy. Now, does this fleeting fantasy in my mind really seem to be becoming a reality? Calm down, Reiju. Mr. Loya probably just wants to show his strength, not because he loves you. Besides, this is just an unfulfilled promise. Who knows whether within the next 6 months, or within 5 years, you will suddenly get tired of being played, and be given to some powerful force by Mr. Loya as a bargaining chip in a transaction. Or, he just wants to coax you to work for him, life and death. Don't be deceived by this man's gentle tone, touching voice, and considerate actions. Reiju's eyes flickered several times, and he poured cold water on himself several times before calming down. Oh, thank you Mr. Luo. Reiju lowered his head and said politely. Seeing her tone, Loya knew that she still didn't trust him. Loya really wants to give Reiju a country and let her be the queen and take charge of national affairs. Of course, there are also some other selfish motives here. It is foreseeable that Snake Princess is a bigger jealous person than Nami. If Nami and Robin are also sent to 9 snakes, over time, there will definitely be big problems for both parties. The Sorbet Kingdom's decision to make Bonnie the queen may not be possible in the future, and even if it is, Bonnie is not familiar with Nami and Robin, and may not have a close relationship with them. But Reiju is different. Because of Sanji's relationship, Reiju will naturally be close to Nami and Robin. Therefore, Loya plans to create a country with her own hands and let Reiju be the queen. After all, she has the ability to take on this important task in terms of combat strength and wisdom. And arrange for Nami and Robin to stay with Reiju from now on. Advertisement in this way, the harem is stable. In the future, you will know that I never make false promises to my women. Besides, I don't like that you always call me Mr. Loya, it's a bit annoying. Remember, you are not my toy, you are the woman that I, Loya, love, unless, in your heart, you are unwilling to accept my love, you want to be a toy yourself. Loya turned away, picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, no longer looking at Reiju. Mr. Loya. Reiju looked at Loya blankly and found that he was not joking. Oh, no, husband. Husband. Reiju stepped forward and put his arms around Loya's arms. Is he sincere? He seems to really want to pamper me, Reiju? Reiju was really confused. She gently leaned her head on Loya's shoulder and whispered in a tearful voice. Husband, I was wrong. I believe you. I like you to pamper me very much, but I'm afraid it's fake. Don't be angry. When the 2 Nami Robin girls saw this, they looked at each other confused. After hearing this, Loya looked at Reiju 4.9, held her face in his hands, and kissed her on the lips. After a long time, the lips parted. Loya looked into her eyes. I want you to know that I not only want to get your person, but also want to get your heart. Here, you can feel completely at ease and relax, express your true feelings, even feel jealous, unhappy, scold me. Instead of pretending to be flattering, being hypocritical, and being afraid of me. I ignored your pleas before, and it was all done internally, not just for fun. I really want to have a few children with you, give you a happy little family. Advertisement Chapter 86. Determine your love, daily. Loya first. Husband. Reiju's eyes flickered and he was extremely shy. Don't you really just want to play with me? Or? Reiju glanced down and looked at the ground. You thought I had some value. That's why you deceived me. Her voice became quieter and quieter. You think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, with your little ability, you are no different from an insect. I can kill you with just one slap. It is not worth spending so much energy and words to coax you. Loya was telling the truth. If he really just wanted to use her combat power, he would just erase the memory like Kanu did, and forcefully brainwash her regardless of the damage to her brain. Oh. Reiju raised his head and glanced at Loya, then lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Nami and Robin saw something at this moment. Nami hurriedly said to Reiju. Sister Reiju, what are you afraid of him? This B**************** D has belittled you so much. If it were me, I wouldn't bite him to death. Robin also smiled. 24 Yes, Sister Reiju, no matter what, it's wrong for your husband to compare you to a bug. You should be angry with him. It doesn't seem to be a political marriage. Even if it is a political marriage, it is led by Loya and Sister Reiju is willing to compromise, Robin thought to himself. Why does Sister Reiju not look like she was married to Loya normally, but instead she looks like she was sold to Loya as a slave girl? With such trembling, it seems that the kingdom of Germa is really short of money. Even the princess has to be sold. Everything Nami thinks about must be related to money. Reiju glanced at the 2 girls in surprise. Loya looked at her. I think they are right. I have belittled you so much, why aren't you angry? Reiju looked at Loya in surprise. Then what should I do to be angry? As a woman who was strictly taught by her father to be a weapon of war since childhood. She doesn't even know how, as a woman, she should be coquettish and angry with a man who loves her. Advertisement Loya suppressed a smile and looked at Nami. Teach her. Okay. Nami shouted excitedly, jumped up, ran to Loya, picked up Loya's arm, and bit it hard. After biting and leaving a deep tooth mark, Nami did not forget to teach Reiju. I don't recommend hammering him with your hands, because it will hurt your hands, it's best to bite him. But don't bite him where there are a lot of bones, because that's where the teeth will grind. The teeth will be chipped. You have to bite specifically where there is flesh. It's more elastic there, and you don't have to worry about hurting it. This guy's skin is so strong. Oh, I understand. Reiju nodded blankly. Do you want to try it? Nami raised Loya's arm, put it in front of Reiju's face, and asked. Can I try? Reiju was unsure. Yes, he has compared you to a bug, of course you will bite him. Nami said quickly. Oh. Reiju looked at Loya's forearm and his eyes flickered. Nami is so experienced, but her experience is not suitable for me. My skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs are all harder than steel, not to mention the hardest teeth. Reiju thought to himself, slowly opened his mouth, and gently took a small bite on the back of Loya's hand. No, Sister Reiju, you don't have any momentum at all when you bite like this. It won't teach him a lesson. Advertisement Nami saw this and quickly corrected him. Reiju, on the other hand, bit the back of Loya's hand gently without letting go, his beautiful eyes rippled, and he looked straight into Loya's eyes. As they looked at each other, they felt the doting smile in Loya's eyes and a hint of inexplicable affection, which suddenly fell into Reiju's heart and turned into a seed called love. Ah! Reiju let out a soft cry, quickly let go of Loya's hand, turned around, and turned his back to Loya. She pressed her heart lightly with one hand, her heart pounding wildly, and two groups of deep red clouds appeared on her cheeks, secretly feeling ashamed. Nami looked at Reiju in confusion, but noticed something and calmed down. Robin saw everything with a smile on his face. Due to the misfortune of his native family, Reiju's personality is somewhat similar to Nico Robin. They are all somewhat resigned, not cheerful enough, have a strong sense of happiness, but are prone to worrying about gains and losses. What is different from Nico Robin is that her naturally powerful modified body, 000, makes her more confident and believes in her own strength than Nico Robin, and the long-term battle has given her an iron-blooded will and a military mindset. By instantly killing Iji's three younger brothers and resurrecting Iji's heaven-defying methods, Loya easily defeated Reiju's iron-blooded will. And then Reiju developed a strong feeling of fear and admiration for Loya. Coupled with being physically conquered by Loya, Reiju's subconscious has actually unknowingly developed a morbid obsession with powerful enemies after being conquered. It's just that she doesn't know it. The military mentality means absolute obedience to the superior, so after surrendering to Loya, she obeyed Loya's orders and did not dare to offend Loya's authority at all. She was even more surprised by Nami, who repeatedly offended Loya. Now, after biting Loya's hand, the thrill of offending the superior, coupled with the doting and affirmative look in Loya's eyes when she looked at her, immediately brought her to a psychological climax. Often, this psychological peak may be the feeling of love in the eyes of some people. Chapter 87 Roger's Remnants in the Red Group, please give me flowers and monthly votes. Let's continue having supper. Loya doesn't fully understand Reiju's psychological changes, but it can be seen that Reiju should be able to accept his love. Next, the four people eating late-night snacks became silent. 10 minutes later, are you full? Robin asked Nami quietly. Nami nodded. Robin immediately took Nami's hand, smiled at Loya and said, Husband, our sisters have been tortured a lot by you during the day, so I won't accompany you tonight. Let Sister Reiju spend the night with you. As she spoke, she winked at Reiju. Hey, Sister Robin. Nami is not as generous and knowledgeable as Robin. After all, given her age, she still has a girlish nature. Why, Nami, are you itchy again so soon? Robin laughed at her in a condescending manner. Ah, Sister Robin, you are so evil. Nami quickly covered Robin's mouth and followed Robin angrily away. After the two girls returned to the room, Loya held Reiju in his arms, and the two looked at the sea quietly. Are you sleepy? Loya asked softly after a long time of warm moments. Reiju said, softly. Then let's go back to the room and rest? Loya asked again. I listen to you, husband, she whispered softly like a kitten. Then later. You give me a B asterisk 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 first. I quite like you giving me a B asterisk 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 asterisk. Loya picked her up with a chuckle and walked towards the bedroom. Reiju did not resist, but followed Loya's instructions during the day. He was willing, even obsessed, and took the initiative to serve the man who had stolen his heart. One day later, the ruins of the GR Rip-Off Bar at number 13, Sabayati Archipelago. A tall, long-haired old man wearing sunglasses placed a bouquet of small sunflowers and orchids on the stone steps. Old guy, have a good trip, advertisement after saying something softly. The long-haired old man turned around and sat on the stone steps, lying down on his back. Haha, didn't Roger say? He won't die. Why can't you wait until the day you see him again? The old man murmured with a smile. I do not know how long it has been. There was rustling footsteps in the distance. Mr. Jabba, you're fine. Hey, Mr. Jabba. Look who we met on the way. A group of old guys came over laughing. And beside the group of old guys, there was also a group of middle-aged people who were also laughing. The first one has red hair, 3 diagonal scratches on his left eye, and is wearing a black cloak. Although his height is not obvious among the crowd, he is particularly eye-catching. Hey, old guys, you are finally here. Copper Jabba sat up, and after speaking to the old men, he looked at the red-haired middle-aged man and the guys with particularly powerful auras surrounding the red-haired man. The little devils are really becoming more and more like us back then. It's really a new generation replacing the old ones. Mr. Jabba is too modest. In my opinion, Mr. Sao is as strong as ever. The red-haired Shanks stopped, smiling lightly but full of inexplicable hockey. Jabba glanced at Shanks' severed arm. The things you bet on in the new era seem to have been taken away by the remnants of the old era. Ah, Mr. Jabba is talking about Golden Lion Shiki. I came here just to find him. The red-haired Shanks said calmly, it's quite legitimate to ask someone to return something if you take it. Hearing this, the corner of Jabba's mouth slowly curved up. That's the man who almost lost his temper when he pitied Roger. Almost. Shanks didn't care at all, it's just a difference between heaven and earth. You're a little too loud, kid, Jabba laughed, because the storm has arrived, Shanks said. Advertisement Jabba raised his eyebrows. Oh, the Dorag of the Revolutionary Army? After a pause, Tien Ba asked, has he found the location of the Golden Lion? Shanks said, then raised his hand and took a bouquet from his companion, a mixed bouquet of small sunflowers and orchids. He took this bouquet of flowers, walked to the stone steps, and put it together with the flowers Jabba had placed before. Mr. Jabba, do you think the one who killed Mr. Rayleigh was also the Golden Lion? Shanks said. What do you mean, don't you think it's him? Jabba noticed the meaning of Shanks' words and asked. Hey, wait. I didn't seem to say that Rayleigh was killed, right? Jabba said doubtfully, I'm just informing you that the lifecard Rayleigh placed here with me suddenly burned out. If Conquerors didn't have the second stage of awakening, he would generally not die of illness. I saw Mr. Rayleigh half a year ago and his vital signs were very good. Shanks said something that Jabba couldn't understand. With his knowledge, it is easy to foresee the future, and he has almost reached the level of transparent world. If Loya were here, he would definitely understand what he just said. Actually, you also suspected that Mr. Rayleigh was killed, so you called everyone together, didn't you? Shanks said something while looking at the old guys surrounding Jabba. The remnants of the Roger pirates, over time, their breath may no longer be sharp, but it has not weakened much. Even a few who are slightly younger are at the end of their peak period, in their 50s. Because a while ago, Rayleigh called me and said that the boy wearing Roger's straw hat was about to arrive at his place. Jabba said, he told me excitedly that he was planning to have a good exchange with this straw hat. Unexpectedly, less than a month later, his lifecard suddenly burned out. Of course I suspected that there was something fishy about his death. Let's go, let's ask Golden Lion. Hear what he has to say with your own ears. Shanks said simply and casually, then turned around lightly. Step away, haha, this hockey is really not inferior to Roger at all. Looking at Shanks' back, Jabba couldn't help but murmured to himself. Chapter 88. 3 big bosses confront Golden Lion. Please give me flowers and monthly votes. Chingfeng. The hot air balloon blew the remnants of the Roger regiment and the cadres of the Red regiment onto the flying battleship Golden Lion. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened. Hey, what an incredible posture, look who I saw. Chingfeng immediately turned into a human figure and stood between the two people at the front. Mr. Shiki, you captured my son, Munkid Luffy. If he did anything to offend Mr. Shiki, I, as a father, hope to atone for his sins. Dorag raised his eyes and looked sharply at the Golden Lion 100 meters away at the gate of the castle. However, if possible, I hope the old gentleman can return Luffy to me. If so, I will be grateful. What that guy Loya said is true. Dorag from the Revolutionaries, red-haired Shanks from the Four Emperors, and even Roger's remnants are here too. Why is Jabba leading the team? Where is that old guy Rayleigh? Golden Lion Shiki believes that he can't lose to anyone in the world in a one-on-one match, but facing the current lineup, he secretly feels a lot of pressure. Oh, Mr. Dorag. You're a little late, I've already given Luffy to Marine. Golden Lion said with a playful smile, if you could have come earlier, I would definitely give you face and hand that boy back to you, it's a pity. Hearing this, a murderous look flashed in Dorag's eyes. Oh, by the way, there is a historian named Nico Robin on Straw Hat Boy's ship. Do you want 293? I heard that this woman is the only one in the world who can interpret historical texts. Is this true? Golden Lion Shiki suddenly added with another smile. As this guy, holding Nico Robin hostage? Dorag thought with a focused look in his eyes. Okay, Senior, if you can return Nico Robin, Junior Shanks, in the name of 4 emperors, I will accept this favor from you. Shanks said with a smile. Hey, this is no coincidence, my ship's doctor happened to be taking Nico Ronin on vacation. And I made an agreement with the ship's doctor. In order to thank him for curing my stubborn illness, Nico Robin was given to him to be his woman. In order to return Nico Robin to you, I have to find my ship's doctor and ask him if he is willing to let him go. Golden Lion Shiki said and took out a phone bug. The call was made. Jabba snorted coldly and asked, Shiki, did you kill my old brother Rayleigh? Advertisement. Ah, Shiki was stunned when he heard this. Rayleigh. Is he dead? You don't know about this. Jabba raised his chin. Wait a minute, the call is connected. Just in time, maybe my ship's doctor will know about your problem. Shiki said, then turned to the phone and said, Brother Loya, the 4 emperors Shanks, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, all came to me to ask for Nico Robin. In addition, Mr. Copper Jabba, the remnant of Roger's party, also asked me about Rayleigh. How do you think I should answer them? There seemed to be a soft smile on the other end of the phone. Immediately, a calm voice with a smile came out. Robin is my wife. She is a person with free will. You have to kill me to take her away. Besides, the Rayleigh you are talking about is also my father-in-law who just passed away. Sha Shaoqi, the daughter of Rayleigh's father-in-law and Shaki's mother-in-law, was specially entrusted to my care by Shaki's mother-in-law before she died. When Jabba and Shanks heard this, they both felt like it was nonsense. When did Rayleigh have a daughter? Then I heard another voice on the other end of the phone. By the way, why don't you let Sha Shaoqi communicate with them? They are all old acquaintances and friends of his father during his lifetime. Seeing these people, maybe we can help Shaoqi regain some memories. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion Shiki immediately had a large video phone bug brought in. Then, on the daughter's island side, Loya received a call and began to dial the Golden Lion's image phone bug. The video is connected, understood as video call. Yes, come, sit here, my brother just called and said that he has some old acquaintances of your father, so that you can share their memories. A beautiful young woman with silver hair and brown skin, holding a woman with long black hair, sat on the stool in the opposite image. Shaky. When Jabba saw Cebj, this woman, he immediately called out her name in surprise. No, she is so young. It's not Sha Xian. The red-haired Shanks was completely stunned when he looked at the young version of Shaki in the video. Hello, uncles and uncles. Sha Xiaoqi was a little shy, so she raised her hand and waved to Jabba, Shanks and others opposite the image. Are you Rayleigh and Shaki's daughter? Jabba's eyes widened, almost sticking his eyeballs into the image phone bug, and he asked with disbelief on his face. Ah, yes, right. I have lost my memory. I can't remember the past. Advertisement. Sha Xiaoqi said with a touch of sadness. Ix. Jabba couldn't laugh or cry. Shanks narrowed his eyes. It's so weird. Rayleigh has such a big daughter, but she hasn't told us for so many years. This is so ridiculous. However, the woman with the eyes looks so much like Sha. Anyone who sees her will recognize her as Shaki's daughter. Could it be a person with clone fruit ability, or a person with nine tails fox ability, a species of phantom beast? Shanks thought. No, this generation of clone fruit power users and nine tails fox power users should not be able to reproduce Shaki's appearance when he was young. This woman has only two possibilities. Either Shaki himself has become younger, or it's Shaki's daughter. Shanks thought. But no matter which way it is, the other party has this girl as a hostage. We can't take action against the Golden Lion pirates easily. Let's go, Jabba. Shanks knew that there was nothing he could do, so he said something to Jabba and turned around without hesitation. Jabba was a little lost, but he also understood the truth about Rayleigh's death, and he couldn't delve deeper into it now. The remnants of the red-haired group and Roger's group left just as quickly as they came. Only one Dorag was left to confront the Golden Lion. Why, Mr. Dorag, do you have anything else you would like to advise? Golden Lion looked at Dorag with a smile. Brother Loya is awesome. When did he capture Rayleigh's daughter? Ha ha ha. When Jabba and Shanks left, I really wanted to laugh when I saw those livid faces. Shaki thought with a smile to himself. Senior Shaki, I would also like to remind my seniors that if there is a chance, we will rid the world of a giant thief like you. I, Dorag, will not miss it. After all, Dorag was still afraid of Nico Robin being in the opponent's hands. After saying these words, he flicked his sleeves and disappeared into a gust of blue wind. B*********** D Dorag. I will kill you. Golden Lion clenched his fists and veins popped out on his forehead. From him burst forth wisps of Conqueror's black thunder. Chapter 89 5 Elders. Secret Execution. Please give me flowers and monthly tickets. After venting his anger for a while, the Golden Lion returned to the castle and dialed Loya's phone number. I heard they said Rayleigh was dead. Was it you who killed him? How is it possible, my old man? Rayleigh was old, sick and died. I went to find Rayleigh, but I only found his woman and daughter. His woman was also very sad. When I found her, she was almost exhausted. When I was tired, I took away Rayleigh's H-group girl. Gia ha 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 ha, well done. With Rayleigh's daughter in our hands, Shanks and Jabba are very afraid of her. Ah, just in time. After encountering this, I thought about it. Nico Robin can't be put on the Golden Lion, I have to hide it secretly. Loya said. When Shaki heard this, his eyes flickered, a little suspicious of Loya, but soon he laughed. Yes, brother, you are thoughtful. This Dorag can turn into wind. It is probably this person who has found my location. I really need to be on guard against this guy. It's best if you hide Nico Robin. Dorag cares about the only woman in the world who can decipher the text of history. After a pause, Shaki said again, I went to make an alliance with Germa. Is there any result? Fortunately, I have fulfilled my destiny. I brought back Germa's princess. Impel-downed Magellan has met his nemesis. Loya said with a smile. Of course, Loya can also detoxify himself, but he is only a healing fruit power user and does not have the ability to detoxify. Gia ha 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 ha, well done. Brother Loya, I really appreciate your ability more and more. With the princess of Germa, our impel-down operation will be done as a matter of course ha 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 ha. That's right, Loya agreed with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Golden Lion looked at the sky, anger reappearing on his face. Damn Dorag, damn Shanks, you dare to bully me. Golden Lion is now alone, right? Wait until I gather the strong men from Impel Down and surround them. I'm going to give you some color to see. Gotta investigate that Loya. After the red-haired group returned to the ruins of the 13GR rip-off bar, the red-haired Shanks said. Loya, is that the Golden Lion's ship's doctor? Jabba said. Yes, I seem to have some impression of this name. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Shanks frowned. Is it Loya, the famous doctor from Grand Line? Ben Beckman reminded. Huh, Shanks was startled. Loya, the famous doctor from the Grand Line, is that him? The name sounds the same, but isn't he close to Marine? How did he get involved with the Golden Lion? Together. Advertisement. Isn't it common for camps to change? Beckman said calmly. The ship's doctor, the famous doctor, they are all doctors, and they are all called Loya. It seems that there should be no mistake. Shanks murmured. After a pause, Shanks added. However, what I'm worried about right now is between Beard and Marine, and the Blackbeard teach who left scars on my eyes. But now Luffy has also been given to Marine by the Golden Lion. It's really a mess. After Loya hung up the phone with Golden Lion, his expression darkened. Dorag, Garp, if this father and son team up, I really don't know what kind of energy they can unleash. Not just Garp and Dorag, but also the influence of these two people. As a Marine hero, Garp is a good friend of Marshal Sengoku and has a very high prestige among Marines. Dorag also made a lot of friends, and he was also the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Several of his commanders were very powerful, as well as Sabo, a fierce general. I was hesitant before. With the power I have now, it wouldn't be too risky to trap and kill one of the Garp father and son. Because if you want to trap one of them, it may affect the power behind them, so it is not just a problem that Loya faces one of them, but a problem with all the power controlled by both parties. Now it seems that we have to trap and kill one of them first. Taking some risks is also to make a better plan for the future. Let's booby trap Garp. The summit war is about to happen, and the other top Marines should be able to escape. Quote. Besides, I don't know if Garp will really be able to fight against Akainu if he learns that Akainu has captured his grandson. How about? Loya made a decision in her heart. 2 days later. Loya and his party returned to Sabayati. Loya asked Kanu and others to drive a Buster Call class battleship to escort Nico Robin to Nine Snake Island, leaving Nami and Reiju in the Sabayati villa. He took Sebastian and Bluno, the gate fruit user whose brainwashing was finally completed, and left on a speedboat. The brainwashing of Bluno and the brainwashing of Kanu are completely two different situations. Kanu, after erasing his memory, used high-strength drugs to violently brainwash him regardless of the damage to his brain, so the effect was very fast, and the consequence was that he lost most of his language skills and most of his ability to actively analyze things. Please give me flowers. Turned into a fighting madman who only executes Loya's orders. Bluno's door fruit ability is very important. He must retain his intelligence, clear brain cognitive ability, and active judgment of the situation. Therefore, Bluno's brainwashing not only did not erase his memory, but also did not damage his brain. It is equivalent to implanting a second personality into Bluno and completely occupying and swallowing the first personality. Advertisement. The time spent was as long as 2 weeks before it was initially completed. In order to prevent the first personality from reviving, brainwashing will need to be repeated from time to time in the future. But it is enough to use it now. The next day. Naval Headquarters. UB ********** D Sakazuki, you're trying to ignore me. You're saying you don't know what I'm talking about. 0. Garp walked down the corridor angrily. 3 days ago, he received a secret phone call from his son Dorag and learned that Marine had received his grandson Luffy. In the past few days, he had been unable to hold himself back and wanted to kill the Golden Lion. After all, Straw Hat Luffy was captured by Golden Lion that day, and there was a lot of commotion. Reporters in Sabayati took many photos from a distance, so no one knew about the news that Golden Lion had returned to the world and captured the Straw Hat Boy. But who would have known that Golden Lion had secretly handed Vice Admiral's grandson Luffy over to Marine? Garp tested Sengoku, but Sengoku didn't know about it. I tested Aokiji and Kizaru, but they were also confused. Only when he tested Akainu, he was very calm. Garp then concluded that the matter of secretly taking away his grandson Luffy from the Golden Lion must have something to do with Akainu. And in fact it is indeed the case. When Golden Lion gave Luffy to Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider under Akainu, he also sent a letter to Jian. This letter was written by Loya. It clearly explains Luffy's identity, as well as Luffy's Devil Fruit's real name, and Luffy's high possibility of awakening the fruit. And reminded Akainu that the contents of the letter need to be reported directly to the 5 elders. Sakazuki has long known Luffy's identity, but Sengoku has such a good relationship with Garp that even wearing a pair of underwear prevents Sakazuki from catching Luffy himself. After reading the letter, he decided not to report it to Sengoku. He secretly detained Luffy and notified the 5 elders. The instructions given to Akainu by the 5 elders were: Moncade Luffy. Secret execution. Execute immediately. Chapter 90 Assassination Elite Marine Vice Admiral, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Marine Vice Admiral Doberman, a veteran hawk, is known as the most loyal, fighting dog, in the Akainu Sakazuki family. He is also an extremely radical presence among the already very radical hawkish generals. As a capable general with rich combat experience and strong will, this person and Ghost Spider are regarded by the Dove generals as the right-hand man of the hawk leader Sakazuki. Just 2 hours before Garp left Akainu's office, in this heavily guarded naval headquarters, an unknown assassination of Vice Admiral Doberman took place. Doberman, who had just finished handling military affairs, returned to his office and sat down. The solid wall behind him was silently pushed open with a 163 door. Yes, a door that was pushed open appeared on the solid wall that was supposed to have no door. Doberman, who was seeing the Grand Master, had just noticed it and was about to turn his head to look behind him when he felt a hand on his shoulder. The next moment, Doberman was horrified to find that his limbs were paralyzed. However, Doberman, who was experienced in combat, immediately realized that he was being attacked by some unknown fruit ability. Immediately mobilize the powerful armament Haki contained in the body and have been tempered for a long time to resist the paralysis of the limbs caused by Devil Fruit's ability. At the same time, he opened his mouth and prepared to shout. But he was even more horrified to find that his voice was completely mute and he couldn't make any decent roar at all. Then, his entire body was pulled back by that hand. Immediately afterwards, Doberman was dragged into a green space. There was a blue-skinned fish man who was over 7 meters tall, a young man with short black hair who was about 2 meters tall, and a burly man with horns in a black suit. Appeared in Doberman's field of vision. Advertisement. The blue-skinned fishman immediately opened a long, empty box. Roar. As Doberman's powerful armament hockey exploded, he finally expelled the image of Devil Fruit's ability and let out a loud roar. At the same time, his limbs also regained their mobility. But even so, Doberman's movements were still not as fast as that of the young man with short black hair. He pulled out the black lightning blade and inserted it straight into Doberman's heart. But as a fighting dog, Doberman will try his best to bite the enemy at any time. While being stabbed in the heart by the young man's sword, Doberman also fought hard and hit the young man's face with emission hockey's fist. He is truly a capable Marine Vice Admiral. But the power of youth seems to be far beyond Doberman's imagination. After receiving a punch from his powerful emission hockey, the young man was only knocked back 10 meters, with no obvious injuries on his face. Doberman covered the wound at his heart, not wanting to fight at all. He quickly looked up, down, left, and right, trying to find a way to escape from this green space. But what he saw surprised him. It was a strange place. It was in his office. However, this space was shrouded in green light, making the scene in his office unreal. Is it a Devil Fruit ability that is a space-type ability? Boom. Before Doberman could think any more, the blue-skinned fish man punched Doberman on the back of the head with overwhelming force and knocked him to the ground. Advertisement. Then, with an almost terrifying wrist strength, the fish man violently grabbed his head and lifted it up from the ground. At the same time, the young man with short black hair, carrying a brushed black sword in his hand, stabbed Dao Boyan again and pierced Dao Boyan's lungs. This time, Doberman's vitality finally began to slowly pass away. I didn't expect that killing a Marine Vice Admiral would be so laborious. But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, if I use Hockey who is too powerful, I will destroy the extra-dimensional space created by the power of the Gate Fruit. The assassination operation will become an open killing, which is equivalent to the failure of the operation. Loya said, raised his hand and put it on the dying Doberman, and activated reply, but it only healed the wounds on the surface of Doberman's body and used it to read Doberman's memory. Well, this person didn't leave a life card, so you can kill him directly. Hearing this, Sebastian used his palms to crush Doberman's head. He threw his body into the empty box and locked it. The powerful Marine Vice Admiral Doberman was assassinated by Loya in Naval Headquarters. Dare to assassinate a powerful Marine Vice Admiral in Naval Headquarters. The key is Bluno's ability, the Gate Fruit user. Eagle Eye, Dracula Mahawk, has been summoned to Marine Part 4.1. Next, Sebastian, you will transform into Doberman and lead a team to drive a battleship to Cry Island. As you command, Master. Loya raised his hand and put it on Sebastian, activated temporary optimization transformation technique, and transformed Sebastian into Doberman. Loya nodded to Bluno again, and Bluno immediately raised his hand and opened an air door. Sebastian, who transformed into Doberman, walked into Doberman's office through the air door. Then, as Doberman, he hurriedly led several hundred meters of his direct subordinates to board the Marine warship and sailed away from the naval headquarters. Chapter 91. Trapping Garp, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Now, a corridor in naval headquarters. Garp left Akainu's office angrily. When they turned a corner, a Marine soldier suddenly appeared, thrust a small piece of white paper into Garp's hand, and whispered. Doberman left naval headquarters 2 hours ago on Sakazuki's orders to secretly execute Mond Luffy. If you don't catch up now, I'm afraid you will never see your grandson again. This small piece of paper is Doberman's life card. With it, you can track Doberman. Garp's eyes widened and he was sweating coldly as he stared at this Marine soldier who had lowered the brim of his hat and had never seen him before. After the Marine soldier finished speaking quickly, he didn't stop at all and left the place quickly. Garp held this small piece of paper and stood still for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and walked quickly in one direction. In green space, the Marine soldier who stuffed the small piece of paper into Garp turned back into 24 Loya. Master, will Garp really take the risk and violate his position as a Marine to save his grandson, the pirate Luffy? Bluno asked. Yes, it will definitely happen. Even so, Loya is not entirely sure. An interesting point is that the rhetoric Loya used to lure Garp into a trap coincided with the order given to Akainu by the 5 elders. Secret execution of Moncade Luffy. Only the 5 elders and Akainu know about this. Okay, let's follow Garp and see if he will follow Sebastian. Loya said. Advertisement. The small note he stuffed into Garp was, of course, not Doberman's life card, but Sebastian's. The two of them walked in the green space. Bluno asked again. If Garp calls his apprentice Aokiji, or several powerful Marine Vice Admirals, to chase Sebas together, Master, will you still want to fight Garp? Probably not. Loya's expression remained unchanged, but it's not completely impossible. If Aokiji is really brought along, this operation to trap and kill Garp will not be done for a reason. But if it's just a few powerful Marine Vice Admirals, I still have to give it a try. After a while, in the green extra-dimensional space, after seeing Garp's actions, Blueno's expression changed. He told Vice Admiral he everything. Calm down. Loya closed his eyes and recuperated his energy. Are you really not going to tell Sengoku? Suru asked with a solemn expression in Vice Admiral's office. Don't tell me. That guy is too troublesome. And Sakazuki has the guts to do things around Sengoku. If I don't know about this, that's fine. But now that I know it, I can't just watch my grandson being executed. Garp looked ferocious. Actually, I feel that this matter is very suspicious. If Luffy is to be executed secretly, why not leave here instead of naval headquarters? Suru still wanted to persuade. But Garp was so distraught that he couldn't listen to it at all. Is it possible that someone specially set up a trap to trap me? Garp sneered, his eyes filled with black lines, and his fists clenched loudly. I hope so. Let's go, Suru. Garp then waved his hand, turned around and left Suru's office. Advertisement. Green extra-dimensional space. We really went. Blueno cheered up. Garp doesn't seem to be planning to bring anyone else with him. He's just bringing his direct subordinates. Loya opened his eyes and smiled. Very good. Then tonight is Garp's death anniversary. In Loya, Blueno tracked Garp, boarded the kobold, and left the naval headquarters. Suru always felt uneasy. She took out a box from the drawer with Garp's name written on it. She immediately made a phone call. A moment later, Marine Vice Admiral Guion, a dove and powerful marine, walked into Suru's office. Sister, Guion greeted Suru warmly. Sister Guion, I'll shoot you. Suru opened the box, took out a piece of white paper, and handed it to Guion. This is Garp's life card. I want to ask you to bring Mr. Garp back. 7:30 If Mr. Garp is really lured into a trap, with your ability, my sister believes that you and Garp can handle all crises together. Suru is very confident in Guion's strength. In her opinion, Guion is qualified to serve as Marine Admiral. It's just that the current 3 Marine Admirals are all very outstanding among the Marine Admirals of all generations, so they appear to be slightly inferior to Guion and Cassie. Moreover, the total number of Marine Admirals in the past was only 3 people, so Guion and Kate could only stay in the position of Marine Vice Admiral for many years. Guion took Garp's life card in surprise, and opened his beautiful eyes in confusion. What happened to Mr. Garp? I won't tell you the specific matter. After catching up with Garp, if he is willing to tell you, you will naturally know. Suru didn't say much, because whether this incident is true or not, it means that Garp has violated Marine's just position. Okay, I'll go now. Guion put away Garp's life card, hugged Suru, and set off immediately. Chapter 92 The Scream That Cracks the Sky. Please give me flowers and monthly tickets. After more than 10 hours of sailing at full speed, the battleship, Doberman, finally arrived at Krikon Island. Vice Admiral, what kind of secret mission did you bring us here suddenly? Commodore, Doberman's immediate supervisor, felt that Doberman's breath and behavior were a bit strange today. Roronoa Zoro is on this island. I want you to go to the island immediately to search and arrest this Zoro. Doberman ordered with a fierce look on Commodore's face. Got it. Commodore immediately brightened up when he heard Roronoa Zoro's name. I secretly thought to myself that Doberman, Vice Admiral, is awesome. It turned out that he got information about a big fish. Zoro's bounty exceeds 100 million. This level may not be a big deal in the New World, but this is the first half of the Grand Line. Most of the New World is the territory of the 4 emperors. Most of the pirates with a bounty of over 100 million are under the command of the 4 emperors. However, the Marine Vice Admiral level does not have the power to go to war with the forces of the 4 emperors. Therefore, most of the targets that Marine Vice Admiral and below can catch on their own are just small fish worth tens of millions of belly. Therefore, Zoro, a new generation of pirates who has become famous, is a rare big fish in their eyes. Come with me. Turn this island upside down. If we don't catch Roronoa Zoro tonight, none of us will be able to sleep. Commodore roared and rushed to the island with 800 fully armed marine soldiers. Everyone go to the island. Everyone go to the island. No one is left on the boat. Let me catch that Zoro. Doberman saw that there were still some marine soldiers left behind, so he waved and shouted orders. And when there was no one on the battleship, Doberman then came to the bottom of the cabin, and punched a huge hole in the bottom of the boat with his armed iron fist several times. Then, Doberman plunged into the sea water. Not long after Commodore led the marine soldiers into the island, they were attacked by a group of armed orangutans. This kind of chimpanzee is called human imitator. Among them, the best ones have watched Hawkeye practice swordsmanship, and can fight with Zoro without losing immediately. Moreover, because of the tragic war that took place on this island, the smoke caused by artillery persisted for years, forming a heavy fog that enveloped the entire island. Advertisement. After the marine soldiers entered the island, they had no idea that their warship was slowly sinking into the sea. After an hour, a dog-headed battleship quickly approached here. Mr. Garp, there is a marine warship in the port, most of which has sunk into the sea. Ah, I saw it. Garp opened his eyes wide. Okay, now it seems that maybe it's really a game against me. Haha, I would like to see who is the person who specially set up a trap for me. Garp saw the clues, but he was not surprised or angry, but became happy. Because he feels that if this is the case, his grandson Luffy should still be safe. Mr. Garp, This island is Cricana Island, where the Shichibukai Eagle Eye is stationed. Oh, isn't Hawkeye at Naval Headquarters? When Garp heard that this was where Hawkeye was stationed, Garp's first thought was, is the setup related to Hawkeye? But he immediately remembered that Hawkeye had been summoned and arrived at Naval Headquarters today. No need for Garp to think anymore. A terrifying sword energy rose from inside the dog-headed battleship. In an instant, the entire battleship was split into two halves. And one end of the terrifying sword energy struck Garp directly and accurately. Drink. Garp shouted loudly with eyes wide open. He never expected that the person who planned to kill him would be hiding on his ship. This person is so bold. While Emission Hockey defended himself against the sword attack, a thought arose in Garp's mind. Why didn't my knowledge predict this future? Advertisement. Conquerors, kill on sight. Because, ha 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 ha. Garp laughed wildly, jumped up, and reached out to grab the chain handle of a huge iron box on the deck next to him. Buzzing buzzing. This time, another sword energy shot straight and concentrated towards Garp. The sword energy tore through the air and made a terrifying scream. Drink. Garp shouted loudly, grabbed the chain, and swung the huge iron box of who knows how many tons. Boom. The sword energy collided with the huge iron box, but it was unable to split it. Is it mixed with sea stone? A figure flew out of the battleship that was split in half and slowly tipped towards the sea. Staring at the huge iron box in Garp's hand. No one's weapon would be an iron box. What should be inside it? Huge. Loya speculated. Garp stared, staring at Loya's figure in midair. Who the hell is this person? Hey, kid, are you setting up a trap to kill the old man? Garp stood firmly on the sinking battleship, his eyes full of black lines, and asked in a deep voice. Ah, that's right, the immortal thing. Loya smiles ferociously, showing his murderous intent. In midair, a sword was swung down, and the sword energy formed a net, instantly splitting the sinking ship into thousands of pieces. Chapter 93 Garp, IQ Online, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Garp feet a little. Carrying a huge iron box weighing dozens of tons, it swept towards the port of Cricana Island at an extremely alarming speed. Terrifying power and speed. Loya was in midair, diving in pursuit. Although he despised Garp strategically, Loya did not dare to despise him tactically. Just the terrifying power and speed displayed by Garp carrying dozens of tons of weight, surpassing the Marine Admiral, fully demonstrate the terrifying strength of Garp. Before Loya crossed over, there are always some people who are too extreme in their analysis of Garp's strength. Beehive Island fought half of the Blackbeard pirates alone. When the war first started, Garp's strength was blown to the sky. But after Garp was killed in the plot and lost to half of the Black group headed by Aokiji, a large number of people appeared and laughed at Garp, thinking that he was just an ordinary admiral. Some even thought that Garp could not beat the admiral. Audiences with a little more sense should be able to see that when fighting Aokiji alone, Garp easily overwhelmed Aokiji. Whether it was speed or strength, he instantly gained the upper hand, leaving Aokiji unable to fight back. But Aokiji is not fighting Garp alone. There is still half of the Black group's fighting strength. Asaro Pizarro, the Island Fruit User, Big Wine, Basque Chote 607, San Juan Wolf, and Shiryu of the Rain. Oda made a mistake. In order to speed up the progress of the plot, the manga simplified the battle process of the Black group, and did not draw the strength of these characters at all, making them look like they were just playing tricks. Especially Shiryu of Rain, which only showed one scene of assassinating Kirby and Garp blocking the knife. To understand the positioning of Shiryu of Rain, he is a great swordsman who can defeat Zoro, the fire scourge of the beasts. There is a high probability that he is also a great swordsman who can entangle conquerors on his sword. The strength is comparable to that of Marine Admiral. The other three are at least capable of defeating the elite Marine Vice Admiral. The Grandmaster has the ability to see, have weapons, and has fruit abilities. No matter how strong Garp is, he can't kill these people with one move. They move one move at a time, and after one move with Garp, they take a break, switch to another person, or rush forward in a swarm. It is said that two fists are no match for four hands, and the master will be killed by random punches. Having more people is an advantage. Back to business. Garp carried a huge iron box and swept it to the port. After landing, he broke it open with his big hand and opened the box. Then he quickly grabbed the iron ball bomb in the box with both hands. Saba. Advertisement. Fist bone meteor swarm. Boom 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 boom. The cannonballs emitted sonic booms directly in the air and were thrown into the lure at supersonic speeds. Loya's knowledge and color, combined with Garp's Conqueror's knowledge, cannot predict Garp's actions. But this does not mean that seeing, hearing and color cannot be used at all. However, it cannot be used on Garp himself. But the trajectory of these incoming shells can still be captured by sight. Are there just shells in the box? This doubt flashed through Loya's mind. Because in Loya's view, if it were just some artillery shells, they would not be worthy of a battle of their level. Loya slashed out sword energy one after another, destroying all the supersonic cannonballs in midair. One of the two stood on the ground, and the other stayed in the sky using moonwalk. They used this long-range attack to harass each other for a while. The fire of the cannonballs and the bright light of the sword completely illuminated the night. Soon, all the cannonballs in Garp's box were thrown away by him. Loya took a closer look from a distance. Chains. No, it's a seastone chain, right? Oda this be asterisk 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 D. Next moment. Then Garp pulled out a thick seastone chain. Eyes full of black lines, staring at the lure in midair. Kid, let's see if I can beat you to death. What a joke to my family. In the original battle on Beehive Island, Garp, as a non-Esper, went to fight a group of Espers without using seastone weapons. So funny, fam. Is it because Marine is too poor to make some seastone weapons? Oda knows how to be the pirate king with a hammer. He is a cartoonist. If Garp brings enough seastone weapons during the battle on Beehive Island, all of those ability users will die. Advertisement. Oda this be asterisk 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 D. Loya cursed in his mind. To deal with ability users, seastone is the best weapon. Is it retarded to fight with bare hands? At least, the Garp Loya met at this moment was not mentally retarded. He hid such a thick seastone chain on his boat in case of emergency. That seastone iron box can even be used to imprison several demon fruit power. This is the kind of IQ a person without abilities should have to deal with a person with powerful abilities. I'm afraid this will be my most difficult battle. Loya was high in the sky, looking at Garp holding a seastone chain below, and this thought flashed through his mind. Facing Garp, who also has Conqueror's witness kill, I can't predict his movements. So I must keep enough distance. Otherwise, as long as this seastone is entangled in my hands and feet, my strength will be greatly reduced in an instant, and Garp can easily control it. In the battle between masters, the outcome is often decided in a split second. How about calling Sebastian out? He is a non-abled person. When I accidentally get hit, he can come out and buy me some time. No, Sebastian can never play this card unless he has to. Exposing it early will give Garp the chance to erase this card. Single quote. Loya looked down at the sword in his hand. I am fighting Garp alone, and it seems I can only rely on long-range attacks, and simple sword energy slashing cannot hurt Garp at all, unless I wrap emission hockey around the sword energy. However, long-range attacks also mean giving Garp time to defend. No matter how many emission hockey slashes I make, Garp will always have time to block them. In this way, the battle becomes a pure battle of physical exhaustion. It's really a headache. You can only use your strongest state, use the strongest hockey, it's stuck. Thinking this, Loya raised his hand and put it on himself. Say silently, temporary optimization armament hockey 10 times stronger. Temporary optimization Conqueror's hockey 10 times stronger. Rumble, sizzle, the black thunder on Loya's body burst out in the sky, covering the entire Cricana Island in an instant. Chapter 94 The key to victory or defeat, please give me flowers and monthly votes. Cricana Island, abandoned castle, Doberman's Commodore, with dozens of marine soldiers, finally found Roronoa Zoro. Zoro still had some bandages wrapped around his body. And beside Zoro, there was a little pink-haired girl. Wait a minute, Marine. This is Shichibukai Mahawk's territory. Who gave you the right to run wild here? Perona shouted. But as the Hawk, fighting dog, Doberman's subordinate Commodore, how can he take Shichibukai seriously? Princess Mononoke Perona, aren't you Moria's subordinate? Why are you getting together with Hawkeye again? Commodore glanced at Perona in surprise, and then sneered. Perona, this is none of your business. For Moria's sake, we won't embarrass you. Our target is Roronoa Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates. Get out of my way before we get into a fight and hurt you too. Until then, don't blame them, we won't be responsible. Ah, it turns out that your target is the green algae head. Okay, then I won't disturb you anymore. Perona held the doll, stuck out her tongue at Zoro, turned and walked away. But when they reached Marine's flank and the Marines were about to surround Zoro, Perona suddenly took action. Negative ghost. From Perona's hands and palms, several very abstract-looking, translucent white ghosts emerged. Grr. Perona smiled evilly. The white ghosts she released smiled eerily and headed towards the Marines. What is this? Ah, I'm so useless. For a Marine like me, I just sound like Marine. I'm sorry, I came to this world and it was a waste of food. A group of Marine soldiers immediately fell to their knees and spoke extremely negative and depressing words after being penetrated by the ghost of negativity. Nani. Commodore turned his head and was shocked to see this scene and the negative ghost about to get into him. Advertisement. At this time, rumble, beep, beep, beep. A trace of black thunder, the whole castle, exploded in the ears of Marine, Zoro, and Perona. For a moment, the originally flexible negative ghost suddenly froze in midair. Thump, thump, thump. One after another Marine soldiers also fainted and fell to the ground at this time. Pa, pa, pa. The negative ghosts made a series of popping sounds, and with a pop, they turned into white smoke and disappeared invisible. Wait a minute, what's going on? Perona was shocked. Didn't you disarm them? Zoro complained to Perona. He had fought with Perona and had seen the terrible nature of Perona's negative ghost. He was also surprised by the situation at this moment. Conquerors. Hockey. As a naval headquarters commodore, when he saw the elite soldiers under his command suddenly fell to the ground and fainted for 2/3, he immediately understood what happened. His eyes suddenly widened, he was sweating profusely, and he murmured in fear. Are there any strong people here? Boom. Zilla zilla. Looking at the thick black thunder shooting out of the sky, Garp's eyes became more solemn as he stood on the ground at the port. Kid, what's your background? Why do you want to set up a trap for a killer? Do you think I will answer your questions obediently? Loya narrowed his eyes and secretly strengthened his control over the sudden surge of haki. Garp's bloodline is very powerful. Although he is old and his physical strength has declined, he is not an ordinary bloodline like Rayleigh's. Advertisement. Aokiji and Akainu can fight for 10 days and 10 nights, and Garp can probably fight for 3 days and 3 nights with high intensity. If the time drags on for a long time, it will be a disadvantage for me, and someone may come to intervene in this fight. And the effect of my tenfold strengthening can only last for about half an hour. Asking for flowers 0. Then there is a 72-hour cooling time, and the weapon color and conquerors cannot be enhanced again. So, if you want to win this battle, you must, at least seriously injure Garp within this half hour. However, even though I have strengthened the weapon color and conquerors 10 times, it does not mean that my 2 haki can really exert 10 times the power. Control is the key. The only difference between emission haki and weapon color hardening is how to control it. With the same sniper rifle, a master sniper can take away a person's life with 1 bullet, but if it is placed in the hands of a rookie, 10 bullets may not hurt anyone. This move of God's Avoidance is a master move that controls the weapon color and conqueror's ultimate power. The form shown is how many haki can be swung at one time, and how far can the god avoid the sword energy to be swung without scattering. The stronger haki is, the harder it is to control. Let the haki condense together to form a condensed sword energy. The more haki condensed, the more powerful this move will be. But if the divine sword energy disperses before it hits the opponent, haki does not form a concentrated attack, and the power is not much different from that of ordinary conquerors and armed weapons. Naturally, it will not be hurt. To the Garp. The control over haki is the key to my victory in this battle. FFLX. Don't be impatient. The more impatient you are, the worse your performance will be. Half an hour. Time is tight, but you must not be impatient. Improving control over haki is the most important training in this battle. Worst expectation, it doesn't matter if you can't hurt Garp within this half hour. As long as you focus on improving your control over haki, you still have a chance to win. Let's start with the 5-meter Divine Sword Chi to get a feel for it, and see if I can make the Divine Sword Chi fly out of multiple dimensions. The psychological construction is completed. Loya held the sword with both hands, his eyes focused, and from a distance of 100 meters, he swung the sword downward towards Garp. God Avoid. Power. Chapter 95. You are still far from good, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. God Avoids. Loya was seen wielding a pure black sword energy bursting with black thunder. Garp's eyes nearly popped out. Hoo. The veins on Garp's forehead popped out, and he roared excitedly, Kid. What is your relationship with Roger? A roar is a roar, but Garp's fist is already wrapped with double entanglements. Boom. Lala. Although Loya once wielded a 5-meter divine sword energy, the target at that time was only 30 meters away. Loya also doesn't know how far this divine sword energy can fly. 50 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters. Boom. Zitsa. In an instant, flying about 80 meters away, the pure black sword energy suddenly disintegrated, turning into a burst of haki wind, 950, and countless winding black thunder shooting circles in all directions. These scattered conquerors' black lasers shot around Garp, and were immediately deflected by the black lightning on Garp's body. The power is not concentrated enough and it cannot hurt Garp at all. But even so, a cold sweat secretly broke out on Garp's forehead. Kid, do you think you have too much haki and you can't use them all? When Garp fights Roger, Roger won't dodge from 100 meters away. And Garp himself has not learned Roger's divine avoidance and other moves. Garp's ultimate move, Galaxy Fall, is just a directional shroud of double haki. Directional, covering. It is really difficult to control the 2 haki together and make them fly a long distance without spreading apart. Loya tightened his grip on the sword hilt with both hands. There was no reply to Garp's teasing. 80 meters, can only fly 80 meters. The flight time is about 15 seconds. Even if I could hit Garp within 80 meters with my divine evasion, but with such a long flight time, Garp would dodge it in an instant. An attack that cannot hit the target, no matter how powerful it is still 0. Don't worry about anything first, increase the speed of Shenpi Sword Chi. Drink. God Avoids. Loya's eyes narrowed, he gathered all his thoughts and shouted out the sword. Advertisement. 5 meters long pure black God Avoids sword energy. Swing out from Loya's sword again. So fast. Garp looked at this pure black sword energy, his eyes hardened, and he was ready to receive the attack. 80 meters. 90 meters. Boom. Zzz. Garp was about to punch out, but the divine sword energy suddenly exploded 10 meters in front of him. What are you doing? This little brat. Garp was stunned. Another ineffective attack. Does this kid really think that his haki is endless? The duration is about 0.5 seconds. Range. 90 meters. As the speed increases, the wind resistance encountered also increases. Therefore, does the disintegration of the god's avoidance sword chi also increase? Try again. Loya concentrated, and another sword god appeared. The duration is about 0.5 seconds. Range. 93 meters. Again. The duration is about 0.5 seconds. Range. 94 meters. Come again. The duration is about 0.5 seconds. Range. 94.5 meters. Come again. Come again. The duration is about 0.5 seconds. Range. 94 meters. The range is 0.5 meters shorter than last time. Stop it, don't be impatient. Loya is absolutely certain that the control he just had is probably the limit at the moment. So he involuntarily let go of the hand holding the sword, and quietly lowered the sword's edge. If I practice for a long enough time, maybe my control can gradually improve. But at this moment, I don't have the time and effort. Advertisement. We must find a shortcut to become stronger. But I can't help but wonder, is there such a shortcut? If I could experience the life of Roger, or the red-haired Shanks, I might be able to instantly improve my control. But of these two people, one is dead and the other is so smart that I don't want to get close to him. I can only rely on myself. I need a little inspiration. Single quote. Loya raised his neck and looked up at the night sky. Startled and fell into a trance. What the hell is this kid doing? Garp looked at Loya in the air from a distance, with a look of anger on his face. But his resentment turned to anger, and Garp was not irrational and launched an attack on Loya, who was 100 meters away. Although it can be seen that Loya is practicing divine avoidance. But, Garp himself also tried to develop a move similar to Roger's divine dodge. The result is failure, constant failure. After trying for many years, it still failed. This ability, Garp attributes to talent, cannot be achieved through practice alone. What's more, Roger himself, who developed the divine evasion move, has never demonstrated a divine evasion move from 100 meters away. So Garp is not worried that Loya will get a qualitative improvement so easily. And even if Loya can swing the 5-meter divine evasion for more than 100 meters, Garp can dodge it or catch it without any damage. It makes no sense, kid. Garp looked at Loya and said, I admit that you are very powerful, and you even dare to try a realm that Roger has never entered. However, an attack that cannot hit the enemy is ineffective no matter how powerful it is. Roger also used divine dodge within 20 meters. Only within this distance can the divine avoidance be fast enough for me to avoid. As the distance increases, I don't even have to force your way to avoid it, I can just avoid it. 3.0. However, Loya still looked up at the sky in a daze, completely ignoring Garp. It seems that my guess is right, you are a devil fruit potion. That's why you were able to hide on my boat without me noticing. How about it, you didn't expect me to carry a seastone weapon, did you? The 10-meter-long seastone chain. As an ability user, you are bound to not dare to approach me, so you can only practice divine avoidance here. Garp said with a sneer, but I advise you to give up. With this level of evasion, even if you can attack me, I can still defend you. If you want to hurt me, you must at least be a 30-meter super dodge like Roger. You kid, you're still too young. It's still far from Roger's level. Chapter 96. God's Avoidance, Silent Dysprosium. Please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Garp's nagging still had some influence on Loya. Phew. When hearing 30 meters of God's Avoidance, Loya suddenly thought of a question. When the crescent-shaped sword energy hits a person's body, the real attack effect is only the contact with the human body. What is the difference between a 30-meter divine escape and a 5-meter divine escape? Thickness. At least, the 30-meter crescent-shaped God avoids the sword energy and is even thicker. Therefore, when it finally hits the human body, the contact surface with the human body is several times larger than that of the 5-meter God's avoidance. In addition, the width is as long as 30 meters, which means that it is more difficult for enemies to avoid it. As for why it is crescent-shaped, of course it's because of aerodynamics. The crescent-shaped Shenshi sword chi is very aerodynamic. Aerodynamics. Loya muttered this word. Since the divine sword energy will encounter air resistance, then why must we use the crescent-shaped divine sword? Although the crescent shape is aerodynamic, it is only a shape that has to be twisted into after encountering air resistance. If there is no air resistance, the shape of the Shenyu sword chi must be a straight strip. I seem to be following Roger's method of avoidance and falling into a cognitive misunderstanding. Shenshi, does it have to be the 24th month of the month? Loya lowered his head, looked at Garp, and suddenly asked a question that surprised Garp. How is Roger's swordsmanship? How does Roger's swordsmanship compare with Golden Lion? Hear the question. Garp felt ridiculous. Does this have anything to do with our battle? Moreover, you know how to avoid Roger, but you don't know that Roger is a master of swordsmanship. Wait a minute, you mean to compare with Golden Lion? Garp lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said in a dignified manner, that should be incomparable. I don't know much about swordsmanship. But it's obvious that Golden Lion was recognized as the greatest swordsman in the world at that time. Although Roger is also a master in swordsmanship, he should be just an ordinary swordsman. After Loya heard this, he nodded secretly in his heart. My guess seems to be correct. I've always been curious about why the red-haired Shanks keeps asking Hawkeye to compete with him in swordsmanship. A competition is a competition, why is it only a swordsmanship competition? The foundation of divine avoidance is the signature move of sword masters, flying. Advertisement. But ordinary swordsmen can't use flying slashes to their advantage. If you want to develop the divine avoidance technique, a basic premise is to first practice your swordsmanship to the ultimate. Loya said slowly towards Garp. At the same time, these words were also spoken to himself. Immediately, a smile appeared at the corner of Loya's mouth. Red-haired Shanks, if you want to promote the god's avoidance technique, you must first find the world's greatest swordsman, Eagle Eye, to compete in swordsmanship, but in fact it is not. I secretly learned swordsmanship during the competition. While talking, the smile at the corner of Loya's mouth widened even more. God avoids, although it cannot form a sharp slash like real sword energy. But that's just because of hockey's nature. But in essence, divine avoidance is also a swordsmanship. Speaking of which, Loya slowly raised the sword in his hand with one hand. And hear this. Garp suddenly recalled that Loya's initial attack was the purest form of swordsmanship. And it seems to be very, very powerful. God avoids the sky. Loya called out the name of the move. Swing out a sword. A straight and slender pure black sword energy, holding a black thunder. Like a thin needle stretched to a length of dozens of meters, it shot towards Kakuo. And on the way towards Garp, it continues to lengthen. Garp raised his right hand and blocked it in front of him. The double tyrants are wrapped around the palms, forming an absolute defense. Boom, 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 rumble. This brat, is he really still a great swordsman? When Garp saw this line of divine evasive moves, he was extremely frightened. When all the tails of this one-line god's long-term avoidance line fell down, Garp still stood firmly in place. Although it is a very beautiful move, it is a divine evasion and transformation move, but unfortunately, it is not powerful enough. After blocking this move, Garp raised his eyes and looked at Loya in the sky. Yeah, the intensity is far from enough. But in terms of speed, it far exceeds the original divine sword energy. 100 meters in less than 0.3 seconds. Speed of sound. Range. Well over 100 meters, final length unknown. Advertisement. After telling the data of his move. Veins popped out on Loya's right hand. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. God avoids the sound of dysprosium. Drink. As Loya shouted loudly, veins popped out of his right arm, and with a snap, the Japanese sword was swung out. This moment, Garp's eyes widened when he saw the form of Loya's move. An arrow, as thick as a fist and 10 meters long. Pure black arrows, bursting with black thunder. There is no doubt that this is also God's avoidance. Its frontmost contact surface with the air is about the size of the mouth of a bull, but its speed is even faster than Yishantian. This brat, didn't the divine avoidance and one-line sky just exert its full strength at all? The result of just a slight swipe is obvious. On this move, he used all his one-handed power. Garp was shocked. He didn't dare to let go of the seastone chain in his left hand. Use both palms to wrap around Shuangba and block 590 in front of you. There is no doubt that the impact of God's avoidance and fuming dysprosium will be terrifyingly powerful. Because this huge, pure black arrow, makes no sound except for the black thunder it shoots as it moves forward. Silent dysprosium. Dysprosium means arrow. A non-singing dysprosium is an arrow that makes no sound. The so-called no sound is not because it really has no sound, but because it is far faster than the speed of sound, and the sound is far behind the arrow. This move is undoubtedly a master move that combines divine avoidance with swordsmanship. The black thunder that shot out from itself seemed to merge together, forming a blackened arrow. Boom, click, boom. When the god avoiding and silent dysprosium struck the double tyrants in Garp's hands, in an instant, it was like an earth-shattering shock. You know, armament hockey and Conqueror's hockey in Kamibu, fuming dysprosium are both 10 times stronger. Loya's own Conquerors and weapon colors can already be considered to be of high quality. Shenshi Shantian has only one pinpoint on the bombardment surface, so its power is naturally not great. However, the bombardment surface of Shenbi bumming dysprosium is as big as the mouth of a large bowl. After the collision with Garp's double tyrant, the power of the instant explosion directly split open the sky and the earth hundreds of meters below Garp's feet in the port of Craming Island. Yes, that's right. The two-color hockey scattered in all directions, first, split the earth. Chapter 97 The direction of development of the situation. Click. Boom. The hard ground at the port cracked open with a huge crack under the collision of hockey. Immediately, the rocks shattered into pieces, and missiles flew from the ground into the air. Thousands of meters away from the port, in an abandoned royal castle. Zoro, who is wrapped in bandages, is having a sword fight with Marine Commodore, fighting back and forth. The other Marine soldiers had already been chopped down by Zoro. Perona squatted on the ground, holding her head in fear. Her ghost fruit ability is currently in a state where it cannot be used. As soon as negative ghosts are created, traces of black lightning rippling in the air from time to time will quickly disintegrate these negative ghosts. This is the first time Perona has encountered this situation in her life. Rumble. A tremor from the earth was transmitted to this ancient castle. Fortunately, although this old castle is dilapidated, its structure is very stable and can withstand the fluctuations of earthquakes. What happened on this island? Commodore fought Zoro again and then retreated. He has no desire to fight anymore. Even though Zoro's wound was bursting, he was panting, and he looked like he was in poor condition. But Commodore is worried that the warships docked in the port will be destroyed by the battle between unknown strong men. If this happens, they will lose the ability to communicate with outside the island and return home. And now the soldiers under his command are scattered, fainting, injured, and they need to regroup as soon as possible, otherwise the casualty rate will be very high. As a commander, there will also be certain penalties. I'll let you go for now. Commodore raised his knife and pointed it at Zoro. After saying a harsh word, he immediately left the castle and ran towards the port. Seeing the enemy leave, Zoro sat down on the ground. Hey, ghost girl, are you okay? Zoro looked tiredly at Perona. But he saw Perona squatting there shivering and holding her head. Hey, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Advertisement. Zoro could feel some unknown energy rippling in the air. But this energy had almost no effect on Zoro. He was very puzzled as to why Perona acted so scared. Woo. Perona glanced up at Zoro and let out a whimper, her tear bag beginning to leak. Hey, I told you not to be afraid, why are you still crying? Zoro felt a headache, and Tianfeng looked at Perona who was whimpering in a low voice because he found it troublesome. Hey, my wound has burst. I still need you to help me apply medicine and change the bandage. Can you still do it if you keep crying like this? Zoro complained. Wow. Hearing Zoro's angry tone, Perona burst into tears, stood up suddenly, held her head and ran out of the castle. The smell rippling in the air is really terrifying to Perona. She could no longer stay in this castle. So I can only run away from here crying. Hey, ghost girl, what are you doing? Zoro wears conquerors and cannot relate to Perona's experience of being shrouded in terror physically and mentally. He just thinks this woman is troublesome and cowardly. You ran away. Who can give me medicine and bandages? Hey. Zoro shouted several times, and when he saw Perona running away, he reluctantly climbed up with the knife in his hand, and trotted after her with slow steps. But Perona couldn't tell where this terrifying aura came from. She instinctively ran around for a while, but was horrified to find that this aura seemed to envelope the entire island. Wow Perona cried, recognized the direction, and ran towards the port. There should be a boat at the port, and she planned to escape from the island directly. This is already the 8th round of Silent Dysprosium. In the port that has been completely destroyed. Garp had just fired the last shot of Silent Dysprosium, and Loya in the air, holding the sword in both hands, swung out the next shot of Divine Avoidance, Silent Dysprosium. After switching to wielding the sword with both hands. Fu Ming Dai's speed is faster. In almost the blink of an eye, it flew over 100 meters and landed in front of Garp. Garp, a combat veteran, knows very well that in the face of such a rapid attack speed, he must hold his ground and not dodge randomly. Because the sight color is already under the influence of sight killing and cannot exert its full effect, so your eyes must always keep an eye on these flying Silent Dysprosium. Advertisement. If you dodge randomly and mess up your movements, it will be difficult to predict whether Loya will change his position and swing the Silent Dysprosium from other angles. At that time, the color of sight and hearing will not be able to play its role, and Garp will not be able to figure out which direction the fuming Dysprosium will shoot at him. Once the defense is not in place, such a powerful double tyrant can attack Garp directly and Garp will be severely damaged. In addition, Garp knows that such a high-intensity double-dominated attack must be very expensive. Once a hockey is released, it cannot be taken back. Therefore, the consumption is very high. However, Garp's double tyrant wrapped around his hands consumes less energy. He just needs to stabilize his position and wait for work. Garp used his twin hands to hold down the 8th round of Silent Dysprosium, while glancing at his feet. The next step he took was the crack in the earth that was split open by hockey's impact. Now it has split into a trench more than 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long. The sea water has now poured in. And the land around him was not much better at all. A dozen steps away, the ground was completely cracked. The broken stone ground formed a large pile of stones. After hockey's impact again and again, they were constantly knocked into the air and fell again. The rocks that used to be very big have now been broken again and again, completely broken into small gravels by hockey. Only the ground under Garp's feet remained relatively intact under Garp's dual defense. However, it was obvious that it sank about 1 meter due to the impact. Some waves crashed over and soaked Garp's shoes. If this continues, the ground under my feet will also slip into the trench ahead due to the sandstone formation of the surrounding ground and the lubrication of the sea water. Garp thought to himself. When top strong men get into serious fights, the first thing that often suffers is the environment around them. And in this situation, this battle is just beginning to warm up. If the ground beneath my feet slips into the trench, not only will I lose my footing, but even the seastone chain will be washed away by the sea. Garp glanced at the seastone chain at his feet again. To this day, Garp still doesn't know what Loya's fruit ability is. And when Loya didn't show his fruit ability, Garp already felt a lot of pressure, so if he loses the seastone chain again, Garp has no confidence that he can remain undefeated. The situation is developing in a direction favorable to Loya. Chapter 98 Escaped Garp, Hostage. Garp can see the situation. Loya has already seen the situation. That's why he didn't hesitate, and swung the God's Avoidance and Fuming Dysprosium one after another at Garp. If we can expose Garp's flaw, or break the earth, and cause Garp's seastone chain to be washed away by the sea, this battle will be a success. Rumble. Zilla Zilla. A few seconds later, intertwined with the two hegemons on Garp's palms, the God Avoiding and Fuming Dysprosium, which was constantly in a stalemate, finally exhausted its remaining power, violently collapsed, and turned into a hockey storm and rushed out. Loya, who was charging in the air, waved another divine evasion, Fuming Dysprosium. This is the 13th shot. It's good to be young. Garp's eyes were full of black lines, and he complained endlessly in his heart. Loya's hockey is like a bottomless pit. Play it out without any concern for consumption. Just don't give Garp a chance to move from this Honkai position. The god avoids and does not sound the dysprosium. Loya shouted loudly. The 14th shot. Drink. Garp also shouted loudly, mobilized the hockey in his body, and focused it on his palms that were already sore from the shock. Replenishing the hockey that was just worn away. Boom. 057A blast of hockey collision, accompanied by the scream of thunder and lightning rolling through the air. Click. Suddenly, Garp's eyes widened. He just felt the ground beneath his feet sinking suddenly. Are you really going to be unable to hold on? Garp looked embarrassed. Despicable brat. Didn't you learn moonwalk when you were a bully? Yes, in the original comics, Garp was never shown using moonwalk. Human energy is limited, and Garp is more focused on improving his own strength and practicing Conqueror's hockey. Veins popped out on Garp's forehead. He is now very sure that Loya's intention is to destroy the position under his feet and make him lose his stable foothold. In this way, when Garp is in disarray, Loya can find an opportunity to use God's avoidance and silent dysprosium to directly hit the body and seriously injure Garp. Advertisement. The battle between masters is like this, a slight difference can make a difference 1,000 miles. A small failure in one position can lead to a defeat. Whoever achieves a small result first will have the opportunity to continuously expand the battle. And if anyone makes a mistake, it will be very fatal. Boom sizzling. A few seconds later, with the remaining power of the 14th round of silent dysprosium, it was about to be completely transformed into a hockey storm and dispersed by Garp's double dominance. Garp immediately had a premonition that the land beneath his feet would be swept into the trench with the crazy surging sea water. Drink. At this juncture, Garp raised his foot and hockey exploded, directly breaking the ground under his feet into countless ministers. As his body fell, Garp grabbed the seastone chain and threw himself into the sea. The gods avoid and don't sing dysprosium. Loya's 15th silent round was fired. Boom. Lost Garp's double dominance defense. This disfigured port, which had already collapsed, was immediately bombarded by Loya's powerful double dominating attack. There was an amazing explosion. Several hundred meters in radius. It was blown to pieces in an instant. In the sea water. Garp was near the center of the explosion. At the moment when he plunged into the sea, he had no time to mobilize the dual defenses, so he suffered a strong impact. But he was physically strong, and he urgently used armed colors to cover his whole body for defense, so he was not seriously injured. Even so, a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This is Loya's 10 times stronger hockey. No matter how strong Garp is, if you don't have to concentrate hockey to defend it, it will still be hit by the high-density southern air just around the corner. But this result is acceptable to Garp. The injury was not serious. While holding his breath in the sea water, Garp endured the impact of hockey and the coercion of the current, rolling and jumping in the sea water. The old guy is quite clever. At the last moment, Garp caught Seastone and escaped into the sea. Loya felt that she had failed. However, Loya has no hope that this attempt will definitely work. It is naturally a joy to be able to overcome by clever tricks. But we cannot place our hope of defeating the enemy entirely on trickery. Improving your own strength in battle is the way to go. Looking at the port, sea surface that became chaotic and turbid after being blown over and flooded with sea water. Advertisement. Loya's observation hockey, under the attack of the opponent, naturally couldn't find Garp's position. But Loya could guess that if Garp didn't escape, he would definitely swim along the cracked trench toward the island. Garp will definitely learn the lesson that in a port battle, the position will be easily destroyed, and go to the relatively stable center of the island as a position for subsequent operations. But, will Garp definitely not escape? Loya was suspicious. The character of this old boy is in the same vein as Luffy, so it is not completely impossible that he would make an escape move. After being killed by what he saw and heard, Garp was fully capable, relying on his strong lung capacity, to keep diving and escape from here. And the fact is just as Loya suspected. Garp felt this battle was not worth fighting. He didn't even know Loya's name, and he had no way of knowing where he had offended Loya and actually wanted to set up a trap to kill him. In addition, Loya's strength is unfathomable, and Garp is not confident that he will win. Now that he has figured out that this time it was a plot to kill him, and his grandson Luffy was not brought here to be secretly executed at all, then why is he still here to fight hard? Looking for guilt. So Garp wrapped the seastone chain around his body, recognized the direction, and dived and swam away from the island. Loya patrolled the air, searched everywhere, and saw a surviving marine soldier. I don't know if it was under Doberman or brought by Garp. Then an idea struck. Fly down and grab this marine soldier. Deterioration vocal destruction. Deterioration of legs. Temporary optimization transformation technique. Loya transformed this marine into Luffy. Even the clothes on his body have changed into something similar to what Luffy is wearing. Garp, take a good look, who is this person in my hand? Loya attached hockey to his vocal cords, and the sound he shouted was like rolling thunder, resounding for several kilometers. If you dare to escape, I will kill your grandson Luffy immediately. Do you think that if I set up a trap to kill you this time, I would come here without bringing any hostages to prevent you from escaping? Too naive. Garp, take a good look at your precious grandson bleeding and crying. Loya shouted, raised his sword and cut fake Luffy in the abdomen. A-hole. Let my grandson go. Loya's voice is so loud, how could Puer not hear it? He just couldn't hear or sense Loya, but his sense of the surrounding environment was still there. 1 kilometer away from the coast, Garp jumped out of the sea. When he saw from a distance that the person in Loya's hand was his precious grandson, he immediately let out an angry roar. Chapter 99 Fair. Kill Zoro. Luffy. Zoro, who was lost, heard Loya's voice echoing throughout the island. Suddenly he was shocked. He pricked up his ears, carefully identified the direction from which the sound came, and then ran over quickly. Follow me to the castle. I won't take advantage of you. Let's have a showdown in the castle. Let's compete, Garp. Seeing Garp jumping out of the sea, Loya sneered and shouted at Garp. Although Cricon Island is full of fog, under the impact of Loya and Garp's hockey, there is not much of the fog that has been permeating the place all year round. The huge outline of the castle can be clearly seen at a glance under the moonlight. And the reason why Loya shouted this way. On the surface, he was talking to Garp, but in fact it was a secret code. Let Sebastian, who is hiding in the sea, and Bluno, who is hiding in the different space of the gate fruit, understand the instructions and I'll go to the castle to meet up. After shouting this voice, Loya carried the fake Luffy and flew to the castle first using moonwalk. This is Perona. Just after flying not far, I saw Perona standing there with a broken face and crying on the shore of the sunk and disappeared port. Everything in the port has been destroyed by Loya. Are there any boats? At most, there are only a few broken boards left. One of the purposes of placing the battle location on Craigon Island is to kill Zoro and take Perona away. Perona's ability is not good in high-end games, but in mid to low-end games, it is almost unfavorable. I already have so many women, raising another one would be a waste. If you don't have a harem, come to this pirate world, what's the difference between it and salted fish? Loya flew down, came to Perona, and threw the fake Luffy on the ground. Seeing Loya, Perona took 2 steps back in fright and fell to the ground. Since Loya's Conquerors is 10 times stronger, a few strands of Conqueror's black flash will always come out inadvertently. I can't even hold it back even if I want to. Loya looked down at the trembling Perona, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to grab her. What are you going to do to my doctor, and my captain? Zoro's 3-sword style, Gyuki slash. From dozens of meters away, a flying attack came in. Loya's intelligence had already noticed Zoro's approach, without even looking at Zoro. Armament Haki, whose whole body was coated in a layer of pitch black, continued to reach out to grab Perona. Jung. A clear sword cry. Zoro, who was flying past, maintained his 3-sword style figure, but was knocked to pieces by such a hard target in midair. 3 knives fell from Zoro's hands and mouth. Bang. Zoro fell to the ground. He got up from the ground and looked at his twin tails in disbelief. The tiger's mouth of both hands has been torn. Tiger's mouth. The muscle tendon sheath between the thumb and index finger. Advertisement. Blood flows from the tiger's mouth. His teeth and mouth are also full of freshness. So hard. It can't be cut at all. Zoro realizes the horror of this strange young man, Loya. Zoro, save me. At this moment, Perona was grabbed by Loya's arm and screamed in horror. What are you afraid of? I will protect you. Zoro remembered the casual compliment he had made to Perona a few minutes ago. Open. Zoro immediately got up, turned around, and said towards Loya's back. But before Zoro's voice fell, Loya didn't look back. Lifting the sword releases a huge slash wave, flying across it. Zoro swallowed the next words hard. A slippery one fell to the ground. The huge slash wave cut off a small amount of green hair, passed Zoro's head in a dangerous way, and flew over to the sea. Zoro's eyes widened in horror, and he glanced at the terrifying sword energy flying across the sea. Swallowed hard. When he came to his senses, he found that Loya was already holding Perona and standing 1 meter in front of him. Look at him with emotionless eyes. After being slashed twice by Hawkeye at the East Blue Barati restaurant, did you tell Luffy that you would never fail again when you meet a swordsman in the future? Loya looked at Zoro and asked. Zoro hurriedly took a few steps back, picked up 3 knives, and made a defensive posture. Or, you mean, if you fail, you will die. Loya squinted. He spoke again. Who are you? How do you know about me? In Sabayati land, Zoro was the first to be ejected by Bartholomew Kuma before Loya arrived to support the Golden Lion. So he doesn't know Loya at all. Loya held the crying Perona in one hand, raised his sword, and made a swordsman's posture. As a swordsman, I challenge you to a life and death battle. The reason why he is so calm is because Loya really wants to kill Zoro. However, killing Zoro does not mean humiliating him. As a swordsman, he initiates a life and death battle and shows the greatest respect to Zoro. Although, Loya doesn't like this straw hat swordsman who also has a huge protagonist aura and is destined to be the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Please give me flowers. Zoro saw Loya's posture. Advertisement. Also slowly, he bit the handle and the word, Dao, on his mouth. That's not fair. Zoro is still injured. Perona cried. Great. You want fairness, right? Loya looked at Perona. I can give Zoro justice. However, there is never real fairness in this world. If you want fairness, you can, but at what cost? Loya looked into Perona's eyes. If I ask you to swear to be loyal to me from now on and never betray me in your life, are you willing to pay the price? Perona didn't expect Loya to pay the price for her. Don't want to. Then don't mention fairness. Loya also thought Perona would not agree. But unexpectedly, Perona hesitated for a moment before agreeing. I do. Perona didn't think so much, she just simply felt that Loya didn't dare to give this justice. After all, if you want to give her this fairness, you have to cut yourself several times and cause serious injuries. Loya glanced at Perona. Remember what you said. Now that Perona has made the bet, Lu can give her a face. Loya flipped the long sword with his wrist, and the sword pointed towards himself, and slashed down several times. In the end, the sword passed directly through the chest. Suddenly, blood spurts out. Both Perona and Zoro were shocked. I'll give you the fairness you want. Loya pulled out the long sword from his chest and looked at Perona with a sneer. Crazy. Perona was petrified, but I was also impressed by Loya's real manliness. After letting go of Perona, Loya looked at Zoro. In the world I lived in before, if you could succeed by shouting slogans and making great aspirations, then everyone would be successful. But what is the truth? Working hard doesn't necessarily pay off. God's way does not reward hard work. Birth and choice, luck and exposure can determine whether a person can turn over. So I sneer at the slogan you shouted. I will never lose to a swordsman in the future. After all, it still depends on your Shimotsuki Ryoma bloodline and a good master like Hawkeye. Loya covered in blood. The words fell. At the same time, fly by. Zoro. Heads on the ground. Enter. Advertisement chapter 100 God avoids. Ming-di. Zoro's head fell right at Perona's feet. Perona screamed in fright and jumped back 3 steps. Loya's figure flashed and appeared in front of Perona. He stretched out his blood-stained hand and pressed it on Perona's snow-white shoulder. You are mine. Perona looked at Loya who was covered in blood, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Loya stretched out his hand, took Perona's slender waist, and carried her on his shoulders. Then he sheathed his sword and dragged the fake Luffy's collar, which had been scared to death, with one hand. He looked back and saw Garp, who had just arrived 100 meters away, and used Shaver to head to the castle. When slashing at Zoro, Loya had already used Reply to heal himself. The blood all over his body also covered up the wounds. Loya is very sure that when Garp rushed over to 703 inches, he saw this scene on the coast. Show weakness to the enemy. Due to the existence of the witness, Loya was sure that Garp would not be able to see that his injuries had recovered, at least for a short period of time. As Garp chased after him, he was also thinking. This little brat hurt himself. Should I take the initiative next? Garp felt very sorry that Luffy's partner Zoro was killed, but at the moment he did not have time to deal with Zoro's funeral. He could only glance at Zoro's body and continue chasing towards the castle. Garp arrived outside the castle. But there was no sign of Loya. Due to the existence of the Wenwen killer, Garp could not sense Loya's position, so he was a little extra cautious. This kid should have entered the castle. He has my grandson Luffy in his hands. I can't take action at will. I'm really angry, but I have a seastone chain wrapped around my body, so this kid shouldn't dare to approach me rashly, right? Then why did he hide in the castle? Garp slowly stepped into the castle, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what medicine was sold in Loya's gourd. What medicine are you selling? Of course it is. The door fruit is in a different space. Advertisement. I understand, Master. X2. After listening to Loya's strategy, Sebastian and Bluno nodded heavily. Yes, Bluno, the gate fruit user, and Sebastian have already arrived at the castle in advance. When you are in the alien space created by the Menmen fruit, the scenes in the real world you see are all translucent. This means that inside the castle with layers of walls blocking the view. Because of the existence of hearing and killing, Garp cannot sense Loya's presence. However, Loya and the others were able to hide in a different space and see Garp's location. And this means that the 3 Loyas can launch a sneak attack on Garp at any time. Killing Garp this time is completely different from killing Rayleigh last time. Even if Rayleigh has a seastone weapon, Loya is absolutely sure to kill Rayleigh. Therefore, the purpose of killing Rayleigh was mainly to pursue a breakthrough in his own strength, and the purpose of killing was just incidental. But Garp's strength goes beyond welfare. Killing Garp is entirely based on achieving the goal of killing Garp, and breaking through one's own strength is optional. So if Garp can be killed in a sneak attack, Loya will never give up such an opportunity. What's more, Garp also wears a seastone chain, which is always a factor causing long nights and nightmares. The battlefield is changing rapidly. If you don't make a mistake, Garp may catch you and kill you. Therefore, if he could make a sneak attack, Loya would of course choose this path. Bluno's task is to open the door at any time to allow Loya to raid Garp, and after the raid, open the door to let Loya in. And Sebastian's mission is to always look for opportunities to seize the seastone chain from Garp. Castle. Gallery. Da. The whole castle was quiet except for the soft sound of Garp stepping on the stone floor. Garp looked back and forth cautiously. He also saw that an environment like an old castle with many corridors and rooms was very suitable for a sneak attack. Kid, aren't you going to have a duel? What do you want to do by hiding in the castle? Garp was troubled. Advertisement. Soon, he no longer looked carefully and slowly, but started running rampantly. While shouting, Kid, where did you take my grandson? Hand over my grandson. If you set up a trap to assassinate me today, I will just pretend that nothing happened. Kid, you have to know that I can call Sengoku at any time and ask him to call Marine Admiral to support me. This is my last tribute to you. Don't be stubborn. Garp ran around a corner and was about to continue shouting something when his eyes suddenly froze and he stared at a stone pillar 10 meters ahead. Luffy. A figure wearing the same clothes as Luffy, with the same body shape and hairstyle, with his head lowered and his face invisible, was tied to this stone pillar. And 5 meters above the head of this, Luffy, position, 1 floor above. Loya is standing there, holding the sword with both hands, and the double fans wrapped around the blade are ready to go. Luffy. Garp looked around and saw no one, so he couldn't hold back anymore. He knew it might be a trap, but he immediately ran up. Luffy. Fortunately, Garp can still sense Luffy's heartbeat. He ran up to Luffy, pinched his chin, and 2.8 lifted Luffy's face. At the same time, 5 meters above Garp's head, a 1 meter wide circular green light door quickly opened at this moment. Loya jumped in the air and swung his sword towards Garp below. When Garp saw Luffy's face, he immediately realized that he had been deceived. This Luffy looks exactly like Luffy except for his face. God avoids Ming Dysprosium, rather than silent dysprosium. Because compared to the silent dysprosium, the buzzing dysprosium is more than 10 times larger. The arrow is nearly 1 meter wide. As a result, the wind resistance coefficient increased, and the moment it was shot down, it caused a piercing scream. When Garp raised his head, Shenbi Mingdi had already reached 1 meter above his head. Chapter 101 The Galaxy Falls. After splitting the Shenshi Mingdi, Loya didn't stop at all, he immediately jumped up and grabbed Bluno. Using his shaving skills, hockey erupted from the soles of his feet. He took Bluno and flew in one direction at the speed of sound. Because he knew that the next moment, the Conqueror's Black Thunder here was so powerful that it might even knock Bluno out. The recovery ability can only heal the physical body, but cannot heal the damaged spirit. If Bluno is stunned by Conquerors, then it will be useless next. Although the speed of beeping dysprosium is much lower than that of non-singing dysprosium. However, gas stars are 5 times more. The reason why Loya had been using the silent dysprosium before was because at a distance of 100 meters, the launch speed needed to be guaranteed so that Garp had no time to dodge. The sound was fired, but it was only fired within 10 meters. Such range, sure to hit Garp. It is 10 times more powerful than the fuming dysprosium. Even if Garp can still hastily gather a small amount of double hegemon to protect him at the last moment, there is no way he can withstand such a powerful power. The facts are just as Loya judged. At the last moment when Ming Dai fell, Garp wrapped his arms around the two-color hockey and raised it above his head. 24 was under the impact of such a powerful double tyrant. A huge Conqueror's black snowball nearly 1 meter wide was instantly entangled between Garp's head and Shenbi Mingdi. The ground beneath Garp's feet instantly collapsed, crushing Garp's body and causing it to sink half a meter. After barely resisting for about a second, the double tyrants on Garp's arms were crushed, twisted together with Garp's body, and crashed into the depths of the earth. At this moment, the entire island collapsed from the position where Garp fell to the ground, and a huge crack in the ground exploded with a click. This huge vertical and horizontal crack in the ground is connected with the ground crack in the previous port, forming a super big crack that splits the entire island in two. Boom. Z la 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 la. The winding black thunder shoots in all directions. Above the island sky, the sun. At the same time, Hockey's shock wave bounced up from the ground, forming a terrifying explosion. 2/3 of the castle where it was located was blown to pieces by Hockey's blast in an instant. 100 meters outside the castle, black thunder is in the air almost everywhere. Bluno, who was being grabbed by Loya and flew by, suddenly showed a hint of discomfort on his face. There was a flash of green light in the air. Sebastian, the fainted Perona, and the real, fake Luffy, were all ejected from the different space. Under such a powerful Conqueror's explosion, Bluno's door-to-door fruit space cannot be maintained at all. But this place is already 400 to 500 meters away from the center of the hockey outbreak. Although Bluno could not maintain the alien space of the door, fortunately he did not faint. Loya stopped and put Bluno on the lawn to rest, and saw that fake Luffy had returned to his original appearance as a marine soldier. Under the powerful hockey, the effects of all fruit abilities have the possibility of being resolved. Therefore, the temporary optimization and transformation technique applied by Loya to this fake Luffy also cancelled its effect under the impact of the Overlord color. Advertisement. It might still be useful to keep you. Loya grabbed the fainting marine and used the temporary optimization transformation technique again to turn him into a fake Luffy. The Luffy, who was previously tied to the stone pillar and used as bait, was an injured marine soldier that Loya picked up in the castle and transformed it. At this moment, under the impact of Shenbi Mingdi, he must be dead and cannot die anymore. Sebastian, you and Bluno continue to hide as planned, waiting for the opportunity to take action. I'll take the hostages back and take a look. Loya grabbed the fake Luffy, said something, and jumped back to the castle. Hockey's impact dissipated quickly. Bluno regained his energy and opened a green air door. Sebastian grabbed Perona and entered a different space with Bluno. The ruins of the old castle. There is a big crack in the middle. Loya stood on the edge of the big crack, looking down. I don't know how deep this crack is. There is darkness below, and the sound of water can be faintly heard. Hey, Garp, you can't die yet, can you? Look, this one in my hand is the real Luffy. How could I let such a precious hostage die casually? You are really stupid, you can fall for such an obvious trap. Loya spoke, stimulating Garp's nerves. Cricana Island, 10 kilometers away. A marine warship is approaching quickly. Gion stood on the bow of the ship, holding Garp's life card in his hand. Life cards automatically track the location of their owners. It's ahead. Is it Cricana Island, Hawkeye's territory? Isn't Hawkeye at naval headquarters? Gion muttered to himself. Rumble, Z-Lala. Suddenly, black thunder burst out from the sky. Gion immediately opened his beautiful eyes. Conqueror's black thunder. How come it has spread here? Gion turned around and looked back, and saw that the few weak female soldiers under her command had fallen to the ground. How can this be? Gion exclaimed. This is a full 10 kilometers away from the Cricana Island where Conqueror's black laser beamed. Gion gritted his silver teeth and thought to himself. None of the 4 emperors may have such a powerful conquerors, right? Advertisement. I only know one such powerful conquerors. 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. But, does Shanks have any reason to attack Mr. Garp? Gion couldn't figure it out. Give me a communication phone bug. I'll take the first step. You will drive 3 kilometers outside the island and stop moving forward. Have you understood? Gion waved his hand and gave instructions to his female soldiers. Yes, I will be a heavenly being. All the female soldiers let out a mighty cry. He took a phone from a female soldier and put it in the pocket of Marine's coat. Gion jumped into the sky. Immediately, he stepped on the air with his feet and flew towards Cricana Island at an unparalleled speed. 667. Whoosh. A scream pierced the air. From the underground of the Great Crack, straight through the dark cracks, the king of Loya's vision appeared. Kid, I will kill you today. Garp jumped into the air, stayed there for a second, and said in a deep voice with black lines in his eyes. He is covered in blood at the moment, and his marine coat is in tatters, but his breath has not diminished at all. Garp still can't figure out how Loya, who is armed with the Conqueror's sighting killer, accurately located his position in the castle with layers of walls blocking his view. But there's one thing Garp has figured out. The reason why Loya didn't threaten Luffy's life was that he would commit suicide. Not because Loya doesn't want to do it. It's because the Luffy in Loya's hand is probably not the real Luffy. If this Luffy is seriously injured, perhaps some kind of change technique will be ineffective, revealing the true form of the fake Luffy. Garp always felt something was wrong with Luffy in Loya's hand and the sound of his heartbeat. In the beginning, Garp was just caused by Luffy being tortured and in poor condition. But after seeing the fake Luffy tied to the stone pillar, Garp gradually realized that Loya's devil fruit ability might be some kind of change technique. The moment he was driven into the ground, he caught a glimpse of the fake Luffy on the stone pillar, transforming into a marine soldier. Now, Garp is high in the sky, raised his fist, looking towards Loya at the edge of the big crack below, and the fake Luffy in his hand. Punch out. Galaxy Falls. Chapter 102 Speed is Power. Galaxy Fall. When Garp punched, Loya realized that Garp must have figured out that the Luffy in his hand was fake. But why didn't he escape after seeing through the fake Luffy and being severely traumatized? You also said that I will kill you today. Is this sentence really just a threat? These feelings flashed through Loya's mind. Thinking about these problems, coupled with Garp's knowledge of killing, Loya was unable to predict Garp's movements. The speed of Galaxy Falling's move far exceeded Loya's expectations. Hardly a moment. The two-color hockey shrouded in a directed manner shrouded Loya. Loya didn't even have time to throw the fake Luffy in his hand, and was hit by the Galaxy Fall. Fortunately, at the last moment, Loya coated his whole body with a layer of armament hockey. Boom boom. The falling light of the Milky Way formed an enveloping hemisphere, bombarding a 1-kilometer radius with Loya as the center. Immediately, the ground beneath Loya was shattered. The entire ground collapsed several meters deep, and the place where Loya stood fell directly into the underground abyss. Loya felt the fierce hockey shock wave, and his whole body was pressed to the ground, falling rapidly with the earth. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of Loya's mouth. Garp's move Galaxy Fall has the ability to cause internal destruction. Loya's armament hockey covering his whole body couldn't completely prevent Garp's hockey impact. My body can't move at all. It's been suppressed by the shock wave. Loya tried to move his fingers, but the impact of Galaxy's Fall completely forced his body into the ground, making him unable to move. The fake Luffy at hand has turned back into a marine soldier, and his body has almost been squashed. And when Loya stared and looked towards the sky, I was shocked again. I saw Garp pursuing him in the direction of his fall. And he has already untied the seastone chain wrapped around his body and held one end in his hand. Do you want to take advantage of me being suppressed by the shock wave of Galaxy Fall to get close to me and kill me with seastone? All of a sudden, Loya thought of something. Open black lens bracket. Sometimes, advantages are also disadvantages. Disadvantages can also be advantages. Close black lens bracket. It is true that Loya had Blueno as a helper, but when he knocked Garp down to the ground, it was also because he wanted to protect Blueno from being stunned by the Conquerors, bringing him away from the place where Garp fell. Advertisement. To a certain extent, isn't this a missed opportunity to pursue Garp's victory? But Garp, who is alone, can pursue him without any scruples. At this moment, Loya couldn't lift his hands and could not heal his injuries, although the injuries were not serious. But if you can't lift your hands, you can't strengthen your physical strength and break free from the suppression of the shock wave. Even when Loya tried to use his back muscles to erupt armament haki and bombard the ground beneath him, he couldn't do it. Garp's galaxy fall carried a large amount of Conqueror's haki, which caused a certain degree of paralysis in his muscles. As galaxy fall so strong, Loya was shocked. Haha, it's really worthy of doing galaxy fall. The name of this move means that it carries the power of the entire galaxy falling downward and knocks it down. Loya has a clearer understanding of Garp's power. At first, Loya thought that both Roger and Garp had exceeded the limit of 10,000 Dao calendars. However, after Loya Conqueror's second stage awakening, it was judged that Roger and Garp did not really break through the 10,000 power limit, but it was just a false breakthrough caused by Conqueror's second stage awakening. And now it seems that, at least, Garp has truly broken through the physical limit of 10,000 power. As expected of the Moncade family. Garp. It's very dark underground. Loya closed his eyes, relaxed his nerves, suddenly raised his strength, opened his eyes, and shouted at Garp. Now, it has fallen approximately 500 meters underground. It's already dark and I can't see my fingers. But this is for Garp. Loya, who is familiar with the basic principles of modern optics, deliberately closed his eyes to let them adapt to the darkness in advance. At this moment, after Loya opened his eyes, he was gradually able to see in the dark. Of course, this is also due to the permanent optimization and transformation of Loya's eyes. Let your eyes have a certain night vision ability. He never expected that he would play such a role that he had not expected in such a high-end game today. Both sides have the knowledge to kill, and the knowledge and color can no longer sense the other party. You can only rely on basic hearing and vision. Garp, who had already gradually caught up with Loya who was falling to the ground, was only 20 meters away. At this moment, the deep darkness sinking into the ground struck. Garp is invisible. After he fell to the ground, he looked upward, so he could see the faint light above. At this moment, it's quite the opposite. Advertisement. Garp looks underground. Nothing can be seen. Operator drink. This unconsidered situation made Garp roar angrily and unwillingly. He waved the seastone chain on his hand and pulled it off. A long black whip formed by emission haki struck the ground. Boom. Loya was hit a little, but the main recipient of the force was the earth beneath Loya. The land, under Garp's irrational attack, suddenly fell into pieces and exploded. At this moment, Loya was completely suppressed by the shock wave of galaxy fall and was able to escape. Zizizi. Conqueror's black thunder merges with darkness. Escape from Loya's body. Loya was suppressed by galaxy fall haki, and at this moment, she was freed. Now Loya is thinking about a question in his mind. Why, during the 30 seconds of falling, with his 10 times strengthened conquerors and weapon colors, he is still suppressed by the insufficiently concentrated two-color haki like galaxy fall. In fact, Loya had some guesses about the answer. That's speed. Speed, that is, Nuo Jiao Jiao, is power. When Loya saw Garp perform the galaxy fall move, he seemed to see something evil. That's right, the speed at which the Milky Way falls gives Loya the illusion of almost the speed of light. So at such a speed, Loya had no chance to react. He was immediately knocked to the ground by galaxy fall. Although galaxy falls move, double-color haki is not focused, it can give full play to haki's essential advantages. Energy body. An energy body similar to lightning and light. This energy body erupts in an instant, and the speed will reach close to the speed of light. And speed is power. The advantage of concentration of power is abandoned. But in exchange for the advantage of speed, speed brings powerful impact again. This is the Milky Way fall. However, not all conquerors and armed colors can achieve such terrifying speed. The premise is that you have Garp, a terrifying physical power suit that exceeds 10,000 power. Chapter 103 The God Who Overturns the Earth. Reply. Loya raised his hand and pressed it on his abdomen, instantly recovering the minor internal damage caused by Garp haki's impact. Look up. It can be seen that Garp has indeed stepped on the cliffs on both sides of the crack at this moment, using his strength to send upwards. Temporary optimization leopard painted martial body. Loya changes into his speed form. The 2 feet that transformed into feline feet were tapped lightly on the air king. With an extremely small voice, he rose into the air and pursued Garp above. At this moment, in the dark crack space 500 meters underground, it is Loya's advantageous opportunity to use the feline's silent walking and feline night vision abilities. I wonder if it's my imagination. Garp is slowing down. Loya chased in the darkness while observing Garp fleeing upwards, and immediately discovered another advantage of his. It seems that the injuries caused to Garp by the previous divine avoidance and Ming Dysprosium finally began to show results after Garp consumed a large amount of haki to hit galaxy fall. There are still 200 to 300 meters above the ground. Loya pursued Garp within 20 meters from a dark angle with a silent moonwalk. Loya tightened the long sword in his hand 177. Above the sword's edge, black thunder exploded instantly. Xian evasion. Loya stared at Garp's figure, his feet suddenly accelerated, he shouted secretly, and swung his sword towards the top of Garp's head. A 20-meter-long super-large crescent-shaped pure black sword energy burst out with thick and winding black thunder, fiercely blasting towards Garp's position. When Loya's Conqueror's Black Thunder hit Garp, he realized that Loya's assassination in the dark had arrived. Drink. Garp roared loudly and was covered in Conqueror's Black Thunder. He turned around in midair, raised his arms that were wrapped around Shuangba, and crossed them on his chest and in front of his face. Advertisement. Boom. Garp's intuition is very accurate. Shuangba's arms were just enough to defend against Loya's divine sword energy. However, this is a 20-meter-long double god sword energy. The amount of 2 strands of haki contained is the most Loya has ever released. In addition, Garp's own haki has been weakened by CEAG. The gap between one strong and one weak becomes very obvious. In just a moment, Garp was hit by this huge divine sword energy and fell into a cliff. After Garp was plunged into the dirt for more than 10 meters by the divine evasion sword energy, the double tyrants wrapped around Garp's arms were finally completely shaken away by Loya's super divine evasion. Click. Garp's forearms made a shattering sound that only he could hear. Under the impact of super divine avoidance, Garp's forearms were completely fractured. God avoids the impact and Garp continues to fly deeper into the soil. Under the crushing force of the super god, Garp was in severe pain all over his body and let out a roar of fright and fury. His roar almost penetrated the earth and resounded through the sky. After Garp was squeezed by the gods, he was pushed 30 or 40 meters deep into the soil. This divine evasion finally couldn't maintain its form and exploded immediately. Then, next, Loya admired it. A scene of the majestic rolling earth created by his own hands. The moment this super divine evasion exploded, 70% of the shock wave was still flying forward under the force of inertia. This is 200 to 300 meters underground. The trajectory created by Shenyuan is flying upward diagonally. As a result, the thick soil layer of 200 to 300 meters above the gods was swept up into the sky by the terrifying impact of the gods. Advertisement. As the shock wave of Shenbi spread, the scope of the soil that was thrown away quickly expanded from tens of meters wide to hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters. It is 200 to 300 meters thick and thousands of meters wide. The soil on the earth is like the waves of the sea, rolling and surging in one direction, flying into the sky. This scene is really as amazing as the end of the world. /wave Vientiane sword net. In order to chase after Garp who was sent flying, Loya held the sword in both hands and swung the sword out. Pure chop waves intertwined into a bright white giant net, flying towards the direction where Garp was knocked away. Immediately, Ya faced the raindrop like mud falling from the sky and pursued it with moonwalk. The alien space of Menman has collapsed. Bluno and Sebastian, who was carrying Corona, ran away from the overturned land. Because this place is full of Conqueror's Black Thunder. The original port location, midair. Under the moonlight, Guillaume looked at the Conqueror's Black Thunder that was lifted hundreds of meters high like a stormy wave, and the Conqueror's Black Thunder that was as thick as a string of people's waists, winding towards the sky, and his beautiful eyes couldn't help but trembling. Conquerors. Another terrifying Conqueror's release. Who is the strongest person fighting Mr. Garp? Conquerors is so terrifying that it almost scares me. A trace of Conqueror's Black Thunder appeared on Guillaume's body involuntarily. Come and fend off the Conqueror's remnant of terror that looms over this island. The dazzling sword energy network then shines on the island. Seeing this net of sword energy, Guillaume's eyes narrowed, he stepped hard on his feet, quickened his pace, and flew towards the location of the sword energy. Wave swaying the sky. The rain of mud in the sky really made Loya feel irritated. Loya raised his sword with both hands and waved it towards the sky. The bright sword light soared into the sky, sweeping away the 3-meter-wide sky as Loya advanced. Garp. Suffer death. Unshielded by the rain of mud, Loya held his sword and pursued Garp, who was knocked away, at an astonishing speed. Chapter 104 Guillaume, the extremely fast moon shadow. Garp's figure, in the mud flying all over the sky, was pushed diagonally towards the surface of the earth by the hockey shock wave after being blasted by God. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While chasing after him, Loya held the sword in both hands and unleashed one after another wave. Loya expected that the current Garp must be seriously injured, and in a short period of time, he would not be able to lift the strength of the double tyrants, so he could only rely on his strong physical body to deadlift. Therefore, even the pure sword energy wave can directly kill Garp if it hits Garp's vitals. In just a few seconds, Loya unleashed more than 100 sharp wave sword energy that were tens of meters long. Each of these waves has the terrifying power to kill an ordinary Poseidon. The sky is full of wave, Loya doesn't believe it, but he can't hit Garp. The moon is full. The moon is waning. The sky has no shadow. The earth has no light. There are millions of mountains and seas, and the moon shines on 900,000 to 9,999. Hiss. Guillaume held the hilt of the famous sword Kimpura tightly with one hand, and the aura on her body kept rising as she sang softly, and kept rising. She took a long breath. Above the scabbard Conqueror's Black Thunder coils. Wei Luo, a shadow in the world. As Guillaume uttered this last verse. For a moment, her entire figure turned into a pure black light. It shot out downwards. The shadow of the moon. Jung. Boom. Zitza. Be the feet of Guillaume. Tap lightly when it hits the ground. More than 10 meters away. This extremely fast shadow of the moon, pure black double tyrant slashed and hit the trajectory of the sword light. On Loya's body, a bright blood flower splashed out, which was exceptionally beautiful under the moonlight. A shocking slash wound appeared on Loya's chest and abdomen. Advertisement. As well as, a severed arm holding a sword flew down more than 100 meters away. Little devil, Yuan will kill you today. I see. Did Garp sense that reinforcements were coming? Even if I am killed with knowledge, I should strengthen my knowledge tenfold. To prevent changes outside of the battle situation. I was too focused on chasing down Garp, and I continued to consume a lot of conquerors and armament hockey, so I didn't deliberately maintain armed defense. I was successfully attacked by this person. At the moment of being chopped. Loya's mind was racing, and he raised his left hand and pressed it on his abdomen. It hurts so much. Even my limbs are a little numb. I can't use reply immediately. The slash just now contains Conqueror's entanglement. I clearly saw that this person seemed to be wearing a marine coat. Who is it? There is someone in the Marines who can use Conqueror's winding slash. Who is this guy? Loya fell to the ground in a deep pit. He kept his left hand on his abdomen, but without any precautions, he was hit by Conqueror's entangled slash. For a while, Loya couldn't use the fruit's abilities. Shashasha. A figure appeared in Loya's field of vision following the sound of light footsteps. This figure was just under the moonlight, and Loya could only see a black outline. This person was seriously injured by my surprise, and I cut off his right arm and flew out with his sword. It's probably impossible to fight anymore, right? Even if you can still fight, you will never be a threat to me. This person must be fighting with Mr. Garp. I can only see him with my naked eyes, but I can't sense him with my sight. Is this the same conquerors as Mr. Garp? Mr. Garp once said that those who possess knowledge and killing are definitely above me. Fortunately, I succeeded in my sneak attack. Guillaume looked at Loya lying in the mud puddle and thought to himself. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. He is so young. Guillaume looked carefully at the man in the mud pit who was injured by his sneak attack, and found that he looked to be in his early 20s. It surprised her very much. In the past few years, she has been sitting in the Marine branch of New World and rarely returns to naval headquarters. Therefore, these people who have become somewhat famous in Grand Line in the past few years are not very familiar with them. And she also pays more attention to the new pirates. Loya is just a doctor. Therefore, Guillaume didn't know Loya. Where is Mr. Garp? Guillaume withdrew his gaze from Loya, looked around, and then shook his head. 0. It's really bad to kill people on sight. It's better to ask my subordinates to come over and search with me, and ask them to bring the ship's doctor by the way. The battle between this person and Mr. Garp just now seemed like this person had the upper hand and was slashing with sword energy in a certain direction. Mr. Garp must have been injured. Guillaume shook his head and thought, I just took out the phone bug from my pocket. Called and said a few words. After hanging up, Guillaume jumped up and came 1 meter in front of Loya. This time, Loya finally saw her face. Admiral candidate open black lens bracket Momosugi close black lens bracket Guillaume. Not yet an admiral candidate, it will be after the summit war. But there is no doubt that she must be infinitely close to admiral in strength. Loya opened her eyes wide. Guillaume lowered his head and looked into Loya's eyes. Hey, what's your name? She asked. Why do you look so young? You can't really be a kid in his 20s, right? Guillaume said, laughing to himself. In her opinion, Loya at this time was not threatening at all. In fact, the look of him sweating profusely in pain and clenching his teeth, coupled with his handsome appearance, is a bit pitiful. It all made her feel a bit maternal that she shouldn't have. Chapter 105 Guillaume, Momosugi. Actual age, 28 years old. Loya spoke slowly with blood overflowing from his mouth. This is plus his age before time travel. In fact, after time traveling, his physical age became 6 or 7 years younger. So my current physical age is only in my early 20s. Guillaume. Female. Senior Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Status. Maternal and fetal single. Age. More than 50 years old. However, she takes good care of herself. She looks like a young woman in her 30s. Hear Loya tell her age. Guillaume's beautiful eyes flashed, and a blush appeared on her gentle face. Hey, I'm so sorry. I want to confirm first. Are you going to kill Mr. Garp? Don't be mistaken. That would be difficult. After all, Guillaume didn't witness the battle between Loya and Garp, but only saw Loya wildly swinging his huge sword energy. You're not mistaken. It's me who wants to kill Garp. As Loya spoke, he closed his eyes slightly. He feels that his fruit ability has been used enough to transform it into, repeatedly. And this gentle marine woman seemed to feel a little guilty for sneak attacking him. So stupid. Now, the woman is so close, Loya can subdue her instantly if he wants to. Loya couldn't be angry at this marine woman who sneaked up on him and slashed him. Guillaume covered his mouth in surprise. Why did you admit it so honestly? Why don't I feel like you are a bad person? If you are a bad person, you shouldn't be so honest. Guillaume said with a chuckle, reaching out and poking Loya's face. Hey, little ghost head, auntie, I don't hate honest children being hungry. But can you tell me why you killed Mr. Garp? Mr. Garp is a person that my aunt respects very much. By the way, what's your name? You haven't told me yet. Loya has healed the internal injuries with recovery. I just deliberately didn't let my broken right arm regenerate. The wound on the chest extending to the abdomen also left a little flesh wound that was deliberately left unhealed. But the bleeding has stopped. Guillaume seemed to be so relaxed that he didn't even notice that Loya's wounds were no longer bleeding. Still talking to Loya stupidly. Such a stupid woman, are you serious? Loya couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. Hey, woman, do you have a bandage on you? Show me the front. Loya opened his eyes and said with a smile on purpose. Wow, what a domineering tone. Guillaume pretended to be surprised, but there are no bandages on Auntie's body. Just bear with it. Seeing as your health is so good, you should be able to hold on a little longer, right? Advertisement. After a while, my subordinates will come with medics and medical kits. Temporary optimization enhance the color of the experience tenfold. At this moment, Loya secretly learned his lesson and strengthened his knowledge. You are quite a nice person. Loya smiled at Guillaume and said, by the way, after you catch me, what will I be convicted of? Attempted murder of General Marine. Will I be sent to Impel Down? Are you married? Do you have a boyfriend? After I am imprisoned until Impel Down, can you come and visit me often? Guillaume was stunned by Loya's series of questions. A blush appeared on her face again, she gently raised her hand to cover her mouth, and laughed. Kid, where do you have so many problems? Auntie, if I asked you a question, you didn't even answer. You will be poor-mouthed. Guillaume seemed to be smiling and angry. Ugh, it hurts. Loya looked pained on purpose. Then he raised his left hand and reached towards Guillaume. Guillaume glanced at Loya's outstretched hand warily and quietly took half a step back. You're not really stupid. You're just joking with me, but at least you still have the heart to change your mind. It hurts. Can you hold my hand? Loya pretended to be in pain and said. Guillaume looked at Loya's raised left hand and hesitated for 2 seconds. Hey kid, if I hold your hand, will it stop the pain? You don't want to plot against me, old aunt, do you? I feel sorry for you, so I'm kind enough to talk to you here. But how can Guillaume's vigilance be a match for Loya, a veteran in love? I still want you to hold me in your arms. I lost too much blood and my body is a little cold. But come to think of it, you won't give me charity, but you won't even hold my hand. Loya said with a hint of pain and weakness. And as he spoke, his raised left hand began to tremble, and slowly fell down as if he had no strength left. Okay, you little brat, I'll trust you first, auntie. Guillaume looked at Loya's pitiful look, thinking that even if Loya still has some strength left, her hockey will be able to withstand the plot. So, he stepped forward and held Loya's left hand. That's all right, kid. Guillaume said angrily, a blush appearing on his face. Fingers intertwined. Loya said weakly. What? Guillaume didn't hear clearly. I want to hold your fingers intertwined. Loya repeated. This time, Guillaume understood. But he was also stunned. Immediately he burst into laughter. After all this, you still have the thought to tease old auntie. Guillaume couldn't help but laugh and said. Advertisement. Fingers intertwined. Loya looked into Guillaume's gentle and beautiful eyes and repeated. Guillaume blinked, hesitated, and involuntarily made a finger to field grip with Loya's left hand. After holding each other like this, a blush appeared on Guillaume's pretty face. Then, he suddenly realized something and immediately threw away Loya's left hand. The doctor will be here soon, kid, just hold on. Guillaume turned around and said with a blush. Loya, my name is Loya. Loya put his left hand on his abdomen and said. Loya. Guillaume turned around, looked at Loya again, pondered for a moment, and said, my name is Guillaume. No, I am, single, quote. After finishing speaking, another blush appeared on Guillaume's face. You always blush and have a pink face. I think you shouldn't be called Guillaume, you should be called Momosugi. Like a shy, cute little rabbit haha, cough cough cough. Hearing Loya's words, Guillaume originally planned to reprimand her a few words, because the teasing meaning was too strong, and she was very embarrassed to say it. But as soon as Loya finished speaking with a smile, he started coughing violently. The look of weakness and pain that Guillaume was about to reprimand suddenly disappeared. You little devil, tell me honestly, how many girls have you deceived? Guillaume looked at Loya anxiously and said angrily. You're the only one, and you haven't been fooled yet. Loya chuckled. This look of wanting to be beaten made Guillaume couldn't help but glare at him. Just be quiet, stop talking and wait for the doctor to come. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see you in the future. I just wanted to take this moment to say a few more words to you. Loya said with a weak smile. Hey, you little brat. Guillaume looked at Loya angrily. Stop teasing me. This is the first time we met, and I even cut you. Can you like me? Stop lying, okay. Who likes you? I'm just saying that I want to see you again in the future. I hate you so much that I hate you so much. Loya smiled. Guillaume was stunned when he heard this, and then he covered his mouth and laughed. That's right, I attacked and wounded you in a sneak attack. You should hate to see me every day. Tell me, do you think you've cut me many times in your heart? Guillaume laughed. No matter how many times I chop you, I won't be able to forgive you. Loya pretended to be angry and itched his teeth. I have to use other methods to avenge this knife. Other way? What way? Guillaume asked curiously. Loya looked into her eyes. Only by marrying this hateful woman back home and giving birth to my children every day, cooking, washing clothes, and serving me can I relieve my hatred. Guillaume was stunned when he heard this. Loya raised his eyelids and glanced behind Guillaume. This second of days in Guillaume. 2 meters behind her, a green air door opened. Sebastian stepped forward lightly, raised his armed iron fist, and was about to hammer Guillaume's head fiercely. As for Guillaume, who was in a daze, he had already relaxed his vigilance and was completely unaware of the movement behind him. Chapter 106 Guillaume, let's talk. Back off. Loya drank lightly. Guillaume, who was in a daze, was shocked to feel something behind him. He was about to turn his head and look back. But Loya suddenly jumped up, raised his left hand, grabbed Guillaume's chin, and kissed him. And he threw Guillaume's whole person down and pinned him down. Snapped. A loud slap. After Guillaume knocked down Loya, who had snatched her first kiss, he quickly stood up and looked around. But, where is the human figure? Sebastian, who had already jumped up from Loya and kissed Guillaume, returned to the door-to-door fruit space and hid. Loya, who were you talking to just now? I just felt someone behind me, and my feeling is definitely not wrong. When Guillaume spoke, he had already drawn his sword. He put the knife in front of Loya's neck. Loya sat on the ground, pressing his abdomen with his left hand, looking at Guillaume. I must kill Garp. You can't stop me. You are arrogant. Guillaume 24 shouted angrily, and moved the tip of the knife forward a few centimeters, getting closer to Loya's neck. Believe it or not, I will kill you now. Mr. Garp is a senior I respect very much. Loya didn't look at her. Reply. A broken arm can be reborn as before within a few breaths. The wounds from the chest to the abdomen also healed in an instant. You can't kill me, you don't have the ability. Loya said calmly. Guillaume had already been surprised. When he heard this, he immediately stabbed Loya in the chest without hesitation. But, I don't know why, she didn't stab Loya in the neck. Ding. A clear cry. The tip of Jinbaluo's knife poked into the dark armament. There's no murderous intent on your sword. It doesn't even have the color of a weapon. Loya said, jumping up. Advertisement. Arrogant. Guillaume raised the knife angrily, poured armament hockey into the knife, and was about to chop Loya's neck. Loya was covered in armor and looked up at Guillaume. Follow me from now on and give me some children. If you still want to be a marine, I will also form a new marine. Would you like to hear what you were saying? Guillaume's sword failed to cut down after all. She looked at Loya in disbelief and took a few steps back. You are so despicable. You are talking to me on purpose to delay time so that you can regain your strength. Guillaume looked at Loya bitterly. When I answered you that I wanted to kill Garp, my power had already been restored. Loya looked at Guillaume, but I didn't plot against you. I didn't even intentionally heal my body. Because I found that you are very gentle, I deliberately continued to pretend to be seriously injured and talked to you calmly for a few more words. I know that if I recover from my injuries, you will immediately confront each other with swords, and I will no longer be able to talk to you quietly. Loya said sincerely as he approached Guillaume. Nonsense. I don't believe a word of what you say. Guillaume raised the knife, pointed it at Loya, and took a few steps back. Don't come any closer, or I will really chop you. I am determined to win you. Loya said lightly, turned around, and jumped into the sky to find Garp's location. Temporary optimization vision optimization eye of Fukuro. Loya optimized his eyes into Fukuro's vision. Call out. Loya just observed it for a few seconds. A piercing scream came from behind. The color in Loya's eyes sees the future. Without turning around, he knew that Guillaume was flying over and slashing at him with an angry look on his face. When an ability user is seriously injured, some ability effects will be released. So even though the 10-fold enhancement time limit has not yet reached, Loya's 10-fold hockey enhancement effect armor color, Conquerors, has already disappeared. Now he only has one vision that has been strengthened tenfold. However, against a Guillaume, he is a nephew. Although Guillaume has Conquerors and can use Shuangba Matoi's slashing attack, Conquerors is still not strong enough after all. The strength is probably equivalent to that of Zoro, who defeated Fire Calamity Ember. But perhaps in terms of physical skills, swordsmanship and speed, he is not as good as Zoro. Infinitely close to the strength of Marine Admiral. And Loya is a little stronger than Marine Admiral even if the fruit ability is excluded. After strengthening the sight, hearing and color tenfold. It even has a crushing advantage over Guillaume. Advertisement. What's more, Guillaume didn't even move his sword seriously. Loya just dodged and avoided Guillaume's knife, and went around behind Guillaume and locked hands. Loya locked Guillaume's left hand behind her with her left hand, and grabbed Guillaume's right wrist with her right hand. In this posture, the two of them stepped in the air relying on moonwalk. But Loya's attention was not on Guillaume, but continued to search for Garp's location with his eyes. Loya, let me go. Let me go and I'll have a nice talk with you. Guillaume struggled and found that this man was indeed much stronger than her. Loya, did you listen to me? Guillaume shouted angrily. Listening, whatever you want to say, just say it. Loya said absently. Let me go. You. G970 Yuan was furious. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Is it true that you want to marry me? It's so funny, we just met for the first time. Real. Loya is still distracted. I'm talking to you seriously, but you're distracted. I have nothing to talk to you about. Guillaume Airway. Loya said. Oh, you. Guillaume was furious. You are so hateful. Loya said. Oh, again. Guillaume realized that this kid was searching Garp's location. So he quickly asked. You haven't committed any crime before, have you? Are you not a wanted pirate with a bounty on your head? No, Loya said. Okay, I can marry you. But if you want to join Marine with me, I can introduce you. Also, you can't kill Garp. At this point, Dion said angrily and doubtfully, why did you kill Mr. Garp? Mr. Garp is a good man. Because I am a bad person. Although I am not a pirate, I am 10,000 times worse than a pirate. Loya said. Dion found it. With Loya's tenfold vision, he can see through some substances, and the real world tends to become translucent in his eyes. After searching for a long time, Loya finally found Garp, who was suspected to be unconscious, in a pit covered with mud. Chapter 107 Her Shyness. Tempest Kick Bazoo. Loya raised his foot and aimed at Garp, who was buried in a pit hundreds of meters away, and kicked out the sword energy that entangled emission hockey. Ah! Dion exclaimed when he saw this, and immediately realized that Loya had found Garp's location. In a hurry, she bit her silver teeth and remembered that Loya could regenerate a broken arm, so she wrapped a ball of emission hockey under her feet, moved back, and kicked Loya's crotch. Flirting your vaginal legs. In Loya's eyes, he saw this future a few seconds ago. Lift your legs and bring them together in the middle. Dion's vicious move on his vaginal leg was firmly trapped between his legs. Sebastian, go kill Garp. Loya then shouted loudly into the air. At the same time, Loya and Dion remained in such a stalemate position, falling straight to the ground from midair. Because at this moment, the two of them are no longer able to use the Kokubu Kong. Sebastian and Bluno, who were in the different space of the gate fruit, heard Loya's instructions and immediately set off to chase the sword energy that Loya had just kicked out. During the fall, Loya's eyes were still staring at Garp's position. I saw the sword energy that I kicked out that entangled emission hockey, slashed firmly into the soil, and finally hit Garp's body. Seastone chain. However, most of the sword energy and hockey were deflected by the seastone chains wrapped around Garp's neck, chest, and waist. The seastone is too hard. The seastone saved his life again. Loya thought bitterly. The reason why Garp is still alive is very simple, because his knowledge still exist. Advertisement. Where can the dead be seen and killed? It's even possible for Garp to wake up and regain most of his combat power. Because if the injury is too serious, it will not be able to survive Conqueror's murder. Boom. Loya and Guillaume fell heavily into the soft soil. Sebastian, be careful. Garp might wake up. Loya yelled again. Guillaume was pinned down by Loya. At this moment, when she heard Loya giving instructions to someone, she also thought about what Loya said to behind her before. Sure enough, do you still have any men hiding in the dark? Guillaume said. What she didn't say was that Loya's men were clearly about to plot against Guillaume, but they were stopped by Loya. Why did Loya stop his men from plotting against her? Is it really the first time we met that we fell in love with her? This caused a big stir in Guillaume's heart. Hateful. Guillaume bit his silver teeth, closed his eyes, and fell into a tangled state. Loya, if you really like me, don't kill Mr. Garp. If you don't want to join Marine with me, first can quit Marine and live in seclusion with you, but if you kill Mr. Garp, I will never marry you. I will hate you forever, hunt you to the ends of the earth, and send you to impel down with my own hands. Guillaume shouted. Loya didn't speak, but responded to Guillaume with actions. Advertisement. Deterioration and paralysis of the limbs. The energy of the devil fruit was injected crazily into Guillaume's body from Loya's hands. The ability of this fruit, which exerts negative effects on pure energy, will be fully resisted by hockey in the cells of the strong hockey after it invades the body of the strong hockey. Guillaume also realized in an instant that a dark and ferocious energy had been injected into Loya's body. Condensate hockey immediately to resist the invasion of this evil energy. The two energies consumed each other and fell into a stalemate. Why? Why do you have to kill Mr. Garp? Guillaume struggled hard and shouted, his tone full of anger and confusion. This is between men. If I don't strike first and kill Garp today, one day in the future, he will join forces with others to kill me. If you want to be my woman, just shut up. Li Jiao. Don't think I'm giving you any shame. You were so cruel to me just now. Do you want me to have no descendants? Loya also became angry. No. No, you are not. Guillaume was stunned by the scolding. Wait, come in. I want to be your woman. How shameless. Shameless. Who wants to be your woman? I just said that I am willing to marry you, but only if it is you. As he spoke, Guillaume's face gradually turned red. She also noticed that her rebuttal was very weak, as if she was trying to quibble and cover up something. Chapter 108. Blow Garp's head out. Sebastian walked out of the air door. Don't we really need to take action together? Bluno asked. No. Sebastian shook his head. If you can avoid exposing your existence, don't expose it first. And the master only asked me to kill Garp alone. Understood. Bluno closed the air door. Immediately, Sebastian was the only one left here. He jumped into the mud puddle. I immediately saw Garp, whose figure was partially covered by the mud. Loya's Tempest Kick Chop wave that entangled emission hockey caused most of the soil that originally covered Garp's body to fly away. Seeing the target, Sebastian didn't hesitate any longer. Lift up your huge fist, coat it with armament hockey, and jump forward. He hammered Garp on the head while he was stuck in the mud. When Sebastian's armed iron fist was only half a meter away from Garp's blood-stained head. Garp, who was motionless at first, suddenly shook his body and suddenly opened his eyes that were shining with scarlet red. See, hear, and see the short future. The warning of death brought Garp out of coma. Drink. Garp let out a thundering roar, and a carp jumped up from the mud, its entire head covered with a layer of pitch-black armor. He put his head on Sebastian's chin. Boom. Z-la-la. With a loud bang and a dash of Conqueror's black thunder, Sebastian was thrown upside down by Garp. In midair, a small stream of blood spilled from his mouth. When Sebastian landed and stood up again, he found that his jaw had been broken. Drink. Sebastian let out an angry roar, covered in pitch-black armament hockey armor, and rushed towards Garp angrily. That kid, Loya, actually brought a powerful gang. By the way, what about Guion? Where is she? Why hasn't she come to support me yet? Garp was able to knock Sebastian away just now. It was really a desperate counterattack, and some surprises were added. But now his condition is very, very bad. Blood flowed profusely from all parts of his limbs, and there were deep and shallow wounds caused by the sword energy. The seastone chains wrapped around his body protected his vitals, but not his limbs. Loya swung hundreds of powerful slash waves in the direction he was flying backwards, and at least 20 slash waves hit him. If this seastone chain hadn't been extremely strong and blocked most of the damage, Garp would have died long ago. And the damage caused by these slashes is nothing. Just some superficial injuries. The really serious injuries were to Garp's head, internal organs, and a pair of arms. The God's Avoidance Ming Dai, hit by Loya when he was plotted against him in the castle actually shattered his skull. But Garp relied on the powerful hockey to survive. Advertisement. But before, in the darkness of the crack in the ground, he once again suffered a super divine dodge from Loya's face-to-face output, which completely destroyed Garp's hardworking state. The severe headache made him faint just now. Until this moment, it still made him feel dizzy. The Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey carried by the God of Void have the power of internal destruction. Therefore, even with the seastone chain to protect him, Garp's internal organs were still severely damaged. This accumulation of internal injuries is the most terrifying part. This will cause Garp to lose stamina rapidly, and with the rapid loss of stamina, hockey will also lose crazily. Finally, there are Garp's arms. Both forearms have been comminuted ly fractured. If Garp can condense the high-strength armament hockey and pour it into these forearms, it can forcibly support the forearms. But now Garp is in a very weak state. After temporarily repelling Sebastian with a desperate blow, various trauma symptoms hit him, causing Garp to almost faint again. At this moment, seeing Sebastian covering armament hockey, roaring and rushing towards him, Garp struggled to gather hockey and pour it into his arms, but the effect was very unsatisfactory. His current state is too bad, the speed of condensing hockey is like a turtle, and the quality of hockey is also worrying. Seeing Sebastian rushing in front of him, Yinpu's chamber energy was not enough to support his small arms to move again. Garp could only reluctantly focus on hockey in his eyes, activate his sight color, and retreat while dodging. However, after Garp, whose head was split open, just dodged twice, he felt dizzy and the color in his eyes could no longer be maintained. Boom. Garp was hit on the head with a fierce iron fist from Sebastian. Wow. Garp screamed in pain, blood boiled on his head, and he fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Sebastian bent over and punched Garp on the head one after another. Soon, Sebastian's dark fists were covered with bloodline. Jiwensha disappeared. After another armed iron fist came down. Sebastian, Cade suddenly found out what he had seen and heard so much that Garp's heart skipped a beat. He raised his fist and took a closer look at Garp. See him lose consciousness. But there is obviously still a breath of air. The heartbeat is getting weaker. Seeing as he can't resist anymore, should we take him over to the master? Sebastian thought so. Just turn Garp over and untie the seastone chain wrapped around Garp. Then, Sebastian balled up the seastone chain and threw it into the sea. As a hybrid of a giant and a fishman, Sebastian has great physical strength, with more than 9,000 powers. He directly threw the seastone chain into a sonic boom and threw it more than 10 kilometers away. Although it's a pity, so many seastones are worth at least 1 billion Baileys. However, for the safety of the owner, it's better to throw them away. Sebastian then grabbed Garp's head with his big hand, picked him up, and strode towards Loya. Deterioration and paralysis of the limbs. Advertisement. Loya continues to output devil fruit energy. Guion is still struggling to condense hockey and resist the invasion of evil energy. This is a purely mental and physical battle of attrition. Although Loya's physical and mental bars were consumed by more than half. In terms of quantity alone, Loya is at a disadvantage. But because Loya's mental toughness far exceeds that of Guion, the quality of devil fruit's energy is also extremely powerful. In addition, the degraded energy output by Loya is only directed at the nerves of Guion's limbs, and the energy attack is very concentrated. So, gradually, Guion could no longer resist it. She felt that her limbs had experienced a certain degree of numbness and loss of consciousness. This heartbeat. Loya, who was continuing to output, suddenly sensed a certain breath of life. Garp's heartbeat. His sight is gone. Sebastian succeeded. Loya perked up. Immediately, Loya also discovered that Sebastian's heartbeat and Garp's heartbeat were both approaching his position. Suddenly he couldn't help but smile. Sebastian is good at everything, loyal, serious and cautious. But I just lack intelligence. There are no perfect subordinates, otherwise, they would not be my subjects. Loya shook his head helplessly. Obviously Loya's order was to kill Garp, but out of caution, Sebastian decided to capture the dying Garp and hand it over to Loya for the final decision. Don't dare to overstep your authority at all. Is a very good quality. But he is also too loyal and honest. Sigh, obviously if Sebastian killed Garp directly, Guillaume's resentment towards me would be smaller. But if this happens, I will ruthlessly decide Garp's life or death in front of Guillaume. Single quote. Loya thought so. Increased devil fruit energy, invading Guillaume's limbs. Since Guillaume used all hockey to resist Loya's fruit energy, Garp's situation has not been discovered yet. Guillaume. Loya could feel that Guillaume's limbs were completely numb and unconscious. So he slowly let go of Guillaume's wrist, pressed the fingertips of his hands on Guillaume's temples, and said in a gentle tone, "Get some sleep, my Momosagi." Deterioration and fainting. Loya, you. Guillaume immediately felt a strong sense of sleepiness coming over him. He held his eyelids for 2 breaths, then closed them completely and fell asleep. Not far away, Sebastian held Garp's head in his big hands and carried it over. If I don't let you see me kill Garp with your own eyes, you may be less resentful towards me in the future. Sigh. Chapter 109 New Wife, Ms. Momosagi. There is a trace of lazy warmth in the air. Guillaume woke up leisurely. Loya, she suddenly thought of something and stood up from the soft and comfortable bed. Madam, you're awake, a young maid greeted with a smile. This is where. Guillaume looked at the surrounding environment. It seemed that he was on a beautiful large cruise ship, and the place where she lay was in the glass sunroom on the upper floor of the cruise ship. The decoration in the room is very elegant, with flowers and potted plants everywhere, and the table is filled with fruits, drinks, and her favorite yatsuhashi snacks. The sunlight from outside shines in through the transparent glass, and a few potted shrubs block most of the harsh sunlight, leaving Madara's mottled light and shadow to shine on Guillaume's body. The windows were open to the left and right for ventilation, and everything seemed extremely comfortable and pleasant. This is our master's ship. The maid replied with a smile. Your master. Guillaume was slightly startled. Wait, what did you just call me? Madam. Our master is Dr. Loya. The maid smiled. Loya. Guillaume suddenly woke up, quickly opened the quilt and walked out of bed. Where are the others, Loya? As soon as Guillaume asked, he found that all his clothes had been changed and turned into a plain white elegant dress. Madam, please put on your shoes. The maid picked up a pair of beautiful high-heeled sandals from the side, squatted down and placed them at Guillaume's feet, and was about to put on the shoes for Guillaume. Guillaume, however, hurriedly ran out of the glass sun room, shouting, Loya, Loya, please give me a kiss. Immediately, she saw Loya taking a nap in the lounge chair from the front deck of the large cruise ship in the corridor. Whoosh. Guillaume jumped up and landed on the deck. Advertisement. Loya opened her eyes, took a sip of the alcoholic drink, looked at her in a white dress, and smiled with admiration. My Momosagi, you are such a beauty. What the hell are you doing? Guillaume reached out angrily and grabbed Loya's shirt. Where's Mr. Garp? Guillaume looked into Loya's eyes excitedly and asked. I used the fruit's ability to make him lose his memory, and at the same time reduced his strength. So, as promised, Guillaume, you are now my wife, Ms. Momosagi. You will keep your promise, right? Otherwise I will be very angry. Loya said slowly with a faint smile. But, this is Loya's lie. He has definitely killed Garp completely, and he directly used Deterioration Flesh Explosion to completely turn Garp's body into a pool of blood and flesh. Remember Doberman's Commodore? After fighting Zoro, he left the castle and secretly spied on the battle between Garp and Loya. Loya discovered this person after strengthening himself tenfold. After killing Garp, Loya captured this person, searched his memory, and decided to use a precious, permanent optimization to turn this person into Garp and eliminate his memory. Even the blood type and body details are exactly the same as Garp. But without conquerors, the power is only a little over 1,000. Really, you really didn't kill Mr. Garp. Guillaume relaxed his grip on Loya's shirt with emotion. He took 2 steps back. But immediately, she shook her head. Don't lie to me. I can go to Marine to verify it. I still have Mr. Garp's life card with me. Having said this, Guillaume quickly asked, where did you hide my marine coat and my sword? ... Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Isn't this what it is? Loya raised his hand and pointed at the small table next to him in the lounge chair opposite. The marine coat and the famous sword Conqueror were placed there. Guillaume was stunned. She was so focused on Loya that she never noticed her things placed on this recliner. She quickly checked her coat and found the life card from her pocket. The life card is still there. You didn't lie to me. Guillaume suddenly cried with joy and covered his mouth, a few drops of tears falling down. 0. This life card is naturally fake. Before killing Garp, Loya searched Garp's memory, and then also searched Guillaume's memory. He called Sabayati's men to send a cruise ship over. Using the equipment on the cruise ship, a fake Garp's life card was made and placed back in the marine coat pocket in Guillaume. The fake Garp was also later found by Guillaume's female soldiers who had been searching for Guillaume and Garp on the island. Now, 2 days have passed. In order to deceive Guillaume, Loya took great pains. You said back then that you would marry me as long as you didn't kill Garp. But in order to protect myself, I can only erase Garp's memory and weaken his strength. Guillaume,
I didn't kill Garp because of you. Will you keep your promise? Loya asked. When Guion heard what he said, his face suddenly turned red. Quote. Her eyes were a little dodgy, not daring to look at Loya. I said that on purpose just out of desperation. Can you not count? Guion said weakly. Chapter 110. Guion doesn't want to leave. You don't have to count. Who told me to like you so much? So I won't force you to do anything. Guion thought Loya would be furious. Who knew? He smiled indifferently. Get out of here. Get out of my boat immediately. You are not welcome here. Go back to your marine. Loya sneered and said coldly. Then he picked up a towel on the table, lay back on the lounge chair, and covered his face. Guion felt Loya's cold violence. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't. Because at this time, Loya completely acted like he didn't want to see her or listen to her. 860 words. At the moment, Guion silently put on the brand new marine coat that had been cleaned and smelled the delicious fragrance on the clothes. But he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Does she really want to break her promise? No. She's just shy. Because I was shy, because I had just met Loya, and the two of them had never dated seriously, I subconsciously refused. It wasn't until this moment that she realized that she was indeed not opposed to marrying Loya, and was even somewhat willing to do so, even wanting to marry him. She is already over 50 years old. As a woman, it's not that she doesn't look forward to love. However, her ideal partner is a man who can surpass her in every aspect and make her feel good. Jaji has been pursuing her, but Jaji's ability cannot be said to be better than hers. And the most important thing is that she really doesn't call Jaji.
Kill Loya under the moon. Advertisement. I saw him being chopped by himself, sweating profusely, clenching his teeth, lying on the ground in pain, and looking determined without saying a word. After learning that Loya was only in her 20s, Guion felt love and affection for Loya from that moment on. Yes, even though their positions were different at the time, Loya was even an enemy, and Guion had already fallen in love with Loya at first sight.
Maybe it's because Loya is so young and has such a strong power area. Maybe it's because Loya is handsome and an absolutely handsome man. Perhaps, it was also because of Loya's perseverance and serious injury that made Guion feel maternal love. Afterwards, I chatted and joked with Loya, which made her bump into each other from time to time. When she held Loya's hand with her fingers intertwined, she felt an electric shock at that moment. Now, Guion looked at Loya's indifferent attitude. In her mind, she recalled various scenes of that night. Recalling that Loya told her that in order to avenge his death, he wanted to marry her home. Recalling that Loya didn't let his men attack her. Then I remembered that Loya actually spared Garp's life for him. I also remembered that Loya just said that because he liked her so much, he would not force her to do anything. Thinking of these, Guion felt confused for a moment. Guion took 2 steps on the deck with his bare feet. He stared blankly at the sea. How can I go back? Why don't you send me off? Guion looked back at Loya and asked with a hint of grievance. But Loya didn't seem to hear it. There was no response for a long time. Guion felt his nose sore. Madam, you haven't put on your shoes yet. Advertisement. Fortunately at this time, the maid rushed over with a pair of beautiful high-heeled sandals, which relieved Guion's embarrassment and grievance. Thank you, I can do it myself. Guion calmed down his emotions, smiled and said to the maid. Madam, these shoes of yours were made by Master Loya himself after measuring your feet, using wood from the Adam tree and deerskin from rare animals, and working overnight. It really fits your feet very well. The maid smiled and introduced the origin of the shoes on Guion's feet. After hearing this, Guion covered his mouth in surprise. Did he make it for me with his own hands? He can also make shoes. Guion asked with gleaming beautiful eyes. Yes, Master Loya is really versatile. By the way, madam, are you hungry? Master Loya has prepared meals, and some of the dishes are cooked by him himself. You're welcome, madam, our Master Loya's cooking skills are unparalleled in the world. After tasting his cooking, madam, you may not find the food cooked by others delicious in the future. The maid smiled again. Guion opened his mouth in surprise again. Is it really that delicious? How come he knows everything? At this time, Guion did feel a little hungry. At that moment, she looked back at Loya, but she saw that he still didn't hear or see anything. Guion's face turned red. Well, I am indeed a little hungry, please take me to the restaurant. Guion said shamelessly and a little shyly. Do you want to go to the restaurant? The maid was stunned and said, actually, madam, you can eat wherever you want. We will bring the table over. You don't have to go to the restaurant. After a pause, the maid said, besides, Lord Loya didn't have lunch either. Otherwise, I'll have someone move the table here, and wouldn't you like to have dinner with Lord Loya? Oh, that's fine, then I'll do as you say. Guion blushed and said like a donkey down the slope. Chapter 111 I am willing to be your wife. Guion is at a table 10 meters away from Loya. Enjoy a hearty lunch slowly. The maid was on the side, busy pouring her a drink from time to time, or doing small tasks such as peeling the shells of large lobsters and sea crabs, and cutting a piece of meat. You don't need to be busy, you can go have a meal or take a rest. Guion said to the maid sheepishly. It's okay, ma'am, this is what I should do, I've already eaten. Master Loya bought me from the slave auction house and removed my status as a slave, but I have nothing to repay Master Loya. I can be transferred to serve madam, my song. The maid said with a smile on her face. Oh, Loya, is he a very good person? Guillaume glanced at Loya, who seemed to be sleeping on the recliner. Of course, the maid said with certainty. Oh, Guillaume's eyes flashed. 24. More than an hour later. Guillaume was full. However, it seems that there are roots under my feet. Sitting at the table, looking at the sea, I didn't know what I was thinking. At this time, Loya seemed to finally wake up. He stretched out from the recliner, took off the towel covering his face, stood up, and walked towards Wenzong dinner. Loya, Loya, Guillaume looked at him weakly and shouted softly. Huh, why haven't you left yet? Loya glanced at Guillaume with feigned surprise, then pulled out a chair, sat down, and started eating slowly. Do you really want to drive me away? Guillaume lowered his head and asked in a low voice, a little aggrieved. Remember to take off your shoes before you go. I made them for my wife Momosuke, not for Marines Guillaume Vice Admiral. Loya didn't even look up, and said calmly while eating. After hearing this, Guillaume bit his lips and took off his shoes. However, her eyes turned red. Advertisement. Guillaume stood up, picked up his sword Kimpira, and then looked at Loya. Do I also need to take off this dress? Take off whatever you're wearing, are you stupid? Loya looked up at her and said angrily. The clothes I wore before are here. I can wear my original clothes. Guillaume said with red eyes. The maid should have packed it up. Loya said. Then I'll go find her and ask. Guillaume walked away with bare feet. The maid is in the kitchen preparing afternoon tea. Seeing Mrs. Momosuke walking to the kitchen barefoot, the maid was very surprised. Ma'am, why are you barefoot? Don't you like the shoes that Lord Loya made for you? Hearing this, Guillaume's eyes turned red again and tears flowed down. Madam, why are you crying? The maid quickly put down her work and stepped forward to support Guillaume's arm. He asked me to take it off. Guillaume's eyes flickered and he said while wiping his tears. How could it be? Lord Loya really likes you. He knows that you like to eat Yatsuhashi snacks, so he made a lot of them himself and kept them in reserve. I was about to prepare afternoon tea and bring it to you. The maid quickly comforted her. Guillaume remembered that there were many Yatsuhashi snacks placed on the table in the glass sunroom. It turns out that these snacks were specially made by Loya for her. Guillaume's mood suddenly improved. Wipe away my tears and stop crying. How does he know that I like Yatsuhashi dim sum? She muttered quietly to herself. When the maid heard this, she said, Loya-sama has a special intelligence collection network. Perhaps he deliberately collected your preferences, madam. After a pause, the maid continued to comfort her. Master Loya really likes you. Maybe there is some misunderstanding between you. Madam, why don't you have a good chat with him? Well, thank you, I'll go have a chat with him. Guillaume was very embarrassed, and looked at the maid gratefully, then turned and left the kitchen. Guillaume slowly walked back to the dining table on the deck and looked at Loya blankly. Along the way, she thought about a lot of words, but when she came to Loya, she didn't know what to say. But didn't wait for her to speak. Advertisement. Loya said first. It's not that I want to drive you away, it's that you don't want to be my wife, so I can only let you go. You are such a big man, can I still lock you in a cage? Guillaume lowered his head, looked at his toes, and hesitated. I don't want to be your wife. It's just that it's too fast. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Guillaume blushed and looked at Loya. Loya chuckled inwardly. His move of retreating in order to advance, playing hard to get, seems to be very effective. However, thanks to the maid's cleverness, she eased Guillaume's mood. This maid must be rewarded well. A lot of assists. Loya remained calm on the surface. She glanced at Guillaume and her eyes fell on her feet. Your feet are dirty. Fortunately, your boat is very clean. Feeling Loya's concern, Guillaume suddenly felt happy. Come here, bring me a basin of hot water. Come over, pick some rose petals and pour some milk in it. Loya shouted towards the shipbuilding. Uzumaki smiled slightly at Guillaume and said, wait a moment. Loya reached out and took one of Guillaume's hands, pulling her to sit down on a chair. Guillaume lowered his head shyly and obeyed Loya submissively. After a while, the servants prepared a basin of foot-washing water with milk, hot water and rose petals, and brought it over. Loya took the basin of water from the servant and placed it at Guillaume's feet. Madam, let me wash your feet. Loya squatted down, gently grabbed Guillaume's feet and put them into the warm water. Well, it's actually not dirty. Seeing that Loya wanted to wash her feet personally, Guillaume said with surprise and joy, shyness and expectation. I just want to touch my wife's beautiful little feet openly, please grant me this wish. Loya said with a smile. Guillaume suddenly felt shy. Then, that's up to you. Guillaume's personal maid came over after a while carrying afternoon tea and Yatsuhashi snacks. When she saw Loya squatting there and washing Guillaume's feet, Guillaume's face turned red and he couldn't help but smile happily, and he immediately smiled knowingly. Chapter 112 I'm determined to follow you for the rest of my life. Repair. After washing Guillaume's feet, Loya dried them with a towel, lifted Guillaume's smooth and tender little feet, which were as beautiful as a baby and exuded the fragrance of roses, and kissed the instep gently. Yeah, Guillaume couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this, and quickly raised his hands to cover his face. A pretty face, as red as a steamed prawn. Loya then personally put on the pair of high-heeled sandals made of Adam tree wood for her. Do you like these shoes? Loya kept squatting in front of Guillaume, looked up into Guillaume's eyes, and asked softly. Yeah, I like it. Guillaume felt the deep love in Loya's eyes, bit his lip, and couldn't help but nodded slightly. Do you like me or shoes? If you don't make it clear, I will misunderstand you. Based on reading Guillaume's memory, Loya deduced that given Guillaume's age, she liked him with a bit of motherly love, so she deliberately used a subordinate posture to outline Guillaume's doting mentality towards young men. Relatively young. Sure enough, Guillaume looked down at this boy, who looked very cute in her eyes at the moment. After biting her lip, she reached out to hold Loya's face, leaned over and kissed Loya's forehead quickly. Then with a hint of shyness, he turned away and said, Everyone, I like it, is that okay? Okay, you kissed me without my permission. Loya accused deliberately. Give it back to you. Guillaume thought for a moment and retorted, Didn't you leave my feet without my permission? Then you should kiss my feet too. Why are you kissing my face? Loya stood up and pretended to be angry, This won't work. I have to kiss your face too. Guillaume, it makes so much sense, I can't even refute it. So, Loya held Guillaume's face, moved directly towards her mouth, and kissed her deeply. Guillaume is so angry. What I kiss is your forehead. It's the forehead. But the protest in her heart made her mouth more willing to cooperate with Loya's deep kiss. This kid, he is really scheming. How good and bad he is. Advertisement. I really like. Under Loya's superb kissing skills, Guillaume, who had no experience at all, soon became confused and obsessed. Under Loya's intentional guidance, she couldn't help but wrap her arms tightly around Loya's neck. Loya kept attacking her with kisses. People in Guillaume have difficulty breathing and forget about the environment. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly noticed that the light had become very dim. Loya actually hugged her, kissed her all the way, and walked into a bedroom. She was placed on a fragrant bed by Loya. No, please, it's too fast. Guillaume realized something and pleadingly said. Guillaume, believe me, you are already in your 50s, you will like it a little bit. Loya stopped moving, stared into Guillaume's eyes seriously, and said softly. Guillaume looked at Loya's serious eyes, and suddenly felt a little relieved. Really, although it is a question. But Guillaume really remembered that she was already over 50 years old. And Loya is only in her 20s. At this time, it was not Loya who needed her urgently. But she is longing for Loya. I can take my time, but I have a lot of things to deal with in the past few years, and I may not be able to accompany you every day. Loya said again. When Guillaume heard this, his eyes flickered twice, then he raised his legs and firmly hooked Loya's waist. Then she took the initiative to hold Loya's face, kissed it, leaned into his ear with tears in her eyes, and whispered. Little rascal, I will follow you for the rest of my life. You must never let me down. After saying that, she leaned her head on the bed again, stared into Loya's eyes, suddenly laughed again, and said. However, even if you really fail me, I won't lose you. Advertisement. Who told you to be a handsome young man in his 20s? Sister, I've taken a huge advantage. Falling in love with Loya, she knew in her heart, was a bit impulsive. The rational approach is to restrain this emotion. However, she has no regrets. She is already in her 50s. It is not easy to meet a man who can make her heart beat and who is worthy of her love. If you miss Loya, you will never be able to wait for the second such man to appear for the rest of your life. When Guillaume was very young, her parents were killed by pirates. Suru rescued her from the pirates and raised her as her own sister. Later, Guillaume, who admired independent and self-reliant women like Suru, followed Suru's footsteps and joined Marine. But after all, Guillaume doesn't have the so-called Marine's obsession with justice. Joining Marine is just out of admiration and yearning for Sister Suru, as well as the grace of saving and nurturing. With this mentality of repaying his gratitude, Guillaume plunged into Marine's team with enthusiasm. She works hard every day to practice her skills. Every time I perform a task, I work hard and execute it meticulously and strictly. And with Marine Admiral as our goal, we have nothing to worry about. As time passed, she changed from a girl of 16 or 17 to an old aunt in her 40s or 50s. The once youthful dream, the blazing Jiao 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 flame, has gradually calmed down. Looking at Sister Suru's happy family and her granddaughter Peacock, they have gradually emerged in Marine. Guillaume finally began to think about how to spend the rest of his life. This time, Guillaume completed the mission of rescuing her old friend Mr. Garp for Sister Suru. Guillaume also felt that it was time for him to retire after his success. The most important thing is meeting Loya, a little wolfdog who makes her heart beat. She feels that she has become much younger, and finally feels like a young girl. She, the Iron Lady of Marine who was known as the Stone Grandma who never bloomed, finally bloomed with bright flowers. It's also time. Break away from Marine, break away from Sister Suru's expectations for yourself, and pursue your own happiness. Oda's original manuscript. Sketch of Sweet Girl Guillaume. Chapter 113 There is no woman he can't handle. Went to Wushan for 10 reigns in total. Guillaume nestled in Loya's arms and rested for a long time before gradually regaining some strength. Both men are physical monsters. This is also the first time Loya has met an opponent in chess. Although Guillaume is a true novice, he is the strongest and physically strongest among Loya women. The two were so obsessed with each other that they fought fiercely from yesterday afternoon to noon the next day. Husband, do you think I can get pregnant? Gion asked while drawing circles on Loya's chest. She now has the idea of having a baby for Loya. But because of her age, she was a little worried that she wouldn't be able to get pregnant. I am a famous doctor. I have to believe in the ability of famous doctors. Loya kissed Gion's red lips, then stood up slowly, winked at Gion and said, "You must be hungry, I'm going to prepare pregnancy meals." Is there such a thing as a pregnancy meal? Then I have to eat more. 870. Gion smiled sweetly. Before leaving the house, Loya looked back at Gion who was getting dressed. "Would you like to call your old friend, and I'll ask the maid, a phone bug, to come over to you?" Gion was stunned for a moment, then bit his lip and nodded. After a while, the maid opened the door and came in, bringing a big, dial telephone bug. Gion lay on the bed and dialed Sister A's office number. Advertisement. The call is connected. As soon as the other person said, "Hello," Gion couldn't wait to say, "Surune, it's me, Gion." The person on the other side seemed stunned for a moment, and then he said in an anxious and worried tone, "Sister. Where have you been? Your subordinates called to say that you are missing on Shulikana Island. Do you know how worried I am?" Quote. "I'm sorry, sister." Gion's tone was as charming as a girl's. "I met the man I love. By the way, sister, how is Mr. Garp?" "What? You just said. Garp has been sent back to the headquarters by your subordinates, but has he lost his memory?" Gion asked. Do you know? It does seem like he has lost his memory. The military doctors are still diagnosing. It seems that even his strength has been greatly weakened. But other than that, there is nothing serious after all. He is in good health. Ah, that's good. Gion laughed. Husband, he really didn't lie to me. Yes, sister, I have something to tell you. I'm not going back to Marine. Gion said with a hint of apology, but very firmly. Suru was stunned when he heard this. Wait, Gion, what did you just say? Not going back to Marine. Suru's tone was full of shock. Yeah, sister, I finally met the man I love, and I plan to stay with him for the rest of my life. Gion said like a girl, her tone full of happiness. This, Suru felt a little hard to accept for a moment, as the sister who raised you single-handedly. Gion, don't blame me for talking too much, I still have to ask a few more questions. Advertisement. Yeah, hello, sister. Although I won't go back to Marine, you will always be my sister. Gion said quickly. In that case, the first question is, who is this man? Hearing this question, Gion smiled and pondered for a moment, but chose not to tell the truth completely. His name is Loya, and he is a famous doctor in the Grand Line. Since Garp has lost his memory, Gion plans to hide Loya's assassination of Garp from Loya. Loya, the famous doctor who has become famous in Grand Line in recent years. Suru has been at Naval Headquarters Marineford these years, mainly doing civilian work, collecting intelligence, etc., so he immediately knew who Loya was. Ah, sister, do you know him? Gion exclaimed in surprise. He has a close relationship with our Grand Line Marines and has treated many Marines. So I have met her too. When Suru said this, he sighed heavily. Oh, Gion, this boy is an out-and-out love prodigal. Why did you get involved with him? When Gion heard these words, his expression suddenly froze. Her eyes flickered a few times. What's wrong, Sister Suru? Is he a very romantic person? It's more than just romantic. Suru sighed. You have to know that I collect intelligence, and the sources of my information have been verified by many parties. As far as I know, among our Marines alone, there are no less than 10 girls who have had a relationship with him, and they even still miss him to this day. There are many aristocratic ladies and wealthy daughters in the Grand Line. The number of people who are close to him exceeds 100. There are even some married aristocratic young ladies who have secret contacts with him. It is said, there is no woman he can't handle. When Suru said this, he sighed silently again. She really cherished this Gion sister so much, but she didn't expect that this sister, who was excellent in everything, would eventually be won by a prodigal in love. This kind of thing really makes Suru feel very sad. Chapter 114. A Clear Conscience. Yes. Gion's pretty face still had a sweet girlish smile. Even after knowing that Loya is a prodigal in love, he is still a super prodigal. Gion still didn't have much psychological fluctuations. She said quibbly. Men, I have already guessed that there must be many women for men like him. Please wake up. Suru yelled angrily. He is just playing with you. You'd better leave him quickly and come back to Marine. Although the Naval Headquarters operation against the Whitebeard pirates does not require you to participate in the war, you still need to sit in New World with Kaji to prevent other 4 emperors from waiting for an opportunity. Gion's tears flowed out quietly. Sister, I'm already in my 50s. Gion almost cried and said, your granddaughter Peacock has made a name for herself in Marine, but I don't have a little family of my own yet. Sister, please bless me, I really fall in love with him. Ooh, Gion cried sadly. She couldn't remember the last time she cried so sadly, how many years ago it was. It seems like it was 20 or 30 years ago when a large number of female soldiers under his command died in battle, right? Ah Yi is completely aware of this. Listening to his beloved sister crying so sadly on the phone, Suru felt very uncomfortable. But Suru was still cruel and said, go back to Marine, Gion. That man, I don't think he can be your support for the rest of your life. If you follow such a prodigal, you will soon be ruthlessly abandoned because of your old age. Go back to Marine, sister. After this war against 4 emperors Whitebeard, sister, I will definitely find a reliable man for you. If you don't like Jaji, an old, ugly-looking man, if you like a young and handsome man, I can find one for you. Gion listens to Suru the most. She grabbed the microphone and was lost in thought for a long time. Then she slowly wiped away her tears and answered with difficulty in a hoarse voice. Sister, I understand. I will be back. Advertisement. This is my good sister. Suru breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his adopted sister had never changed in listening to her words. Just when Gion was weakened with a numb face, he hung up the phone. The bedroom door was pushed open forcefully. Gion, I want to see who wants to take you away from me. Loya pushed open the door and walked straight towards the phone bug with eyes full of black lines. After the maid sent the phone bug, she stayed at the door of the bedroom so that Mrs. Momosugi could call her if she needed to do something. As a result, I heard Gion's cry, and immediately ran to the kitchen without hesitation and told Loya. Loya, when Gion saw Loya coming back, his eyes regained some sparkle. Baby, leave it to me, trust me. Loya held Gion's face, kissed it, and then stretched out his hand towards Gion, asking for the microphone. She is my sister, Loya, don't you? Gion handed the microphone to Loya and said worriedly. Loya gave her a reassuring look, then picked up the phone and said. Ms. Suru, do you want to take my wife away from me? Ms. Suru, you are really resourceful. My wife, as soon as you tell her on the phone, she will obediently come back to you. You still think you don't control her enough. You have done so many brainwashing tricks. Do you want to even brainwash your sister? Suru heard this. My hair exploded immediately. A-hole Loya. There's a Conquerors in Gion, how could I possibly wash her brain? Suru's devil fruit ability is the Paramecia washing fruit. To put it bluntly, it is brainwashing. However, as Suru said, no matter what brainwashing methods are used, they are ineffective against Conquerors awakened ones. In other words, it will expire soon, and the effective time can be as short as a few seconds or minutes, as long as a few hours or days. Advertisement. Doflamingo is afraid of Suru because he has been washed by Suru several times. Every time he was washed by Suru, he would become a retarded, good guy for several days. Please give me flowers. However, Loya is also a person who is well versed in brainwashing. Immediately he said. Yes, after she awakens Conquerors, she can no longer be brainwashed. But when she was young and had not yet awakened Conquerors, do you dare to say that you did not brainwash her? Shalulia Palace is the holder of Conquerors. Loya called her and learned that she was training in the Nine Snakes Arena and awakened Conquerors. However, before Shalulia awakened Conquerors, she was brainwashed by Loya. Sure enough, I heard Loya's accusation. Suru was even more furious. A-hole. You a-hole. You have played with so many ignorant girls, do you still want to play with my beloved sister? I will never let you go. Point 0. Now, you still want to sow discord between me and Gion. You are so cruel. Loya smiled and deliberately let her finish her sentence. Have you finished? But you also admitted that you brainwashed Gion when she was young, right? Suru gritted his teeth in anger and almost crushed the microphone. Loya, you be asterisk 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 D. I brainwashed Gion just to make her loyal to Marine. Gion actually knows this in her heart. In Marine, even among some pirates, my ability is an open secret. I Suru have a clear conscience. Very good. Loya smiled. Since you have a clear conscience, then I will tell you too. I have played with many girls, and it is an open secret. But the girls I have S*X with also know that I have many women. I have a clear conscience. I will give Gion a happy little home, please don't let her go back to your Marine who works as a dog for the Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons, I will soon knock them off the altar of this world and completely knock them down from the mortal world. After leaving these words, Loya hung up the phone. Chapter 115 Sister's Blessing. Loya, Gion called softly with a hint of sadness and a complicated expression. Loya held her hands and said gently, don't think too much, your sister loves you. I don't hate your sister either. In the future, I will take you and your children to visit your sister. You just need to trust me. Gion looked into Loya's eyes and nodded slightly. Wait a minute, husband, you just told your sister that you wanted to take celestial dragons. There was a hint of worry in Gion's eyes. Loya patted the back of Gion's hand gently, this is a man's business. Please trust your man. I'm worried about you. Gion grabbed Loya's hand, being an enemy of the celestial dragons is really. HMPH, Gion, my Momosugi. Celestial dragons are not as scary as you think. But I promise you, I will know how to advance and retreat. If things can't be done, I will be like the 4 emperors, separate one side, have children with you girls, and spend the rest of my life happily together. Loya said with a smile and confidence. Gion is well aware of Loya's strength, which is definitely no less than any of the 4 emperors. Therefore, these words made Gion feel very reassured. The two looked at each other and gazed tenderly for a moment. Gion suddenly became excited and his beautiful eyes widened. What did you just say? How many girls do you mean with us? Loya smiled sarcastically and said truthfully. You are, the 8th wife. Empress Hancock, Khalifa, Shaki, Jewelry Bonnie, Robin, Nami, Reiju. 8th. Gion's eyes twitched and he almost fainted on the spot. She closed her eyes, took her hand away from Loya, and rubbed her temples vigorously. Please let me calm down. I'm so angry. You bad guy. Gion opened his eyes and stared at Loya, getting angrier and angrier. Loya quickly grabbed her hands again and coaxed. I will take good care of all 8 wives, but I love you the most. Did you say that to each of them? After Suru told Loya that he once had more than 100 girlfriends, and that Loya was just playing with her, Gion's resistance has become very strong. No, I only say this to you. Loya coaxed. Oh, I see, new love. It's fresh, right? Advertisement. Gion is not that easy to deceive. But Loya shook his head and said seriously, because only you can make me enjoy myself in bed. They are powerless. As long as I exert a little force, they will. Hearing this, Shizuno's face suddenly turned red. He quickly slapped Loya hard. Stop talking, I understand. Gion's physical power is also close to the limit of 10,000. It is fully capable of withstanding Loya's whipping. It can be said that one of the reasons why Loya is so energetic and wants to have so many girlfriends is that he is not satisfied with his desires. Ordinary women simply cannot make the journey enjoyable. Although Gion was shy, she also gained some confidence, but she still lowered her head with some concerns and said, but Sister Suru also said that I am so old, I will soon become senile, and you will abandon me. This is the key reason why Suru was able to persuade Gion to leave Loya and return to Marine. In fact, when she had S*X with Loya for the first time, she had already thought that there must be many women for men like Loya. The fear that she will grow old and lose her charm is what she fears most after finding love. Believe me, Gion, I will keep you young forever. Loya's permanent optimization youth surgery can make people look younger again. However, at this moment, Loya did not say anything clearly. No need to say it explicitly. After Loya completes everything he wants to do, he will naturally perform the surgery on Gion. Just lie to me. No one in this world can stay young forever. Gion completely thought Loya was trying to make her happy. Loya smiled and didn't explain. Gion then snuggled into Loya's arms and whispered, I don't care anyway, if you dare to abandon me, I will go back to Marine and arrest all your wives and any new loves in the future. Hey, he's so vicious. I'm so scared. Loya laughed. The two whispered some love words again. The phone rang suddenly. Bulu bulu bola bulu. It should be your Suru sister. Loya motioned Gion to answer the phone. I think it's her too. Gion picked up the phone and carefully shouted, hello. Sure enough, I heard Suru's somewhat deep voice, Ziyuan. Sister. Gion also called out. Immediately, the sisters on both ends of the phone fell into silence. Is that guy Loya with you? Let him answer the phone first. Suru said. Loya took the microphone from Gion and shouted with a cheeky smile, Sister, what do you want to say to me? Who is your sister? Advertisement. Suru was furious. Yeah, sister is right to teach you a lesson. Loya glanced at Gion with a smile. Gion couldn't help but laugh. You little b******************* d, if you dare to play with my sister and not be responsible for my sister, Niniong will definitely not let you go. Suru said angrily. Yeah, sister, I will take your words to heart. Loya still smiled. Suru lost his temper because of his submissive tone. Weren't you crazy just now? You want to kick celestial dragons off the altar. I'm telling you, put an end to your thoughts as soon as possible. Don't let my sister suffer with you. Suru gritted his teeth. My sister asked me to extinguish it, and I will extinguish it right away. I will definitely not put Gion into trouble, and I will definitely let her live a stable and happy life. Loya continued to follow Suru's words. Suru completely lost his temper. Remember what you said. Sister's words are the supreme holy words in my heart. Loya said exaggeratedly. You are smooth-tongued, and you are used to coaxing women, right? Suru said something angrily again, and then said, give the microphone back to Gion. Gion took the phone, smiled sweetly and said, Sister. You insist on following Loya, right? Suru said. Yeah, Gion's eyes flashed. Okay, after all, you are in your 50s. This guy Loya is indeed handsome and can make girls happy. He is also very rich. Apart from being a philanderer, he has no bad habits and will not make you miserable. Quote. Suru's tone was full of unwillingness, but if you are wronged, remember to go home. Do you know, there will always be a place for you here, sister. Gion's eyes were moist. Yeah, I understand, sister. Besides, Suru adjusted his tone, I want to get down to business. I'm listening, sister. Gion said, you are leaving Marine. In terms of procedures, I will help you take a long vacation on February 4th, so that if you are not happy at Loya, you can come back at any time. Yeah, okay. Gion nodded. Gion, you are the Marine Vice Admiral. You know a lot of secrets. You must not tell your man. You know this point of propriety, right? I understand, I won't tell him Marine's secrets, I swear. Gion said quickly. Well, that's all I have to say. I hope you can really make Loya, the prodigal son, come back. Sister, bless you. After Suru said this calmly, he hung up the phone. Gion's tears fell immediately. She held the microphone and refused to let go for a long time. Did you hear that, husband? Sister. She blessed me. Guillaume looked at Loya crying and laughing, with tears of happiness flowing. Loya stroked Guillaume's face with a smile and gently wiped away her tears. Chapter 116. Guillaume's position in the harem. What's this? Guillaume suddenly raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the bedroom. On the ceiling, there are several white ghosts. Loya has long discovered these little ghosts sent by Perona. There is a girl with abilities on my ship. She was originally a girl raised by Shichibukai Gecko Moria as a subordinate. Loya said, I killed one of her friends in front of her. She was afraid of me and has been hiding in the room these days without daring to come out, so she sent some ghosts to peek out. Which wife is yours? Guillaume listened to Loya's introduction, but ignored other things, and asked with wide eyes. I haven't confiscated her as my wife yet. Loya said. Oh, isn't it my wife? Guillaume was a little surprised, but she immediately realized something was wrong, and she didn't take it away. Do you mean you want to take it away? Think. Loya nodded. Guillaume was so angry that he clenched his fists on the spot. How about you be so honest? If you really want to take it away, you can do it secretly. Why do you want me to know? I don't know why, but Guillaume just can't really get angry at Luo 24 ya. Loya grabbed Guillaume's hands and said, if you really don't want me to mess with her, I can tolerate it and just treat her as a subordinate, but in order to ensure her loyalty, I will brainwash her with drugs. To advance is to retreat. Loya actually doesn't have to accept Perona as his wife, but she must ensure her loyalty. Drug brainwashing. Guillaume is not a little girl who knows nothing about the darkness of this world, she has also heard about this kind of thing. Loya needs to let Guillaume see his dark side. Let her slowly accept some of the dark sides of his existence. It seems that you are serious about dragging celestial dragons down from the altar, right? Guillaume realized that Loya really wanted to do something big, otherwise, he would not have assassinated Garp for no reason, and would have brainwashed the Espers to make them loyal. Let's give it a try. Loya said frankly, even if I don't want to kick the celestial dragons off the altar, if I divide my territory and become the 5 emperors, I still need my subordinates to manage the territory for me. Then take her in. It's best not to use drugs to brainwash her. Guillaume suddenly said. Why? Loya asked, pretending to be confused. I wanted to retreat in order to advance, but in the end, I had to retreat in order to advance. I don't want to be the youngest wife. Okay. Guillaume glared at Loya angrily. Oh, Loya smiled. How do I feel that my Mrs. Momosugi is too kind? Advertisement. Guillaume is indeed too kind. She would rather Loya take Perona as his mistress and have several children. In this way, Perona, as a woman, would most likely not betray her. Husband and wife are originally like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. That only happens when disaster strikes. Guillaume feels that with her strength and Loya's strength, she can firmly become the 5th Imperial Group force in the sea and sit firmly on the Daoyutai. If there is any serious difficulty, let's wait until the time comes. In short, Guillaume has made up his mind that he will never give up on you, never leave his concubine, and will share life and death with Loya. As for family status, Guillaume felt more confident. How many women can be as powerful as her and be Lu's right-hand man? So Guillaume will not worry about his status in Loya's harem at all. Boom. There was a knock on the door of the bedroom. Immediately, the maid's voice sounded. Loya-sama, there are still several kilometers ahead, and we are about to arrive at Nine Snakes Island. Nine Snake Island. When Guillaume heard this, he opened his mouth in surprise. Husband, don't tell me that one of your wives is Shichibukai Boa Hancock from Nine Snake Island. What, am I not worthy? Loya took Guillaume's hand, asked her to come to the bed, and helped her put on the atom-sized shoes. Then, Loya took her hand and came to the front deck. Look at the huge outline of Nine Snake Island in front of you. Loya embraced the sea and said proudly, my secret identity is the Protector Marshal King of the Daughter Kingdom of Nine Snake Island. I have hoarded a lot of arms here. Nearly 1 trillion bellies worth of goods. Most of my wives are also placed here. During the war between Marine and Whitebeard, I have big things to do. In a few months, when my plan is finalized, the altar of celestial dragons will be crumbling. Di Yuan asked Loya to look at her profile. She originally thought that Loya was still starting a business from scratch, but she didn't expect that Loya already had a big business. Guillaume looked down at his feet and said with some concern, Loya, you don't want me to become a pirate with you, do you? What are you talking about? Loya glanced at Guillaume with a smile. I will give you a way out. If I fail, or you are not happy with me, it will be convenient for you to return to Marine. So, I won't let you become a pirate with me. You can live in seclusion on Nine Snakes Island, don't have to worry about anything, and can raise and have children with peace of mind. Advertisement. Hearing what Loya said, Guillaume became a little unhappy. What? You can't trust me. As long as you say it, I will become a pirate for you. I don't want to just be a base. I want to work hard with you to build a foundation and be your right-hand man. Hearing this, Loya raised his hand and touched her head. You don't have to be a pirate, be good. In a few months, if my plan succeeds, you will naturally know that my arrangement is the best arrangement. If you don't want to be a base, there will definitely be a place for you. I will keep your previous relationships with relatives and friends as complete as possible and give you the most complete happiness. Feel Loya's strong confidence. Guillaume suddenly felt more at ease. But she is also more curious about the content of Loya's plan. However, she knows how to advance and retreat, and she knows her man. If she doesn't want to tell her, she shouldn't ask more questions. No matter how big a thing you do, take care of yourself. Guion warned. Don't worry, I cherish my life. I will use other pirates to lead the charge, for example, Whitebeard, for example, Golden Lion. I will drag Kaido and Charlotte Linlin into the water in the future. As for the cards that truly belong to me, I won't let anyone know about them or use them until the final battle. Haha. That's it for Loya, although Loya only mentioned his plan briefly. Guion also gasped, Peep Madara and see the leopard. This is going to bring down almost all the big pirates in the world. It can be said that it is not daring. Guion stared blankly at Loya's side face. I really want to understand something now. The Golden Lion came back to the world and captured. Loya put her finger on Guion's lips, smiled and said to her, you don't know anything, prepare for pregnancy with peace of mind, and then raise the fetus and give birth to the child. Guion nodded, smiled, and then snuggled into Loya's arms. Wear a marine coat later and show it off in front of my other wives. Suddenly, Loya said with a smile. Guion's eyes lit up. Loya asked her to do this, was he trying to treat her as a royal and establish her authority in front of other ladies? Her heart suddenly became sweet. Chapter 117. Showing up, taking over the host. Wait until the maid Bonnie finishes dressing Guion. Guion puts on Marine's coat of justice. Loya, who was wearing a white suit, held her hand and slowly walked down the escalator of the cruise ship. At the Juji port, newly built, hundreds of Juji female warriors have been lined up to greet them. They are holding flowers in their hands and looking forward to it. Lord Wu Wang has returned to his country. Lord Wu Wang is back. Loya and Guion walked together on the sidewalk. The female warriors on both sides scattered flower petals around Loya and the two of them. Margaret drove the water and land turtle, note. A magical creature born in Alabasta, as big as a large SUV, with longer limbs than ordinary turtles, and moves very quickly, passed through the crowd, and came to Loya and others. Lord King Wu Akoku is the deputy captain of the escort team. Enter Margaret. Margaret got off the turtle car and knelt down on one knee 1 meter in front of the lure. The eyes looking at Loya were full of expectation and fascination. Margaret, wake up. Loya reached out to help her, but when she saw Margaret's eyes, she thought something happened. So he turned his hand over and placed the back of his hand in front of Margaret. Margaret's eyes suddenly became hot. She held Loya's hand and kissed the back of Loya's hand devoutly. Lord Wu Wang, please get in the car. Margaret stood up, opened the curtain and said. Margaret, this is my wife, Ms. Momosugi. She was originally the most powerful elite vice admiral in Marine, and now she follows me to join the Daughter Kingdom. Loya held Guion's hand and introduced her calmly to Margaret and the other female warriors around her. You can call her Princess Momosugi, or Princess Protector. If I am not in my daughter's country, she will see me. Loya added. Margaret and the female warriors were suddenly shocked. Advertisement. I have met Princess Momosugi. As the deputy captain of the newly formed King Wu's escort, Margaret knew more about Loya than ordinary female warriors, so she immediately understood Momosugi's importance. Not daring to be disrespectful at all, he bowed to Guion. The more than 20 female warriors from the King Wu's escort team behind the water and land transfers also immediately followed Margaret and bowed to Guion. I have met Princess Momosugi. Hundreds of female warriors around him immediately followed. They shouted in unison. I have met Princess Momosugi. Everyone, we are all sisters, please excuse yourself. Guion is in the Marine, and there are thousands of Marine female soldiers directly under his command. Although she was delighted by the little battle in front of her, she was also familiar with it, and she spoke loudly and gracefully at that moment. Let's get in the car, madam. Loya immediately took Guion's hand and helped Guion get on the turtle carriage first, and then with Margaret's help, he got on the turtle carriage. Margaret stepped onto the driving seat of the turtle carriage and began to drive the turtle carriage slowly towards the direction of the Wawang Palace newly built. More than 20 female soldiers from King Wu's escort were divided into 2 columns and trotted on both sides of the turtle chariot to protect them. For all matters on the cruise ship, Bonnie, Guion's personal maid who has been promoted to the steward of the large cruise ship, led the female warriors of Kuja to carry the goods from the cruise ship. In the past month, every time Loya sent a ship to 9 snakes, in addition to sending his wife, he would also take a look at the emperor's supplies, livestock and female dependents females along with the ship. This land and water transport turtle was also one of the livestock previously transported to 9 snakes. For transporting turtles by land and water like this, Loya transported a total of 3 to 9 snakes and 1 to the empress. One is Loya's own car, and the other is for other ladies to use. Now that Loya has the Lizzie strength, status, beauty, wealth in her own territory, of course she has to decorate her face. When Hancock became Shichibukai, I was the one responsible for contacting him. This is my second time coming to the daughter's country. I didn't expect that the daughter's country has changed so much since I haven't been here for almost 10 years. Guion sat on the luxurious turtle carriage, looking through the beaded curtain at the daughter country whose appearance had changed greatly, and said with some emotion. Loya smiled and said, the changes have happened in less than a month. Advertisement. Oh, your people transformed it, right? Guion immediately smiled knowingly. Due to sufficient supplies and wealth, a large amount of supplies and arms that needed to be stored, and a large number of female dependents sent by Loya, a total of more than 18,000 people, many new houses, palaces, roads, and training squares were built here. There are wars in many countries, and the business of human trafficking is seriously involved, especially underage girls. The price is very cheap. I asked my men, Sebastian and others, to purchase a large number of young and underage girls and transport them to Snake. To feed these people, it is natural to build a lot of infrastructure. Loya explained. 99% of the more than 18,000 female dependents were purchased from human traffickers. Among them, those over the age of 18 were assigned to work as maids. A few who show their qualifications will be recruited into the reserve force of King Wu's guards. And more girls, about 80%, are underage girls aged 0 to 17 years old. These girls are divided into two groups. Girls under the age of 13 are basically not arranged to engage in manual labor. They learn cultural knowledge in the open schools. Older children are also arranged to learn handicrafts. Those aged 13 and above study 2 hours of cultural knowledge at night, train their physical fitness during the day, and participate in a certain amount of physical labor. I remember that the population of the daughter country is the baby girls that the 9 Snakes pirates plundered when they went out to plunder, right? Only Keto. Some are bought from orphanages or rescued from human traffickers. Loya added. One of the things Shaki did in Sabayati was to act as an intermediary for the daughter kingdom, buying baby girls from orphanages at low prices. In this Wang Haojiao cruel world, women are naturally weaker than men. After some poor families give birth to baby girls, they will drown them or throw them away or sell them. The birth of the daughter country is not like abandoning women, in this corner of the world, a product of hugging together to keep warm. Guillaume said with emotion. The two talked quietly for half an hour. After picking up the turtles by land and water, they finally slowly arrived in front of a large palace complex, covering an area of more than 1,000 acres, built of huge rocks and atom tree wood, and with a central main building over 100 meters high. Guillaume looked up at this majestic palace complex, and then at the short and shabby empress's palace a few hundred meters away. He couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Husband, are you being too high profile? The empress's palace is as big as the difference between the Caudai cottage and the royal palace compared to yours. People who don't know saw it and thought you were the master of the daughter country. The guest has taken over the host. Chapter 118. The secret struggle in my daughter's country. The Empress's Palace. After receiving the news of Loya's sudden return to the country, Snake Princess was impatient to leave the palace and take her own escort team to greet Loya. But was stopped by Gloriosa. Shiji, you can't go to greet King Wu. You have to send someone to let King Wu come to see you. Besides, King Wu didn't inform you first when he returned home. This is disrespectful to you. However, in order to see the lover he secretly loved, Hancock obviously regarded Gloriosa's words as farts. Go away, old thing, don't stop me from seeing Lord Wu. Hancock kicked Gloriosa away without mercy. Then she flipped up her long and beautiful black hair, and with some trepidation and nymphomaniacs, asked her two sisters and other female guards. Do you look beautiful now? There's nothing dirty on your face, right? Her performance of completely losing her mind made both sisters secretly sigh and feel helpless. Sister Empress is so beautiful. Lord Wu will definitely be fascinated by your beauty when he sees you. #+#=. Sighing, they also knew that Shiji could never listen to other people's words and could only follow what Shiji said. When Hancock heard this, he was really excited. He quickly raised his steps and started running excitedly. Quick, follow me and go to meet Lord Wu. Suddenly, a figure flew from the side and hugged Shiji's slender calf. Shiji, you can't go to greet King Wu in person. You are the master of this country. How can you lower yourself? Let King Wu and the female warriors under his command realize again that in this daughter's country, you are the one who calls the shots. Gloriosa held Hancock's calf tightly, and no matter how Hancock beat her or shook her leg, he couldn't make Gloriosa let go. You immortal thing, let me go quickly. Murderous anger appeared on Hancock's beautiful face. Just like that, Hancock walked out of the palace with Gloriosa hanging on his calf. When I arrived at the entrance of the palace, I saw Chong Jiji, the protector of the country, kneeling there on one knee with hundreds of female warriors from the older generation, average over 30 years old per person. Your Majesty the Empress, we request that the Empress send someone to inform King Wu and ask him to come to the palace to meet the Empress. As Kikyo said, she looked up at Snake Princess and said, Your Majesty, Empress, you shouldn't go to greet King Wu. You all raise your heads and look at me. Shiji looked at the group of people with cold eyes and said in a cold voice. These female warriors were all loyal to Shiji. Even if they realized what Shiji planned to do to them, they still obediently raised their heads and looked at Shiji. Advertisement. A sneer curled up at the corner of Hancock's mouth. Raise your hands in front of you and make a heart-shaped gesture. Infatuated with Ganfang, waves of heart-shaped pink light emitted from Hancock's hand. In an instant, hundreds of female warriors, including Platycodon grandiflorum, were all turned to stone. After dealing with the group of subordinates who dared to disobey her, Hancock turned cold again and looked down at Gloriosa who was hugging her calf with a murderous look in her eyes. I have tolerated you enough. Don't force me to turn you into stone. Let me go. Gloriosa was so stared at by Snake Girl that she broke out in cold sweat, but she still refused to let go. We can only use our trump card. Gloriosa was thinking in her mind, so she opened her mouth and shouted loudly, Shiji, I know you like Lord Wu and want to marry him, right? Ah, when Hancock's thoughts were revealed, he screamed in embarrassment. What are you talking about? I just worship and respect Lord Wu, that's all. Looking at the pretentious and infatuated snake princess, Gloriosa continued to shout. But haven't you discovered that some of the girls sent by King Wu to 9 snakes are clearly King Wu's women? That taijutsu instructor named Khalifa. That Sha Shaoqi with a bizarre identity. And that female pirate named Nico Robin. And Jewelry Bonnie, who is called the princess. The maids around these 4 women are trying to save them from shame. King Wu's sister Sha Lulia also calls them sister-in-law. They are all women, CEAB, whom King Wu has already married. Moreover, I just received news that King Wu actually brought a woman wearing a marine coat with him when he returned home this time. King Wu asked the female warriors to call her Princess Momosugi and Princess Protector. Shiji, do you know what this title means? This Princess Momosugi is clearly the royal palace of King Wu. He has so many wives and concubines. Are you sure you are still obsessed with this man? When Hancock heard these words, he felt like he was struck by lightning and his face turned pale. Advertisement. Nonsense. Nonsense. Hancock cast a questioning look at his 2 sisters and other female guards. Tell me quickly, what this old guy said is all lies. However, Hancock was shocked to find that everyone, including his 2 younger sisters, had their heads lowered and their eyes flickered, daring not to look at her. Hancock stared at each of them and suddenly felt a little dizzy, and his body suddenly started to sway. Sister Empress. When the 2 younger sisters and the female guards saw Shiji's appearance, they immediately screamed and stepped forward to help Shiji. You have known these things for a long time, right? Hancock weakly held his forehead, stood up again with the help of his sisters, but asked feebly. Yes, sister, we all know. The 2 sisters lowered their heads. Then why didn't you tell me? Loya looked at Guillaume with a smile on his face. Your wording is still too gentle. What you want to express is actually. It's better to give me a chance to put things out in the open instead of fighting in secret all the time. Loya smiled mysteriously. In the future, slowly, you will know the meaning of my high profile. If I explain it to you now, it would be too early to say anything. Hancock was weak and said slowly with a bloodless face. Loya nodded and immediately said to Margaret in the driver's seat, enter the palace. Is it the magpie's nest? Hearing this, Guillaume said angrily, you still know, this is too bullying Hancock, isn't it? The tortoise was picked up by land and water, and slowly started to walk again, driving in from the grand gate more than 20 meters high of King Wu's palace. To take over the host's honor. Yes, Lord Wu Wang. The 2 sisters grimaced. Hancock stared blankly at King Wu's palace a few hundred meters away for a long time. Moreover, by blatantly assuming the position of occupying the magpie's nest, potential conflicts can break out sooner. You didn't say clearly that you want to marry Lord Wu. Hearing this, Guillaume immediately understood. Oh, when you return to the land of girls, it seems that you are not only sending me to live here, but also solving some problems together. That's right. Hancock looked worried and said in great pain. Help me back to the palace. Just as Gloriosa said, summon King Wu to come to the palace to see me. Chapter 119. Building the foundation of the daughter country. Line up. After picking up the turtle by land and water, we just stepped into the gate. It was a loud and powerful woman's shout that resounded throughout the palace. Wow. Cry. Clang. Female warriors wearing red uniforms, equipped with muskets and swords, formed a neat team on both sides behind the gate, performing a heroic spear dance salute. Every female warrior looked straight ahead of her. At a glance, there are thousands of uniformed female warriors in this square. Some of them are the female warriors of the original 9 snakes, and some are selected from the 18,000 female relatives sent by Loya. At the end of the road where the female warriors lined up, they were directly facing the place where the turtles were being transported by land and water, 100 meters in front of them. Sha Lulia wore a snow-white military uniform, Khalifa wore a black military uniform, and Sha Shaoqi wore a green military uniform. They each held a long sword, a long whip, and a musket. Led by Shalulia, the 3 of them stood in a triangular position, looking in Loya's direction. Shalulia raised the sword in her hand, pointed it upright, and shouted. Welcome Lord Wu to enter the palace. As she shouted. Thousands of uniformed female warriors immediately shouted in unison, Welcome Lord Wu to enter the palace. Guillaume looked at this majestic formation in surprise and smiled at Loya. Did you arrange this? This military appearance is much more majestic than our marines. I didn't arrange it. Loya looked at Shalulia, who was wearing a snow-white military uniform 100 meters away, with a smile on his face. This little girl has really changed a lot in the past month. Her temperament has changed so much that even Loya can hardly recognize her. The one in the white military uniform is my sister, Yuan Lulia. The 2 behind her are my wives. Loya introduced. You still have a sister. Guillaume was surprised, she thought these 3 were all Loya's wives. A sister who is not related by blood. Advertisement. Loya's next words made Leng Zian suddenly speechless. As the land and water transfer turtle slowly advanced, Guillaume looked at Shalulia carefully and couldn't help but squint his eyes. This fake sister of yours, she owns Conquerors. It seems to have a lot of potential. If you train him well, he will be another Shichibukai-level fighting assistant. Loya smiled and said nothing when he heard this. It seems that this little girl's potential was unleashed by her overt and covert fight with Snake Princess on Nine Snakes Island. However, Gion was wrong about one thing. Loya has mastered the core technology of Conqueror's second stage awakening. In the future, whether it is Shallulea, Gion, or the Empress, under his training, they can reach the level of Admiral, and even the Four Emperors. Gion looked at Khalifa and Sha Shaoqi carefully again, nodding from time to time. These two sisters are also vaguely at the level of General Marine. It seems that my husband is already surrounded by talented people. Loya grabbed Gion's hands and smiled. After you come, you can integrate them. In these years in Marine, you have also been responsible for cultivating a new generation of female Marines. Shallulea doesn't know where she got this from. After all, she's still not as professional as you. When Gion heard this, he was surprised and happy, but also a little uneasy. Are you going to leave all your family assets to me? Loya patted the back of Gion's hand gently and said firmly, the main palace is in charge of everything, isn't it natural? Gion's heart suddenly felt less sweet than eating honey. Although it has been guessed that Loya wants to make her the main palace, after all, Loya has never made it clear before. Moreover, this main palace also has the right to manage the foundation of the daughter country. Gion's heart is beautiful, but she still has some concerns and uneasiness. Do you really trust me so much? Loya, however, said with understanding and confusion, you are the most suitable in terms of ability and strength. Gion quickly shook his head and said angrily, I don't mean that. I mean, after all, first I'm from Marine. Are you really not afraid that I will take away your foundation and take it to Marine to betray you? Of course I'm afraid. Loya stared at Gion, but I believe you love you even more. The first one is fear, and the second one is but. Advertisement. Such a powerful yet simple sentence. Gion was almost so drunk that he lost his mind on the spot. No, husband, I will never betray you to my death. She leaned on Loya's shoulder, forced down her moved emotions, and vowed to herself heavily in her heart. In fact, Loya is scared to death. ... Please give me flowers. Gion and Hancock are similar to a certain extent. They both have personalities that are devoted to each other if they don't love them. Not to mention betraying him. Even if they are played and abandoned by him, they will probably stalk him without any bottom line or self-esteem, and even seek death. Before incorporating Gion into the harem, Loya was still a little worried about how Hancock and Shallulea, two diametrically opposed women, could manage this inheritance in a harmonious manner once the daughter kingdom's foundation expanded. Hancock's abilities are acceptable, but his personality is too domineering. Although Shallulea has great potential, she still lacks management experience and strength. Now it's good. Once Gion comes, Loya can quickly expand the foundation of the daughter country without worrying about finding a suitable manager to take care of it for him. Point 00. How to make it big. In terms of cadres, Sand Crocodile also has several female capable users who can be recruited at any time. Going a little further back in time, several female ability users in the Don Quixote family, several daughters of Charlotte Linlin, some women in the Beast Corps, and even some female generals and officers in the Marine Corps can all be incorporated into the foundation of the daughter kingdom in the future. As for the female soldiers at the grassroots level, on the one hand, they are the original population of 9 snakes, and on the other hand, they spend a lot of money to purchase the female population from human traffickers. There are wars in many countries in the Four Seas and Grand Line. Women there have lost their husbands, brothers, fathers, and the financial source of their livelihood. Although purchasing women from human traffickers will make the traffickers active in trafficking women in normal countries. But nothing is perfect. The fate of women in war countries, especially in defeated countries, is very tragic, and the number of these women is extremely large. Through human traffickers from all over the world, they are bought into 9 snakes. It is undoubtedly a grand rescue for these women with tragic fate. Of course, the area of 9 Snake Island is small. If the population grows rapidly, it will soon be large enough to accommodate it. Loya also has other solutions, which will not be shown here for the time being. Back to business. Just as Loya's water and land shuttle was about to drive to the main building of the palace. However, a figure quickly chased from the gate and shouted, Master Wu King, please stay, the Empress summons you to the palace for an audience. Chapter 120 Loya and Hancock. Moon. The female warrior sent to summon Loya turned out to be the woman who was resurrected by Loya and Snake Girl working together. This should be Gloriosa's handwriting, trying to convey some subtle meaning to me through her. Loya thought to himself, then patted the back of Gion's hand gently, and said with a smile, you go first to Wawang Palace and talk to my other ladies. Before the dinner, I will take Hancock there. Quote. Yeah, okay. Gion smiled and nodded. Sister, I will take the first step, and then you will go to the Empress Palace. Loya got off the turtle carriage, said something to Shallulea, and then swooped into the sky and flew towards Emperor An's palace. Hey, brother. Shallulea was obviously dissatisfied. How could the Empress not come to greet her brother? Who did the daughter country rely on to achieve its current peak of national power? 493. Sisters-in-law, I'll be there first. Shallulea had no choice but to say something to Khalifa, Sha Shaoqi, and Gion in the turtle car, sheathed her sword, jumped on the building, and flew towards the Empress Palace. Loya entered the Empress's reception hall. However, the gauze curtain in front of the queen's throne was lowered, covering the queen's figure from meeting Loya directly. The two sisters, holding weapons respectively, stood on both sides of the gauze tent. Gloriosa sat on the Taishi chair nearby. As soon as Loya's sense of sight was released, he sensed that in the guard rooms on both sides of the hall, there were 300 female warriors from the older generation such as Kikyo, and they were fully armed and tense. Come here, give Lord Wu a seat. Gloriosa ordered. Two female warriors immediately moved a chair over. Interesting. Loya was not in a hurry to see Hancock, so he followed Gloriosa's arrangement and sat on the chair. Gloriosa stood up from the Grand Master's chair and said to Loya with a smile, "The Empress is ill today and cannot meet in person. Please forgive me, Lord Wu. Are you sick? What? Did you forget that I am a famous doctor?" Loya also said with a smile. Gloriosa looked awkward, but she said confidently, "It's a heart disease. Lord Wu Wang can heal the physical body, but heart disease is also difficult to cure, right? What if I said, I can also cure heart diseases?" Loya said with a smile. Advertisement. Gloriosa's expression froze. But before she could find other reasons, Loya waved his hand and said, "If you don't see me, just see you. Why are you looking for so many excuses?" Gloriosa looked even more embarrassed. Even before the official confrontation, Loya silenced him with a few simple words. "Hey, Gloriosa, if you have anything to say, just say it. Whatever you need me to do, I can do it and I won't shirk it. Even if they want me to stop staying in Nine Snakes as King Wu from now on and drive me away, I will leave immediately without saying a word. And all the money and materials I have stored here will be left behind and belong to the daughter country. Just treat it as my gift to Snake Princess." Loya said with a smile. This. Gloriosa was shocked after hearing this, and quickly explained with sweat profusely. "We don't mean this, Lord Wu King. How can we do this kind of thing that is like killing a donkey? You will always be the King Wu of our daughter's kingdom, and this will never change." Without waiting, Gloriosa continued. Loya continued her words and said, "It's just that in this daughter's kingdom, the queen must be the master. Although I am the king of martial, at most I am on an equal footing with the queen. And I can't raise troops to respect myself, let alone build my own palace. It's more luxurious than the queen's palace, right?" This. Gloriosa was embarrassed, but nodded. "That's right. My sister is here, let the guard at the door let her in." Loya said suddenly. Gloriosa was startled. Immediately I heard a voice coming from the door. "Get out of the way. My brother asked me to come. You dare to stop me?" The Empress only summoned Lord Wu. Even if you are Lord Wu's sister, you can't go in without being summoned by the Empress. The guards at the entrance of the hall were also tit for tat. "Get out of my way." Shalulia shouted loudly, then pulled out her sword with a choking sound. Seeing that Shalulia was about to fight with the guards, Gloriosa sighed and shouted quickly. "Let her in." Advertisement. Obviously, she did it for Loya's sake and didn't want to intensify the conflict. Shalulia sheathed her sword and stepped majestically into the hall and came to Loya's side. There was a coldness in her eyes, and her right hand was always holding the hilt of the sword. Apparently she found that the guard rooms on both wings were filled with soldiers from the Empress's escort. 33. Take off your shirt, Loya said to her with a smile. Ah, Shalulia was stunned. Take off your clothes. Here. A blush appeared on her face. Yes, take off your sword by the way. Loya smiled. Brother, you. Shalulia was extremely confused, but when she saw that Loya was not joking, she opened the shikai with a blush, opened the sword on her waist, and slowly took off her shirt. Gloriosa felt strange and a little suspicious. She suddenly discovered that the relationship between Shalulia and Loya seemed to be more than just brother and sister. Just as she was stunned, she saw Loya facing the Empress behind the gauze and saying, Hancock, just like you did when you were taking a bath, let everyone else leave, I want to go into your gauze to talk. King Wu, what are you going to do? Gloriosa said in surprise. Don't make me say it again. Loya stood up, smiling, but full of dignity and haughty. No, I can't let you be alone with the Empress. Although Gloriosa is afraid of Loya's haughty, she is rich and does not show weakness. Wu, 2.7 Lord Wu Wang. Snake girl behind the gauze curtain finally interrupted Gloriosa with a haggard voice and a hoarse voice. What are you going to tell me? I'm very bad right now, really very bad. Her tone was full of heartbreaking sorrow and a hint of fear. Because Loya mentioned the keyword, like that in the shower. The celestial dragon's slave mark on her back is her greatest source of inferiority. Trust me, Hancock, you just need to trust me like before. Loya's gentle and powerful tone made Hancock's delicate body behind the gauze tremble slightly. Before Loya left Nine Snakes and went to Spring Queen City to hunt CP9, she had a rather ambiguous episode with Hancock.